The story begins lying broken on the pavement. A dying man swears that this time he will live his life properly. With his final breaths, he vows to leave behind undeniable evidence that he existed in this world. Chaos erupts as bystanders scream for an ambulance, but Minoru Kido realizes with chilling clarity that he is going to die right here in the wreckage. As his life flashes before him, he is consumed by the crushing regret of a lonely existence devoid of friends, family, or any meaningful legacy. Fading into the darkness, he wonders if there is an afterlife waiting for him on the other side. Awakening in a lush forest, a young elf named Lys begs his father to let him forage alone, though his parents worry he is far too young at 10 years old. His father argues that he should wait until he is at least 30, but Lys insists he will be fine despite the dangers lurking in the woods. His mother frets about muscle wolves, but Lys confidently assures them that the beasts won't appear at this time of year. Lys finds his new life of eating and napping in the forest incredibly easy compared to his previous existence. His parents marvel at his rapid growth, noting that most elf children only start speaking at age 10. Since elves live for 1,000 years, his mother worries that Lys is maturing far too quickly for their slow-paced species. Lys recalls his past life as Minoru Kido, the 30-year-old man who should have died in a traffic accident. He realizes he has been reincarnated as an elf, gaining a second chance at life with a lifespan of a millennium. Determined to live without regrets, he shocked his parents by standing and reading within his first 10 years, laying the groundwork for his best life. The village is a paradise protected by a barrier and the great tree Yggdrasil, where time flows loosely and dangerous beasts are rare. It is common sense that elves live their entire 1,000-year lives content within the barrier, never venturing into the outside world. Breathless from running, Lys bursts into the room to confront his parents with a burning request. The ancient patriarch observes the boy, remarking on how energetic Klein's child is compared to the others. The patriarch admonishes Lys for his premature curiosity, pointing out that the boy only learned to speak 5 years ago. Lys' parents hurriedly apologize for their son's intrusion, but the boy remains undeterred in front of the elder. The patriarch warns that the path to the outside is precipitous, though he admits few elves have ever shown such intense curiosity. Having led for 600 years, the patriarch grimly recounts how most elves who ventured out met early, woeful deaths at the hands of humans. He stares down at Lys, emphasizing that the world beyond their forest is filled with unavoidable danger. Acknowledging Lys' exceptional intelligence, the patriarch asks one final time if he truly wishes to venture into that peril. Lys bows his head, expressing deep gratitude to his parents and the village for raising him in this sanctuary. With fire in his eyes, he declares that he refuses to stay in this small world and wants to meet people and leave proof of his existence. He looks up with unwavering determination, stating he wants to live a life completely free of regrets. Moved by the boy's resolve, the patriarch decides not to stop him from pursuing his path. He grants permission, noting with a nostalgic sigh that it has been hundreds of years since anyone dared to leave. Lys cheers in victory, but the patriarch immediately cuts him off to announce a mandatory exit examination. To leave, Lys must master the peak of elven recovery magic and attain a specific level of power within the next century. The patriarch explains that the outside world requires self-protection, so he must pass this exam within 100 years to earn his freedom. Lys calculates that 100 years sounds like an eternity, but it is merely a tenth of an elf's lifespan. He accepts the condition with a grin, thinking that this challenge will actually be great for him. The patriarch warns him gravely that this is not a test he can pass with half-hearted effort. 10 years later, a grown Lys stands before the village and unleashes a massive wave of recovery magic called Order. The patriarch stares in horror as the great progenitor tree, ancient beyond measure, is instantly and fully restored by the blast. He trembles, realizing that the boy has just performed the ultimate pinnacle of elven recovery magic. The patriarch cannot believe that Lys fulfilled the century-long promise in a mere 10 years. Bewildered by the vast power he just witnessed, he demands to know how Lys achieved such a feat. Lys smiles innocently and explains that he has been training his magic power relentlessly since he was a toddler. He reveals he started around age 5, meaning he has been training for 17 years, which leaves the patriarch speechless. Lys explains that he read in the library that human magic is decided by age 20, so he applied that urgency to his training plan. He drained his magic to near zero repeatedly to increase his capacity, treating his growth curve like that of a short-lived human rather than an elf. The patriarch stands frozen at this impossible speed, while Lys cheerfully calculates that he still has 80 years remaining before the exam deadline. Lys casually mentions that dwarfs have earth magic and demons have their own types, asking if there are manuals for those too. He reasons that with enough study and training in the forest library, he should theoretically be able to master other magic types. The patriarch stammers that while there are some manuals, almost all of them are solely for recovery magic. Lise smiles, declaring that since he has 80 years left before his exam officially ends, he intends to learn every other magic he can. The patriarch is left flabbergasted, staring at an elf who is passionately studying magic in an era where demons no longer exist. The patriarch reluctantly hands over the key to the forest's library, granting Lise access to the forbidden book stored within. He warns the boy that manuals requiring no aptitude could take a century to master, but Lise simply thanks him with a bright smile. Lise declares he will absolutely master every type of magic, causing the patriarch to sweat and beg him to do it in moderation. Before he knows it, 10 years of relentless study fly by in the blink of an eye. Lise prepares himself with a hum, realizing it is time for his scheduled appointment. By the age of 30, Lise fulfills his promise to acquire all types of magic, leaving the patriarch exhausted by his antics. To gather more knowledge, Lise ventures out to the barrier's edge to trade with the House of Galanda, the humans managing the surrounding lands. He excitedly greets the human representative, explaining that he generated capital from ancient tree products to buy magic manuals from the outside world. The human representative marvels that someone like Lise exists, admitting that he cannot keep up with the elf's rapid mastery of human magic. The man, Grillet, cheerfully announces that he intends to propose to his childhood friend soon. Laughing heartily, Grillet tells Lise that he would love for the elf to meet his childhood friend someday. Years later, Lise hums a tune as he heads to the meeting spot, eager to see what new magic manual Grillet has brought him this time. Seeing the carriage arrive, Lise approaches with a grin, ready to tease Mr. Grillet about how his impression has changed. He waves enthusiastically at the figure stepping out, but the young man who emerges stares back in total confusion. The young man is baffled by the sight of an elf, while Lise casually asks what sort of manual he brought after such a long time. Blushing with awe, the human realizes that the legends were true and that elves really do exist just as his father claimed. He introduces himself as Gallius Galanda, the heir to the family, stating that this is his first time ever laying eyes on Lise. Gallius explains that his father, Grillet, often told him stories about the mysterious elf in the forest. Lise is struck by confusion, asking if Grillet is truly his father since he felt they had met only a few days ago. Gallius apologizes, explaining that he came in his father's stead because Grillet has grown weak and cannot win against the waves of time. He asks when Lise last saw his father, causing the elf to freeze as the reality of the situation crashes down on him. Lise calculates that it has been 22 years since their last meeting, realizing he completely forgot how fleeting human lives are. Shocked, he calculates that he is now 93 years old and has only 7 years left before his 100-year deadline expires. Lise asks Gallius to send his regards to Grillet, promising that he might visit their family to play once he leaves the forest. Gallius stammers but agrees, assuring the elf that his father will be overjoyed to hear that message. As the carriage departs, Lise tells himself that he should be able to meet Grillet anytime as long as he passes the patriarch's trial. Determined to make the most of his remaining time, he dives back into the library to ensure he won't be bored for the last few years. He picks up a book titled Tales of Heroes, which narrates a nursery tale about a hero defeating a demon king. Lise muses on the human perspective, noting that demons and demihumans who once used magic to control the world are now extinct. He discovers a crumbling manual on recommended movement magics and decides he might be able to read at least some parts of it. Having mastered all modern magic, he sets out to acquire the ancient arts of the extinct races to complete his arsenal. He learns that these ancient magics differ significantly from the 4 basic types and often require special conditions to invoke. With a confident smile, Lise lifts the book and decides to give the ancient spell a try immediately. He decides to test the movement magic by transporting himself somewhere nearby within the safety of the house. Reading the chant for Bezandel, Lise activates the movement magic with a surge of power. He vanishes instantly, wondering in amazement if he really got the spell right on his very first try. He lands face down on the ground amidst a sudden commotion, hearing the low growl of beasts nearby. Lifting his head, Lise blinks in confusion and wonders where exactly the magic has transported him. A terrifying roar rips through the air, accompanied by the metallic scent of fresh blood. An armed man shouts at him in a panic, demanding to know if he is with the guild and where the hell he came from. Lise turns with a blank expression, completely caught off guard by the chaotic situation. He wonders if he accidentally exited the barrier as he scans the surroundings to understand what is happening. His eyes widen as he spots a human child lying motionless on the ground amidst the carnage. Realizing the girl is still alive, Lys freezes as he processes this sudden, fateful encounter with a human. Lys realizes that his new movement spell has malfunctioned and dropped him somewhere completely unexpected. He scans the area and concludes with certainty that he has landed outside Yggdrasil's concealing barrier. A group of armed men shouts in confusion, demanding to know if he is from the guild and where he came from. Lys ignores their questions as he notices a pack of menacing magic beasts lurking behind the men. He spots children lying on the ground and wonders if they were the victims of a muscle wolf attack. His sharp eyes detect movement among the bodies, realizing that one of the children is still barely alive. The men curse their luck, complaining that their merchandise is damaged and now worthless. Terrified by the magic beasts and the sudden arrival of an elf, the leader orders his men to retreat immediately. They scramble to escape, desperate to put distance between themselves and the monsters before they get eaten. Lys watches them run and coldly decides that he cannot allow them to leave after what they have done. He resolves to stop them, setting aside the injured children for a brief moment to deal with the scum. Unleashing a shadow spell called Black Whip, he sends tendrils of darkness racing toward the fleeing men. The bandits scream in panic as the sticky shadows bind them, leaving them completely immobilized. Lys turns his attention back to the threat, preparing his next move with calm precision. He activates a strengthening magic to harden his body, causing his muscles to expand with explosive power. His physique transforms instantly, tearing through his clothes as he channels the raw energy of a beast. With a roar, he unleashes the beast fist, striking the air with enough force to generate a shockwave. The impact sends the magic beasts flying, crushing them under the overwhelming weight of his physical magic. Lys marvels that the Beastman magic actually worked on him, having never tested it on his own muscles before. The bandits watch in trembling disbelief, unable to comprehend that an elf is using violent melee magic instead of recovery spells. Silence falls over the clearing as the men stare at the elf, their fear mounting with every second. Lys approaches the surviving child, noting that she is the only one with a faint pulse remaining. He kneels beside her, assuring himself that as long as she is breathing, his magic can save her. He speaks gently to the unconscious girl, promising that she will regain her energy immediately. Lys casts Dragon's Healing Breath, a conflux spell that combines fire and recovery magic in a dazzling display. The bandits scream in horror, mistaking the healing flames for an attack that is burning the girl alive. The mystical fire envelops her small body, seeking out every wound and burn to purge the damage. Under the roaring flames, the torn flesh knits together and the bruises vanish as if they never existed. The fire dissipates gently, leaving the girl completely unharmed and resting peacefully on the ground. The bandits gape in shock, realizing that a wound requiring grand recovery magic was healed in a split second. Lys notices a metal collar around the girl's neck and realizes it is enchanted with sealing magic. He deduces that this is a slave collar designed to explode if anyone other than the master tries to remove it. He whispers to the girl to trust him, promising to free her from the device without triggering the trap. Carefully, he begins to pour his own magic into the collar to overwhelm the existing enchantment. He casts a destruction spell called Devil's Thread, weaving his magic inside the mechanism to sever the trigger. With a quick motion, he rips the collar off and hurls it into the distance just before it detonates. The explosion rocks the air, leaving the bandits terrified that this elf just forcibly disarmed a complex magic seal. Lys stands up and turns his cold gaze toward the captured men, pondering how to punish them. The bandits frantically lie, claiming they were actually trying to protect the kids from the magic beasts. They beg for mercy, sobbing that they were about to be eaten and only wanted to help the children. The bound bandits plead with Lys to remove the spell now that the beasts are gone, hoping to slip away unnoticed. Lys coldly asks if they truly tried to help, revealing that his sharp elven ears heard their entire plan to rob the children. The men curse in panic, realizing that the legends are true and that they cannot hide their deceit from an elf's superior hearing. Ignoring their terror, Lys states that he will ask them 3 specific questions before deciding their fate. He demands to know exactly who they are and why they were being chased through such a lethal forest. Pressing further, he asks what their objective was in dragging small children into a place crawling with monsters. He offers a chilling bargain, promising that he might spare their lives if they give him straight answers. Terrified, the bandits scream their confession, admitting they are merely hired slave traders. They reveal that they were betrayed and set up by someone at the guild, forcing them to flee. Desperate for mercy, they explain they only entered the forest to escape their pursuers while delivering their merchandise. Lys listens with disgust, noting that the humans of this world are just as corrupt as the ones from his previous life. He recalls the patriarch's stern warning that he must never get involved with humans under any circumstances. He concludes that these men prove the patriarch right, viewing them as a savage and sneaky existence. Lise internalizes the lesson, vowing never to forget the inherent danger and treachery of the human race. The bandits shout that they have answered his questions and demand he remove the shadow binding immediately. Lise steps forward, telling them that they are about to forget they ever met him. One bandit stammers in confusion just before Lise activates his magic directly upon their minds. He casts Memory Burial, a potent alteration spell that completely wipes their recent memories. Leaving the dazed men for fate to decide, Lise turns his attention away from the trash. The surviving girl looks up at him with awe, asking if her savior is truly an elf. Lise confirms his identity as Klein's child, gently introducing himself to the small human. The girl thanks him for saving her but weeps bitter tears, apologizing for her failure to save the other children. Lise notices a cross-shaped scar carved into her chest and deduces it is a magic brand marking her as a slave. Tears stream down her face as she laments her weakness, wishing she had been strong enough to protect her friends. She clenches her fists, devastated by her powerlessness in the face of such cruelty. Looking at Lise with desperate eyes, she acknowledges that the magic he used was incredibly powerful. She grabs his arm and begs him to take her with him so she can become strong like him. Lise hesitates, torn between the rule to avoid humans and the fact that he has already saved her. He considers taking responsibility and bringing her back to the village, sensing a great resolution within her. Ultimately, he pulls away and apologizes, telling the heartbroken girl that he cannot help her right now. He explains that he is not human anymore, hinting at the vast gap in their existence. Internalizing his thoughts, he reflects on how elves perceive the flow of time differently than humans. To him, the 7 years remaining in his exam are nothing, but for her, it would be a lifetime of waiting. Unwilling to dampen her determination, he decides not to force her into his timeline. He leaves the bandits for the guild to find, entrusting the girl's immediate safety to the authorities. Lise vanishes into the forest, marking the start of the final 7-year countdown. He whispers to the wind that if her determination remains unchanged, their paths will cross again. The girl lies alone in the clearing, holding on to his promise that they will meet again in the future. Seasons turn into years as the great tree Yggdrasil watches over the passage of time. Rumors eventually spread of a nameless woman who rose from nothing to achieve incredible feats. Lise overhears tales of her military prowess, confirming that the girl survived and found her strength. Back in the library, Lise immerses himself in his studies, letting the rumors drift by as he focuses on his goal. A smile graces his lips as he reads, satisfied that his interference allowed her to forge her own destiny. Finally, the century concludes, marking exactly 100 years since his rebirth as an elf. Lise sits with the patriarch, who notes that the mischievous child has returned right on schedule. The patriarch observes him closely, realizing that even after a century, the boy's resolve has not wavered. He asks one last rhetorical question about what happens when a sheltered elf leaves the village's protection. He compares it to a baby mouse jumping onto a battlefield, warning Lise of the brutality of the outside world. The patriarch warns that the outcome is usually clear once you see the fire, implying certain doom for the naive. Lise steps forward with unwavering confidence, declaring that he has trained 100 years for this exact moment. He looks toward the horizon with a fearless smile, announcing that the day of his exit exam has finally begun. The patriarch asks Lise if the examination is finally over. Lise stands in the rain, acknowledging that a century of training has passed. The elder notes that the boy's wish to leave the ancient forest remains unchanged. An unseen voice interrupts, remarking that they have quite a lively child preparing for departure. Lise looks around in confusion, unable to locate the speaker despite hearing the voice clearly. The voice complains that the rascal is troublesome because he is neither inferior nor has he lost to the speaker in any way. The speaker describes Lise's ability as a degree of genius that defies words, hoping he will soon understand his own scope. A cloaked figure steps forward, deciding that she may have to look forward to testing that genius herself. Dropping her hood to reveal a young elven face, Ryab Lowry introduces herself and states she is just under 6 centuries old. Lise repeats her name in shock, recognizing the legendary figure standing before him. He recalls the rumors of a mysterious elf who appears to cure ill humans in exchange for valuable fruits. Ryab blushes with embarrassment, surprised that people actually speak of her in such a manner. Lise excitedly concludes that since she collected books from the outside world centuries ago, she must be a veteran. He stares intently, realizing that she possesses a wealth of knowledge about the world beyond the forest. Ryab explains that her examination is simple, he must survive until she runs out of magic. She adds coldly that she doesn't care if he uses recovery magic, framing the test as a raw battle for survival. Ryab requests that he not go too hard on her, despite having spent 3 centuries training for this. Lys focuses, telling himself that he can officially leave as soon as he passes this exam. Just as he begins to speak politely, he is cut off by a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Without chanting, Ryab instantly unleashes a massive earthen spear from the ground beneath him. Lys realizes with horror that she had prepared the spell beforehand to catch him off guard. He barely manages to leap away as the ground explodes where he was standing just a second ago. Ryab lectures him that humans are unfair, reinforcing the harsh reality of the outside world. She declares that humans are savage, sly, and cowardly beings who prepare spells while their enemies are distracted. Ryab warns him that talent alone is not enough to survive in the brutal world beyond the forest. Unleashing another barrage, she insists that if he wishes to leave, he must at least learn this lesson. Lys counters with Vulang, summoning his own earth magic to block her attack. Ryab notes that his spell is comparable to her earthen spear, acknowledging his quick reaction. She admits she thought he could only use recovery magic since he is an elf, calling him an interesting kid. Staring into his eyes, she remarks that his fighting style makes it seem almost as if he is human. Lys grins and confirms he was human in his original world as he launches himself into the air with wind magic. Ryab identifies the grand magic and wonders if she can shoot him down with a sylph spell. Lys frantically dodges the high-speed wind projectiles, barely avoiding a direct hit. He struggles to cope with her ability to cast powerful magic without any chanting at all. He realizes with frustration that chantless magic is a skill he has yet to master. Despite the danger, he admits that her skill is amazing, though he quickly reminds himself to stay focused. Ryab warns that her attacks are unceasing and that soon he will have no room left to escape. She suddenly remembers a question she meant to ask, pausing her assault for a split second. She asks why he wants to go to the outside world, prompting Lys to question her timing. Lys deflects a blast and shouts that he wants to go because he thought an elf's life was very long, probably. Lys looks back at the elven village, recognizing it as a haven far more tranquil than any other place in the world. He reflects on how this peaceful sanctuary has been his home for an entire century since his rebirth as an elf. No matter how many times he failed in the beginning, he remained dedicated to mastering the art of magic. He knows that every grueling day of training was merely preparation to ensure he leaves a meaningful trace of his existence in this world. His heart is driven by the crushing regret of his previous life where he lacked any real purpose or deep connections. Now, he yearns to explore the vast world and be remembered by others rather than fading away in solitude. With a bright smile, he reaffirms his resolve to leave the forest and fulfill the dream he has nurtured for 100 years. Ryab Lowry watches him silently, her eyes unreadable as she prepares to reveal her own motivations. Turning the conversation, Ryab asks Lys if he is curious about why she decided to venture into the outside world herself. To his absolute shock, she reveals that her grand motivation was simply a desire to eat more delicious fruits. She gazes at a piece of fruit with intense focus, explaining that her palate demanded a variety the forest could not provide. Lys is left speechless as he connects this mundane goal to the legendary stories of an elf who cures humans in exchange for rare fruit. Ryab explains that after 50 years of eating the same bland forest produce, she reached her limit and sought something new. She admits with a straight face that her entire journey into the unknown was fueled by a craving for different flavors. Lys can hardly believe that she dedicated 3 centuries to training just so she could safely forage in human lands. Ryab warns him that his caution was wise, as many of their comrades who left without strength were quickly destroyed by the world. By mastering human magic, she gained the power to travel safely across various lands and sample every fruit imaginable. She admits that over time, the outside world became surprisingly enjoyable beyond just the food she sought. However, her expression sours as she mentions that the quality and flavor of fruits have mysteriously declined in recent years. Recognizing that they have talked enough, Ryab notes the patriarch's impatience and decides it is time to finish their battle. She raises her staff high, signaling the start of the final phase of his grueling examination. Ryab announces she will no longer hold back and intends to use her full power to test his resolve. Lys is overwhelmed as she simultaneously unleashes multiple elemental spells, forcing him to channel every drop of his magic into a counterattack. Shouting with determination, he charges forward and strikes with the explosive power of the Beast Fist. His glowing fist smashes directly into a defensive orb protecting the legendary elf. Ryab examines a broken fragment of her shield, impressed that he managed to shatter the magic material with raw force. She reveals that the orb was actually a human-made magic stone designed to automatically cast spells when mana is applied. She marvels at how humans compensate for their lack of magic power by creating such ingenious and dangerous tools. Lys is stunned to realize that the diverse elemental magic he was fighting against did not even belong to Ryab. Ryab confesses that like all elves, she is only capable of recovery magic and used human tools to simulate other spells. She admits that she relies on these petty tricks to maintain the illusion of a grand and powerful sorceress. While he successfully bypassed her deception, she warns him that the world is full of people who will use similar tricks to crush the dreams of others. With a warm and genuine smile, Ryab congratulates Lys and officially declares that he has passed the test. Tears of relief stream down his face as he lunges forward to give the legendary elf a grateful hug. She gently pats his head, acknowledging the incredible effort he has poured into his century of preparation. The patriarch observes from the shadows, thinking that Lys' strength is so immense he could have been a terrifying demon king in another era. The scene shifts to a bustling human city where people go about their daily lives in the shadow of stone walls. A young woman with long hair walks through the market, ignored by the busy crowd as vendors call out their wares. Approaching a fruit stall, the girl with the cross-shaped scar on her chest asks to buy every piece of fruit the man has. The merchant gapes in disbelief, asking why she would waste such an incredible amount of money on fruit yet again. She softly explains that she only buys them because she remembers hearing that elves have a great fondness for fruit. As she walks away, she reflects on the long years she has spent waiting for the day they would finally meet once more. Her eyes filled with unwavering loyalty, the girl whispers a single word into the wind as she looks toward the future, elf. High in the elven tower, Lys packs the last of his supplies while gazing out at the world he is about to enter. He runs downstairs to find his parents waiting, shouting their names with excitement as he bursts into the room. Lys proudly announces that he passed the patriarch's test, leaving his parents marveling at his incredible achievement. His mother smiles and suggests that since he has plenty of time, he should relax at home for another 10 years. Lys freezes with a strained smile, reminded once again that his parents perceive a decade as merely a short break. He shatters their laid-back expectations by declaring he plans to leave for the outside world tomorrow morning. His mother protests that at 100 years old he is still a child, arguing that he doesn't need to be in such a hurry. Lys counters by revealing that Ryab herself gave him approval, which immediately silences his mother's complaints. She blinks in surprise, asking to confirm that he is talking about the legendary Ryab Lowry. Lys watches his father turn to his mother, who reveals that the great mage is actually like a little sister to her. She recalls memories of when she first entered the forest to study recovery magic, hinting at a shared past with Ryab. His father listens with a look of mild surprise, having apparently never known about this connection before. His mother concludes that if someone as strict as Ryab recognizes Lys' abilities, then they have no grounds to object. His father sighs with resignation, looking at his son with a mix of worry and acceptance as he confirms Lys is really going. Lys nods firmly, but his father suddenly holds up a hand and asks him to wait there for a moment. His mother tells him to sit down so she can do some motherly things for him before he departs for a far-off land. She gently combs his hair and hands him a small accessory, explaining it is the secret to keeping her hair beautiful. She reveals it is actually a protective charm from the divine tree Yggdrasil given to her when she married his father. Tying it into his hair, she asks him to promise that if he ever messes up, he will come home before it's too late. She hugs him tightly, whispering that it would be terrible if he didn't return to them when he needed help. Lys hugs her back and promises to return, his heart heavy with the weight of her love. His father returns carrying a massive sack, announcing that he has gathered enough provisions to last Lys for 10 years. He smiles proudly, explaining that he has been saving these supplies for the inevitable day Lys would leave the nest. Lys shocks them both by casually casting storage magic, causing the massive pile of goods to vanish into thin air. He activates the spell Semitus, opening a dimensional pocket to stow away the supplies instantly. He explains that anything put inside is preserved perfectly by interfering with subspace, leaving his parents dumbfounded. His mother immediately demands he teach her that spell, while his father laughs and praises Lys for his brilliance. The next morning arrives, and Lys waves a cheerful goodbye to his parents as he steps out of his childhood home. His parents wave back, assuring him that since elven lives are long, they will surely live together again someday. Lys walks away feeling a bit sentimental, wondering if he should have greeted Ryab but assuming she has already left. He sets his sights on his first destination, deciding to head straight for the territory of the House of Garlanda. He recalls the heir Gallius whom he met 7 years ago, noting that Garlanda is the sole noble house that interacts with elves. He hopes to finally meet Grillet, Gallius's father, since illness prevented them from meeting during the previous visit. Lys reaches the edge of the forest, recognizing the shimmering boundary where Yggdrasil's protective barrier ends. He steps through the barrier and looks up, pleased to find that the weather outside is beautiful and clear. Just as he thinks it is the ideal day for an adventure, a pack of growling magic beasts emerges from the bushes. Lys remains calm and prepares to cast a fire magic spell called Phalanx to incinerate the threat. Suddenly, a blur of motion tears past him, interrupting his spell with blinding speed. A mysterious girl with a sword slashes through the entire pack in a single swing, trailing fire in her wake. Lys stands frozen in shock, staring at the back of the stranger who just annihilated the monsters in an instant. 7 years have passed, and the girl has been waiting all this time for this very moment. She bows deeply before Lys, addressing him as Lord Elf with profound and unwavering respect. Lys recognizes her by the distinct cross-shaped scar on her chest and realizes she is the same girl he saved from death years ago. Although her memories of the encounter were vague, she never forgot his promise that they would meet again if her determination held true. To his amazement, she has dedicated every single day of the last 7 years to training herself specifically for this reunion. Lys stands stunned that she actually abided by his words to such an extreme extent, appearing exactly where he predicted. He recalls using magic to seal her memories of him deep within her heart after healing her from the verge of death in the forest. Despite the powerful memory seal, she somehow clung to the vow she made to become stronger and find her savior again. The girl offers a mysterious gift, hoping Lys will accept it now that he clearly remembers their shared past as well. She presents a massive wooden box and asks him to look inside, surprising him with the sheer scale of the physical offering. Opening the lid, Lys finds the container overflowing with a vibrant and diverse collection of fresh, glistening fruits. She explains that she heard all elves have a natural love for these sweet treats, so she gathered them from across the land specifically for him. Her incredible collection includes rare Katura fruits from the tropical west and frost fruits from the farthest northern continents. Lys realizes with a sweat drop that the elven love for fruit might be a local rumor spread by Ryab's own eccentric eating habits. He asks how much money it cost to gather such a mountain of produce, only to learn she spent every coin of her bounty hunting earnings on it. The girl becomes visibly despondent and asks if the gift isn't enough, while Lys frantically assures her that it is actually far too much. He accepts her gratitude with a nervous smile, privately worrying that neither of them understands the ways of the human world very well. To his surprise, she asks if she can accompany him on his journey no matter where he decides to travel next. She offers to serve as his expert guide and negotiator, citing her extensive experience as a seasoned adventurer in the human territories. Lys considers her offer and realizes that having a human companion would be incredibly reassuring given his total lack of local information. He asks if traveling with a rare elf like him would be problematic for her, as his kind is scarcely seen by common folk outside the forest. She asserts that she has done everything in her power to prepare for this day and has no worries about the path ahead. With a bright and determined smile, she declares her wish to learn from his incredible strength for as long as she lives. Lys calculates that as long as she lives is only about 40 more years for a human, which feels like a mere heartbeat to an elf. He is flabbergasted by her intense commitment to stick with him for what he considers such a short additional time in his long life. He ponders the idea of a mere 40 years together, finding the human perspective on time both strange and deeply touching. Formally accepting her company, he introduces himself as Lys Klein and asks for her name to mark their new partnership. She hesitates for a long moment, looking away with an uncertain expression as if a hidden weight holds back her words. To his shock, she reveals that she does not actually have a proper name to give him at this moment. She explains that among the members of the guild, she is simply referred to by the title Anonymous. Lys recognizes the title immediately, remembering rumors of a mysterious warrior figure that even reached his isolated village. A legendary fighter who would slay magic beasts in an instant and vanish before anyone could offer thanks. He realizes with a drop of sweat that the elusive figure from the military rumors was actually this girl the whole time. Turning back to him with a serious gaze, she asks if he would be willing to bestow a name upon her himself. Lys stares into her eyes, taken aback by the weight of the request and the absolute trust she is placing in his hands. She explains that she felt as if she was truly born into the world for the first time when he rescued her from certain death. Because he saved her life and gave it meaning, she has spent the last 7 years waiting for the chance to be named by him. Lys is deeply moved, realizing he never imagined a person could view such a brief and distant event in such an important light. He reflects on how a small human girl spent 7 years focused on an event he considered almost absurdly brief. He recalls a memory of his mother in his previous life as Minoru, asking her why she chose that specific name for him. His mother explained that she wanted him to bear more fruit than others and exceed them in life, which is the meaning of the name Minoru. Looking at the girl, Lise decides to pass on the spirit of that maternal wish and bestows the name Minori upon her. He reflects on how he bore no fruit in his previous world but wants to ensure this second life is different for both of them. He is touched that someone was waiting for him so faithfully without even knowing for certain if he would ever reappear. With her incredible drive and talent, he truly believes she is capable of achieving something great by his side in the outside world. Lise announces that their first destination is the House of Galanda and that he intends to head there immediately. Minori excitedly offers to lead the way, eager to be useful to him right from the very start of their long journey. While he waits for her to check the route, Lise decides to sample one of the exotic fruits from her massive gift box. As he eats, he feels a strange tingling sensation and realizes that the fruit is imbued with a surprising amount of magic power. Minori calls out to him with a joyful smile, asking if they should set off on their new adventure together at last. Standing at the guild counter, Lise negotiates the exchange of their latest hunt, offering 1 horned rabbit and 3 slimes to the receptionist. The staff member stares in surprise, realizing that the strange hooded woman standing beside the elf is none other than the famous Minori. As adventurers whisper about Minori's fame, Lise notes that their earnings are finally enough to fund their journey to Margrave Galanda's frontier. The guild staff asks if they are heading to Gallius's territory, confirming that he is the current feudal lord governing those borderlands. They explain that the economy has skyrocketed since Gallius took over, allowing adventurers to finally afford proper meals by hunting magic beasts. Lise stares quietly into the distance, his mind drifting back to the memories of 7 years ago. Reflecting on his journey, he realizes it has already been 3 weeks since he left the safety of the Elflands to explore the world. Minori excitedly points out the path ahead, announcing that Fort Kukure on the Galanda border is just within sight. Lise looks at her with gratitude, acknowledging that having Minori as a guide is a true blessing for an elf ignorant of the outside world. Minori explains that the feudal lord keeps magic beasts on these borders to protect the empire from the threats of the sacred forest. As they walk, she notes grimly that the number of casualties among adventurers seems to be increasing the closer they get to the fortress. She shares a troubling rumor she heard recently about a sudden invasion of magic beasts in the area that is causing unrest. Lise crunches on an apple as Minori worries that Gallius, despite his good reputation, is struggling to deal with the rising threat. Minori suddenly panics, realizing she is about to eat an apple that has touched Lise's lips, and stammers that it might taste off. She takes a bite with a loud crunch, her face flushing as she tastes the fruit she was so worried about. Lise watches her reaction, amused to find that she thinks it tastes better after he took a bite, though he tastes nothing strange. His expression turns serious as he notes that the flavor of fruit has actually declined recently, prompting him to investigate the cause. Utilizing his magic, Lise casts Chronosis, a high-level observation spell, to analyze the composition of the apple. He is shocked to discover that the fruit contains a trace amount of miasma, a substance that should not exist in this world. When Minori asks how the apple was, Lise hides his discovery and simply asks if it didn't suit her taste. Minori quickly denies it, blushing as she admits that she just wanted him to have some and that it was delicious. Lise remains silent, his mind racing as he processes the terrifying implication of the miasma's presence in the fruit. He recalls that miasma is a phenomenon controlled by demons, a race that is supposed to be extinct in this world. As Fort Kukure looms ahead, Lise grapples with the impossible reality that he has found traces of ancient demon magic. At the gate, a guard blocks their path, shouting that he cannot allow a stranger to meet a noble lord like Gallius. The guard insults Lise's appearance, claiming he has watched this gate for 5 years and never seen such an ugly face before. Minori explodes with rage at the insult to Lise, but he steps in to calm her down before she attacks the guard. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind the gate, recognizing Lise immediately despite the years. Gallius steps forward with a warm smile, unable to believe that 7 years have passed since they last met. He beams at Lise, expressing his happiness that the elf remembered the promise they made all those years ago. Lise pulls back his hood and smiles, confirming that he came specifically to see him and fulfill his word. Gazing at the lord's estate, Lise adds quietly that he also came to see Grillet. The memory takes him back to a conversation with Grillet, who mused about the test required to leave the forest. Grillet had insisted that Lys visit their village and see him once he finally managed to pass the test and leave the woods. In the flashback, a young Lys smiles and agrees, but asks Grillet to do something for him in return for the visit. The scene shifts to a dying Grillet, recalling Lys' request for him not to die until the elf left the forest. Grillet had laughed and agreed, telling Lys that he would have to get out of the forest as fast as he could. Back in the present, Minori asks if he really made a promise like that, and Gallius admits he isn't as good at fighting as his father. Lys explains that Grillet was the first human to ever speak to him, while Gallius notes his dad was renowned as the god of war. Gallius looks at the elf, and Lys smiles softly, confirming that Grillet is his friend. Gallius tells Lys that his father spoke of him often, recalling their shared promise to drink beer and change the world. Gallius laughs and says his dad might be seen as a bad guy for keeping a promise to an elf, but he was simply dedicated to it. He leads them to a room where a man lies motionless, describing his father as a vegetable who has lost everything. Lys stares in shock at the bed, asking with a trembling voice if the man lying there is truly his old friend Grillet. The image shows the frail and unconscious warrior buried under heavy blankets as he clings to the last of his life. Gallius explains his father has been in this state for 5 years and the doctors have completely given up on him. He tells Lys he is sure his father is happy to finally have his elven friend come to visit him after all these years. Lys leans over the bed and softly greets Grillet, asking his old friend how he has been doing in this world. Gallius recounts how his father was a strong warrior who spent 20 years protecting the land from pirates and magic beasts. He reveals that 5 years ago Grillet was found gravely injured on the battlefield and has been fading away ever since. Gallius admits he became the Lord but must rely on the people because he lacks his father's incredible individual strength. He remembers how his father fought and protected the land all by himself even when his body was broken and hurt. Gallius confesses he never realized how truly great his father was until the man disappeared from active duty 5 years ago. Lys is stunned by the revelation, realizing he had no idea his friend's health had plummeted so drastically while he was away. He deduces that Gallius has kept his father's condition hidden to prevent widespread panic among the people of the territory. Lys spots a dark bruise and realizes Grillet was fighting magic beasts alone when he received the wound that ruined him. To the shock of the others, Lys suddenly lunges toward the bed with an intense and focused look in his eyes. He asks Gallius if he knows anything about the mysterious and dark bruise marking his father's withered body. Gallius explains that even the most powerful white magician in the land was baffled and didn't know what it was. He admits that standard healing magic did nothing even when the mage tried his highest level of power on the injury. Lys casts his observation magic, Gronisis, and is horrified to see the miasma content is at a deadly 91%. He confirms the bruise is pure, concentrated miasma and is staggered by the impossible density of the dark substance. Lys understands that the previous mags failed because Grillet's body simply rejected their weak human magic. He asks Gallius to confirm they have already tried every high-level healing spell available to no effect. Lys declares they must go beyond human limits and use the ultimate recovery magic to save his dying friend. Gallius laughs nervously and tells Lys he must surely be joking about using such a legendary and impossible spell. Lys stands firm and states he hasn't been sitting around doing nothing for the past 100 years in the forest. With a determined smile, he vows he won't go home without saying a word to the friend he came to see. Gallius is silenced as Lys tells him to listen carefully and prepare himself for the magic about to be unleashed. Lys warns that even if he wakes up, Grillet only has about 2 years left to live due to the damage. He looks at Gallius and asks if he truly wants to revive his father for such a short and painful time. Gallius weeps and admits he never got to thank his father or tell him he would take over the burden. He begs Lys to bring him back, saying he has hundreds of things he still needs to say to his father. Lys nods and prepares his stance as a powerful and shimmering aura begins to emanate from his body. He thinks of the ancient legend that humans once theoretically reached the peak of this forbidden recovery art. He notes the pinnacle spell normally takes decades to master, but he is ready to cast it in an instant. Lys unleashes the ultimate recovery magic, Rieberel, with a roar of concentrated and divine power. A blinding explosion of light fills the room as the elven magic begins to purge the miasma from Grillet's body. Grillet's eyes with joy over his father's bedside. Though he could only grant his friend 2 more years of life, Lys finds deep satisfaction in successfully restoring Grillet's vitality. Gallius is overwhelmed with emotion, unable to believe that his father is actually breathing and conscious once again. Grillet wakes to find Lys standing there, remarking with a chuckle that everything feels surreal while Gallius has grown so much. Looking at his old friend, Grillet notes with a faint smile that Lys kept his promise to visit after leaving the forest. Wasting no time, Lys asks Grillet to recount the specific events of the day he was injured on the battlefield. Grillet tries to remember but explains that while Fort Kukure was under beast attack, his mind suddenly became a complete blur. Lys analyzes this fuzziness and concludes that someone used a calculated memory alteration trick from the other side. Grillet is taken aback by the mention of the other side, sensing the gravity behind Lys' cold deduction. Lys stares intently and asks Grillet if he truly believes that demons, once thought to be myths, have actually returned. He explains that the lethal concentration of miasma inside Grillet's body is undeniable proof of a demonic presence. To uncover the truth, Lys asks for permission to look directly into Grillet's memories to clear away the mental fog. Placing his hands on Grillet's head, Lys prepares to cast a sophisticated spell to penetrate the suppressed history. He activates memory alternation magic, diving into the depths of the warrior's mind to find the last thing he saw. The vision reveals a dark entity dismissing Grillet as a mere human who lacked the specific brave factor they sought. The demonic voice wonders what to do next, ultimately deciding that this human was out of luck in their grand scheme. They ordered a subordinate to rough him up slightly, intending to use constant attacks on Fort Kukure to lure out their real target. The memory fades as the demons plot to keep the fortress under siege without completely destroying it for their own ends. Back in the room, Lys acknowledges the grim reality of what Grillet saw and warns him to stay silent for now. He explains that announcing the return of demons would plunge the world into total chaos and panic. With a confident finger raised, Lys declares he has a simple plan to resolve the situation before it escalates. He resolves to track down the demon's target before they can strike again in the outside world. His eyes burn with focus as he concludes they must find the mysterious individual holding the brave factor. Long ago, a demon lord suddenly introduced the formidable concept of magic into the world. Before anyone could react, the invulnerable demon lord quickly overran and conquered over half the globe. Meanwhile, in a small village, a talentless young man fiercely dreamed of becoming an adventurer despite everyone mocking his inability to use magic. Working harder than anyone else, he eventually mastered the 4 elements and awakened a mysterious new power alongside 4 wonderful companions. Wielding this immense power, the young man known as the Brave Man set out with his party to defeat the demon lord once and for all. Jolting awake in a cold sweat, a young elf boy named Rhys stares at his master in disbelief and questions if this nightmare is real. Clenching his fists in sheer panic, the older man screams out that he simply cannot believe the demons have actually returned. He explains that the memory alteration magic the demons used right before Rhys passed out serves as undeniable proof of their revival. Processing this horrifying reality, Rhys asks if the brave factor the demons mentioned means the old fairy tale is actually true. The master solemnly confirms that they are indeed talking about the famous legend of the hero known by all of humankind. Sweating profusely, the older man desperately insists that the legend was only ever supposed to be a children's story. Rhys quickly recalls reading a dusty battle record about that exact factor back in the library of his elven village. He vividly remembers the text describing this brave factor as an otherworldly force. Connecting the clues, they realize the demons are currently hunting among humans to find the one person possessing this legendary trait. Surging with sudden determination, the master declares that they absolutely must be the first to find this chosen human. Flashing a confident smirk, Rhys points out their one massive advantage is that the demons still have no idea they are being tracked. Furthermore, judging from the enemy's conversation, they are completely certain the target is hiding inside Fort Kukure. The master reflects on inheriting this territory 20 years ago and notes the massive spike in adventurers flocking here to hunt the multiplying magic beasts. Staring at his calloused hand, he deduces that the human with the brave factor must be concealing themselves among those greedy adventurers. A brief silence fills the tense room before Rhys softly calls out to his master. Rising to his feet with a cheerful smile, the young elf bravely announces that he will head straight to the front lines. Shocked by this reckless decision, the master demands to know why the boy would go so far, only for Rhys to fiercely throw the question right back at him. Glaring back at the older man, Rhys insists there is no need for him to shoulder the burden alone now that they are living in the outside world. Adjusting his gear, Rhys casually mentions that he still has 900 years ahead of him and finds nothing more boring than the world itself. Flashing a cocky grin, he confidently states that falling under the control of demons is completely out of the question. 1 week later, a reserved table groans under the weight of a massive, mouth-watering feast. An older woman warmly encourages her guest to eat a lot, sparking a starry-eyed reaction from a hungry young girl. Staring intensely at the towering plates of food, the mesmerized girl practically drools as she calls the spread amazing. Seeking to break the ice, the master gently calls out and offers to introduce the girl to his family. Smiling proudly, he introduces the gentle-looking older woman standing beside him as his beloved wife, Silpha. The young girl's face immediately lights up with pure joy as she realizes this is the famous childhood friend he always talked about. Silpha nervously asks her husband Grillet if he really made a promise to introduce her to an elf long before they were married, which he happily confirms. Bowing deeply with profound respect, Silpha warmly thanks Rhys for everything he has done for her husband. Gripping her dress emotionally, she insists that no matter how much she thanks him, it will simply never be enough. A flustered Rhys desperately tries to wave off the heavy praise while Grillet enthusiastically shouts for his master's attention. Grillet boldly brags about how cute his wife is, causing Silpha to blush furiously. Rhys fondly recalls Grillet's old promise to someday introduce and propose to his incredibly cute childhood friend. Chuckling at the interaction, Rhys playfully notes their weird elven way of praising her but admits it makes him lament the short lifespans of humans. Redirecting everyone's attention to the food, Grillet eagerly asks Minori if they should finally take up the offer to eat. Rhys enthusiastically agrees while the shy Minori timidly peeks over the table and asks if she may eat as well. Devouring the meal, Minori earnestly praises the food, getting Silpha fired up to cook more since the travelers had only been surviving on magic beasts and foraged nuts. Silpha smiles warmly and notes that the energetic girl reminds her of Grillet when he was young. Minori proudly declares the meal is the best in the whole world, flattering Silpha while Grillet agrees it has always been true. Taking a bite, Grillet casually asks his master how he and the young lady know each other. Beaming with a massive smile, Minori suddenly interrupts to introduce herself as Rhys's spouse. Grillet violently spits out his drink in pure shock at the word spouse while Minori politely finishes her introduction. Blushing furiously, Rhys stammers in panic as Grillet teases his elven moves, all while Minori happily declares they will be together forever. Rhys frantically explains that he only let Minori tag along because she wanted to get stronger in exchange for teaching him about humans, leaving the girl pouting. Breaking the awkward tension, Silpha gently calls out to the pouting Minori. Smiling warmly, the older woman asks if Minori would like to try and cook something as well. Minori looks up, completely caught off guard by the unexpected invitation. She nervously admits she is only good for fighting and has never cooked, but Silpha gently reassures her not to worry. Pondering the offer, Minori remembers the old saying that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Rolling up her sleeves with fierce determination, she declares she will do her best if cooking can make Rhys happy. Meanwhile, Grillet leans in close to his master to whisper something private. He brings up a warning from his old chief that it is extremely difficult for humans and elves to have children together, annoying Rhys with the terrible timing. Unfazed, Grillet bluntly asks what his master plans to do about the situation. Looking down, Rhys calmly states that unfortunately, it does not matter right now. He plainly admits that, for the time being, he simply does not view Minori in a romantic light. Staring at his master with a serious expression, Grillet calls that a true pity. Rhys drops his gaze, silently acknowledging the heavy weight of reality. He reflects on the tragic truth that Minori will die long before he does. Staring softly ahead, Rhys notes that Minori is already well aware of that heartbreaking fact. In the kitchen, an overly enthusiastic Minori wields a kitchen knife like a weapon while Silpha nervously tries to guide her form. Watching her bright smile, Rhys admires how she still bravely pursues her feelings despite knowing their inevitable future. Sometime later, Grillet tells the duo he is counting on them, and Rhys cheerfully agrees as they prepare to head out. Glancing back with a confident smile, Rhys signals that they are ready. A bespectacled man warns them that their destination, the Great Circle Forest, is an uncertain place trapped right between Fort Kukure and Ritor where the beasts gather. He sternly tells them to be careful out there, prompting a serious nod from Rhys. Leaving the estate, Rhys notes that the forest seems to be the main hunting ground for adventurers taking down magic beasts. He deduces that staking out this area will let them monitor both the adventurers and the beast master, though he admits he hasn't personally entered this specific forest before. Formulating a plan, Rhys suggests they use a vacant house in the forest as their base, just as Grillet advised. Walking beside him, Minori wonders aloud if it is truly possible to find the one person possessing the brave factor. Rhys admits their only clue is the fairy tale about someone lacking elemental magic, which normally means they would have to force everyone to use magic in front of them. However, he confidently reveals that his appraisal magic should instantly tell him whether someone has the hero factor or not. Pulling her hood tight, Minori points out the daunting reality that they will still have to individually appraise droves of adventurers. She turns to him with sparkling eyes, absolutely amazed that he can use his magic to locate the hero. Reese humbly agrees, sending Minori into another swooning fit over his greatness. While she praises him loudly, Reese quietly activates his appraisal magic to check his own status. Staring at his status window reading Otherworld Reincarnated, Reese realizes that his own existence is literally a power out of this world. Reese stops in his tracks and gently calls out to Minori, prompting her to turn around with a surprised response. Looking at her seriously, he asks if she is really okay with this arrangement. Looking utterly confused, Minori asks what he means about coming all this way with him. Reese gently reminds her of their previous conversation, warning that it could take a very long time to actually find the one possessing the brave factor. He explains that they will be holed up in this isolated forest for a while and that the search might even take years. Hesitating slightly, he trails off as he considers the true weight of the commitment. He silently worries that this endless mission could completely mess up her entire, incredibly short human life. Breaking the heavy silence, Reese offers her an out by stating there is still plenty of time for her to turn back. Frowning fiercely, Minori loudly declares that she has already made up her mind. She passionately reminds him that she spent an agonizing 7 years desperately chasing after his illusion. Getting right up in his shocked face, she angrily yells that she had already told him her answer. Softening her expression, she explains that true happiness for her simply means staying by his side. Adding that she also wants to grow stronger alongside him, she leaves Reese completely speechless. Flashing a brilliant, unwavering smile, she vows to follow him for the rest of her life. Leaning in aggressively, she insists she will never leave his side even if he tells her he doesn't want her around. Overwhelmed by her sheer intensity, Reese stands frozen and stunned in the middle of the path. Blushing heavily, he covers his face and frantically wonders why her proximity just made his heart race. Desperately trying to calm his beating heart, he flinches when Minori suddenly calls out his name. Pointing excitedly into the distance, she happily announces that she can finally see the house. Trudging through the brush, Reese notes that they are about a 6-hour walk away from Fort Kukure. Curious about a house in the middle of nowhere, Minori listens as Reese explains that Grillet's predecessor used it as a vacation home before the monster population exploded. Imagining a grand estate, Minori gets starry-eyed at the prospect of staying in a noble's luxurious vacation home. Rushing ahead with high hopes, she excitedly expects the property to be incredibly luxurious. Staring blankly at a dilapidated wooden ruin with a broken door, Minori's hopes shatter while Reese flatly suggests they start by cleaning it up. Staring in pure disbelief, Minori turns pale and drops what she is holding. Noticing her utter shock, Reese frantically asks what is wrong as she stares blankly at him. Still frozen in place, the young girl quietly stammers his name while keeping her gaze cast downward. Looking at the now pristine mansion, Minori screams that he just used magic to completely clean the ruins in a single instant. Reese cheerfully agrees that the trick is handy, leaving Minori weeping as she laments losing her one chance to finally be useful to him. Casually waving his hand, he explains that he simply used spirit magic by making a temporary contract with the local spirits. Puffing his chest out with pride, the elf adds that he successfully deciphered the complex magic back when he was 78. Spotting her gloomy aura, Reese frantically asks if she is depressed, prompting Minori to fiercely deny it before suddenly pausing in confusion. Brushing off the awkward moment, Reese casually declares that it is time for the finishing touch. Focusing his intense power, the young elf softly calls out to the Yggdrasil sylph. A glowing sphere materializes perfectly in his open palm as he prepares to cast a powerful barrier magic. Minori stares at the glowing orb and curiously asks what it is just as Reese happily announces that the spell is complete. Flashing a confident smirk, Reese simply tells the mesmerized girl to wait and look at the results. A massive, shimmering dome expands outward from the house with a soft pop, completely washing over the surrounding trees. Pointing to the sky, Reese explains that the barrier has successfully rendered the entire building invisible to the outside world. He proudly states that neither magic beasts nor demons will be able to find them while they safely search for the one possessing the brave factor. As Reese notes that the spell is just a simple version of Yggdrasil, Minori casts her gaze downward and reflects on how he can do absolutely anything by himself. She recalls the time Reese kindly claimed he only let her accompany him because she wanted to get stronger in exchange for teaching him about humans. Gripping the wooden railing tightly, she bitterly laments that she cannot do much of anything for him despite him constantly thanking her for being there. Staring at his gentle smile, the young girl silently admits to herself that he would be perfectly fine on his own. Clenching her fists by her side, she acknowledges that staying with him is merely her own selfish desire. Delving into her dark past, She remembers how she never knew her parents and only managed to survive as a miserable slave. A vivid memory flashes by, showing Reese extending a warm hand to save her just as she was about to be brutally killed. Shunned by everyone for being a former slave, she spent the next 7 grueling years doing everything possible to gain power so she wouldn't waste the life he gave her. Steeling her resolve, she remembers how the fated time finally arrived on the promised 7th year. She recalls standing at the agreed spot every single day, desperately waiting for Reese while clinging to the memory of her savior. Smiling brightly at Reese in the present, she silently wishes she could tell her past self that her dreams finally came true. Her bright smile immediately drops as she grips her skirt, realizing that she simply cannot be happy with just this arrangement. Filled with renewed conviction, she firmly decides she doesn't want him to keep her around merely to satisfy her own selfish wishes. Looking up with burning determination, she deeply desires to do more so she can actually prove useful to him. Glaring fiercely ahead, she swears she wants to become much stronger so she can properly fight by his side. Breaking her intense silence, she suddenly calls out his name and asks if he is planning on doing something specific. Staring at him seriously, she asks if he plans to take the person with the brave factor under his protection so they can eventually defeat the Demon Lord together. Reese admits he lacks the brave factor needed to defeat the Demon Lord, meaning he will likely have to train alongside that chosen person first. He adds that he wants to do his best to stop the Demon Lord, even though he currently has no idea how far into the future that battle will take place. Minori loudly insists that he could easily defeat the Demon Lord himself, showing absolute confidence in his overwhelming power. Taking a deep breath, she nervously asks if he could train her during their extended stay in the forest. Genuinely confused by the request, Reese points out that she is already strong enough to defeat powerful magic beasts completely on her own. Clenching her hand over her chest, she firmly declares that she wants to fight the Demon Lord right alongside him. Smiling softly as he realizes her goal was always to get stronger, the young elf warmly agrees to her request. Dedicating themselves completely to their mission, Reese and Minori intensely trained together in the secluded forest. Time flew by relentlessly as their peaceful days quickly turned into long months. Before they even knew it, 2 entire years had passed since they started their isolated routine. A firm, heavy boot stomped into the dirt as someone prepared for an intense battle. Sprinting swiftly ahead, Minori fiercely called out to her master while charging toward the enemy. She confidently reported detecting 5 magic beasts rapidly approaching from their 3 o'clock position. Glaring intensely at the tree line, she pinpointed that the pack consisted of 4 B-rank beasts led by a single dangerous A-rank monster. Verifying her tactical analysis with his appraisal magic, Reese proudly noted how remarkably adept his companion had grown. Flashing a cocky smirk, he challenged the young warrior to take on the deadly A-rank beast all by herself. Without a single second of hesitation, she eagerly accepted the challenge and swore he could completely count on her. Trusting her newfound strength, Reese casually declared that he would handle the rest of the pack. Diving smoothly into the thick underbrush, the elf quietly observed the ensuing battle from a safe distance. A ferocious flock of massive, terrifying cockatrices squawked viciously as they charged forward. Conjuring powerful wind magic around her body, Minori prepared to unleash her first devastating strike. She swung her blade gracefully, unleashing a massive wind scythe named Mantis that sliced right through the approaching horde. Analyzing the strange battlefield behavior, Reese realized the surviving beasts were completely ignoring Minori's obvious killing intent. Lowering her weapon slightly in confusion, Minori quickly deduced that the monsters were actually running away in sheer terror. A colossal, menacing wild bear exploded from the shadows, proving to be the true threat that had scattered the lesser beasts. Unfazed by the towering predator, Minori calmly enchanted her sturdy sword with high-rank fire magic. Pushing her magical limits even further, she furiously ignited her blade with ultimate-tier fire magic. A roaring, magnificent pillar of flames erupted from her sword as she successfully invoked the blazing phoenix. Screaming with raw, explosive power, the young girl swung her burning greatsword with all of her might. The devastating fiery slash instantly engulfed the giant bear, completely obliterating the beast in a single, blinding strike. Panting softly to catch her breath, she turned back toward the brush and called out to her hidden master. Gripping her warm hilt, she beamed with pure pride and announced that she finally managed to control ultimate magic. Emerging happily from the bushes, Reese warmly praised her incredible growth and effortless victory over the wild bear. He gently suggested focusing on stamina training next so she could keep fighting after using such exhausting spells, earning a bashful giggle from his student. Staring closely at her radiant face, Reese suddenly realized that something about her appearance had subtly changed. Connecting the dots in his head, He quietly noted that they had been intensely training in this isolated forest for 2 whole years. Admiring her mature, confident stature, he silently acknowledged that Minori had fully blossomed into a 20-year-old adult. Flustered by his sudden realization, he hid his deeply blushing face behind his collar while catching a glimpse of the silver ring on her hand. Later that day, Minori proudly presented a delicious, steaming bowl of kakatriso yakidan using Silpha's secret recipe. Digging into the hearty meal, Reese complimented her amazing cooking skills while she happily credited Silpha for all the helpful lessons. Shifting to serious business, Reese asked for news from Fort Kukure, but Minori confirmed there was still no trace of the Brave Factor or the Demon Lord. Staring thoughtfully into his empty bowl, Reese lamented that they hadn't even encountered the mysterious demons from Grillet's altered memories. Resting his chin lazily on his hand, he casually accepted that their quiet, secluded life would continue for a while longer. Suddenly sensing an incoming magical transmission, Minori eagerly rushed off to check a magic messenger arriving from the fort. Left alone at the table, Reese curiously pondered the fascinating mechanics behind such advanced magical communication tools. Bursting violently through the door with frantic urgency, a panicking Minori loudly shouted his name. Startled by her fiercely trembling hands and the crushed letter, Reese immediately jumped up and demanded to know what was wrong. Bursting with sudden urgency, a messenger frantically announces that something terrible has happened to Grillet. Adjusting his glasses with a somber expression, Gallius delivers the crushing news that Grillet does not have long left to live. He solemnly explains that the beloved lord has, at the absolute most, only 2 short years remaining. Springing into action without a moment to lose, Reese immediately decides to use teleportation magic to jump straight to Margrave Garalander's mansion. Arriving in a flash, Reese warmly greets Gallius as the grieving man profoundly thanks him for taking the time to come. Stepping into the hall, Gallius expresses his deep gratitude for their visit while Silpha gently welcomes Minori alongside them. Kneeling down to meet the young boy's gaze, Reese offers a warm evening greeting to little Weiss. The young child looks up with innocent eyes and politely returns the greeting to the elf. Pointing gently down the hall, Weiss informs the guests that his father is resting just over there. Guiding them toward the room, Gallius explains that Grillet is no longer conscious but begs them to at least see him one last time. Throwing the heavy doors open, a distressed Minori rushes inside and cries out for the old man. Sprinting to the bedside, the young girl leans over the covers and loudly announces that Reese has finally arrived. Approaching the quiet bed, Reese gazes softly at his old friend and offers a casual, gentle greeting. Looking down at the motionless figure, the elf quietly notes how incredibly peaceful the old man looks. Hugging his child close, Gallius agrees that Grillet's calm demeanor is a far cry from 2 years ago, having finally had the time to talk everything out. He admits that he used to fumble through his duties as a lord before Grillet properly taught him everything he needed to know. Holding Weiss tightly against his chest, the tearful man expresses overwhelming gratitude for having his son in his life now. As the young boy innocently asks why his father is crying, Gallius sincerely thanks Reese for gifting them this precious time. Blushing with a mix of sorrow and nostalgia, Reese reflects that the past 2 years felt like nothing more than a fleeting moment. Watching Minori and Silpha stand strong together, he realizes that everyone else in the family has already accepted the inevitable end. Staring down at the fading man in absolute silence, Reese internally wonders if his dear friend is truly satisfied with his life. Gently grasping the old man's frail hand, Reese feels the life quietly waning away despite the presence of a faint pulse. A vivid memory of a boisterous, smiling Grillet flashes through Reese's mind as he realizes this man was his very first friend in this new world. Tightening his grip on the withering fingers, the young elf solemnly wonders when the vibrant man's hands became so terribly small. Breaking the heavy silence, Reese turns back toward the family and asks Gallius if he can be just a little bit selfish. Breaking the heavy silence, Reese turns to the grieving man and softly calls out Gallius's name. Looking up with a serious expression, the young elf asks if he can be just a little bit selfish. Wiping her tears, Silpha warmly insists that they would gladly accept absolutely anything he wants. Staring solemnly out the window, Reese gently requests to speak with Grillet one last time. Utterly stunned by the impossible request, an emotional Minori asks how he could possibly talk with her father. Grasping at a tiny sliver of hope, Gallius desperately asks if Reese truly has a way to do such a miraculous thing. Reese explains that he plans to use an ancient necromancy technique that governs the cycle of life and death itself. Lowering his gaze, he humbly requests just a little bit of time to prepare the complex spell. Curious about his master's intentions, Minori asks what he would even say if he succeeds in bringing Grillet back. Pausing thoughtfully, Rhys admits he would simply thank his old friend for everything. Trailing off, he tightly shuts his eyes and begins focusing his immense magical power. Surging with dark, otherworldly energy, Rhys claps his hands together and summons a massive, glowing sphere. A colossal, ethereal door violently bursts open upon the hillside, leaving the young elf completely awestruck. Countless glowing souls pour out of the terrifying gate to the afterlife, swirling frantically around the dumbfounded onlookers. Standing tall amidst the swirling spirits, a fully materialized Grillet appears and prompts a shocked gasp from Rhys. Hoisting his massive sword over his shoulder, the confused warrior chuckles and points out that it isn't quite his time to be there yet. Sweating nervously, Rhys quickly interrupts the old man and urges him to cut right to the chase before his few minutes run out. He frantically explains that he used a highly restricted magic to temporarily materialize Grillet's soul in the physical world. He reveals that the ancient technique, necrosis, was once used to temporarily summon the very first Demon Lord and Dragon King. Clenching his fist with burning determination, Rhys swears that he will eventually find a way to permanently revive his dear friend. Pleading with the older man, Rhys begs Grillet to patiently wait in the afterlife until that promised day arrives. Throwing his head back, Grillet bursts into booming laughter and warmly teases Rhys for being capable of absolutely anything. Stepping forward with a reassuring smile, Grillet gently tells the young elf that everything is perfectly fine. Looking down with immense gratitude, the old warrior sincerely thanks Rhys for coming all this way just to see him off. Reflecting on his long life, Grillet proudly declares that he successfully protected Fort Kukure and spent his final days surrounded by his loving family. Staring happily into the starry sky, he smiles brightly and states that seeing his cute grandson left him with absolutely no regrets. Pausing slightly, Grillet admits that his one final, lingering attachment is his worry regarding the talking beasts and demons. Staring intensely at the horizon, he warns that humanity will be trampled in an instant if the Demon Lord revives and starts a rampage. Reaching out to grab Rhys's shoulder, the fierce warrior begs his master to promise him that he will find the true hero. Glaring with unwavering conviction, Grillet demands that Rhys guide the hero to completely defeat the Demon Lord. Staring deeply into the young elf's eyes, Grillet solemnly declares that Rhys is the only person he can trust with the entire future of humanity. Overwhelmed by the heavy burden, Rhys swallows his hesitation and firmly promises to fulfill his friend's final wish. A soft, relieved smile stretches across Grillet's face as he gently rests his hand against the young boy's head. Smiling confidently, Rhys assures the old man that he has nothing to worry about as long as Gallius is protecting the fort. Looking down at his own hand, Rhys quietly notes that he can still feel the faint sensation of his friend's touch. A wave of nostalgia washes over Grillet as he fondly remembers the very first time he grabbed his master's hand. Staring in pure wonder, the old warrior notes that Rhys's hand hasn't changed a single bit since the day they first met. Gently gripping the small hand, Grillet marvels at how pale and smooth the elven skin has remained after all these years. Realizing that elves don't start aging until they hit 800, Grillet comically connects the dots and freaks out over how many centuries his master has actually lived. Sharing one final, quiet moment, Grillet gazes warmly down at his eternal friend as his time in the physical world slowly comes to an end. Staring solemnly, Rhys quietly reflects that his own long life must have seemed like a mere flash to the dying man. Gripping the fragile fingers, the elf hesitates to share his own thoughts while Grillet sincerely thanks him for his tears. Passing on a message from Gallius, Grillet gently tells his master that he can finally rest and offers his profound gratitude. Flashing a bright, unwavering smile, the old warrior enthusiastically accepts his fate. Promising to find some delicious sake, Grillet vows to wait on the other side but warmly warns Rhys not to visit too soon. The very next morning, the great war god who protected Fort Kukure from magic beasts for 20 years passes away at the age of 58. Surrounded by his weeping family, the beloved lord peacefully draws his last breath in his sleep. Sitting alone on a high wall overlooking the city, Rhys notes that his friend experienced as good a death as any mortal could hope for. The quiet, bustling city carries on below, entirely unaware of the monumental loss of its protector. Watching the peaceful streets, Minori reflects on how incredibly short 2 years truly is. Staring at his own smooth palm, Rhys vividly recalls the stark contrast of Grillet's wrinkled hand and the old man's lingering words about how elves never change. Startled from his heavy thoughts, Rhys turns sharply as Minori suddenly calls out his name. Looking deeply concerned, the young girl gently asks if he wants to come inside and rest. Gazing down at her warm, youthful skin, Rhys somberly realizes that one day her hand will inevitably suffer the exact same fate. Ignoring her worried inquiry, he silently walks past the confused girl while she asks if he is okay. Brushing off her concern, he softly thanks her and insists that he is perfectly fine now. Walking away from the estate, Reese internally mourns the devastating loss of the very first friend he made in this new world. Stopping in his tracks, he calls out to Minori and fiercely swears that he will absolutely defeat the Demon Lord. Glaring into the distance, he vows to accomplish this goal even if it takes centuries and forces him to fight the fully revived Demon Lord without the fated hero. Flashing a determined gaze, he notes that stubbornly pursuing a goal for ages is his absolute strongest trait. Lowering his eyes, he silently admits to himself that he still lacks the crucial brave factor needed to actually pull off such a monumental feat. Rushing excitedly after him, Minori beams with unwavering loyalty and happily promises to follow him wherever he goes. Marching forward, Reese silently vows to inherit his late friend's legacy and protect the very place the old man guarded with his life. Gripping his fist tightly, the young elf resolves to make Grillet's cherished sanctuary a part of his own destiny. 1 year later, Reese sits at a rustic table and eagerly anticipates the arrival of Minori Special Number 48. Bursting with pride, Minori dramatically presents a mouth-watering dish of farce steamed in white wine. Savoring the delicious bite, Reese praises her rapidly improving skills while she happily admits to using every trick in the book to make him enjoy her cooking. Reese cautiously asks if it is really okay to stop naming her dishes after Silpha, given the older woman's past instructions. Smiling softly, Minori explains that her late mentor taught her to wholeheartedly support the people she cares about most. Brimming with confidence, she eagerly plans to show off her massive collection of original recipes when she eventually reunites with Silpha in the afterlife. A pair of quiet tombstones stand side by side, marking the tragic reality that Silpha passed away exactly 1 year after her beloved husband. Flexing her culinary muscles, Minori playfully tells him to look forward to her next meal while Reese cheerfully agrees. Later that night, the young girl sleeps soundly with soft, rhythmic breaths filling the quiet room. Watching her peaceful face, Reese reflects on how the tiny child he saved will already be turning 22 by the end of the year. Gazing softly at her resting form, he silently laments the terrifying, incredible speed at which humanity moves forward. Clenching his teeth, he bitterly admits to himself that he simply does not want to accept that harsh reality when it comes to Minori. Suddenly jolting upright in his bed, the young elf snaps his attention toward the window as he detects a distant battle. Peeking through the wooden shutters, he utilizes his appraisal magic to analyze several chaotic mana signatures rampaging deep within the forest. A massive, invisible shockwave ripples violently against the shimmering barrier protecting their hidden home. Widening his glowing eyes, Reese unleashes a blinding pulse of raw magical energy into the night. Staring intensely out the window into the dark night, Reese suddenly breaks the silence and declares that he finally found them. Confused by his sudden intensity, a startled Minori gently asks her master what is going on. Spinning around with wild excitement, Reese practically shouts that he finally located their target. Flashing a massive grin at the bewildered girl, he triumphantly announces that he found the one possessing the legendary brave factor. Half a day earlier, a heavily burdened young man gasps for breath as he slowly trudges through a rugged mountain pass. An arrogant adventurer glares back at the struggling boy and angrily demands to know why they have to look after such a pathetic weakling. Sneering viciously, the leader threatens to completely ditch the boy the second they get a chance if he cannot even carry their luggage. Ignoring the harsh insults, the exhausted boy desperately huffs for air while buckling under the weight of a massive, towering backpack. Glancing back with pure disgust, the leader scoffs that the boy perfectly proves why people unable to use magic are completely useless. Pointing a threatening finger, the cruel adventurer swears he will make the boy repay them in full if he drops a single piece of gear. Gritting his teeth through the agonizing pain, the young man groans softly while his so-called comrades march lazily ahead. Trudging forward under the crushing weight, the determined boy repeatedly mutters to himself that this torture is simply part of his training. Desperately calling out to Luke, Jin begs the party to stop and warns that traversing the forest at night is far too dangerous. He frantically suggests setting up camp since it's safe during the day, noting recent reports of a mysterious mist and unusually strong monsters appearing at night. Rolling her eyes, a mage named Solala mocks Jin for being a pain and agrees with Luke's desire to finish the quest and rush home. Annoyed by the whining, Luke commands the boy to shut up while Jin desperately tries to offer a safer route using a hand-drawn map. Exuding pure arrogance, Luke reminds the group that they are a highly capable B-rank party. Sweating under the harsh glare, Jin listens helplessly as Luke cruelly tells the magicless supporter to just keep his mouth shut. Ignoring all warnings, the confident leader orders the group to march straight into the darkening woods. Trudging forward with a heavy pack, Jin tries to reassure himself that everything will be fine as long as he focuses on his assigned tasks. Glaring into the shadows, the young boy firmly vows to overcome his weakness and grow stronger. Deep into the night, the party sprints frantically through the trees as a heavily burdened Jin struggles to keep pace. Cursing in terror, Jin watches as ominous, shadowy figures rapidly close the distance behind them. Panicking as the pursuit intensifies, someone frantically screams to know what kind of freaky creatures are hunting them. Staring back in pure horror, the group realizes the pursuing beasts are absolutely no ordinary monsters. Trembling, Luke tries to rationalize the situation by claiming the magic snake and boar should merely be C-rank threats. Spinning around in desperation, the twin mags unleash a barrage of magical spells directly at their pursuers. The powerful elemental attacks strike the beasts dead on, erupting into a massive and blinding explosion of force. As the smoke clears, the adventurers are absolutely stunned to see their magic did absolutely no damage to the creatures. Trembling in sheer disbelief, they realize that only A-rank monsters or higher possess the terrifying ability to absorb magic. A tearful mage screams in panic, crying out that both her and her sister's spells are completely useless against the threat. Sweating profusely, Luke fiercely insists they are a B-rank party while Carol hysterically begs everyone to run away. Sprinting for their lives, the panicked adventurers wail that the relentless beasts refuse to stop chasing them. Glancing back over his shoulder, a terrified party member questions the horrifying black aura radiating from the monsters. Realizing the dark aura is actually dense mana, Carol deduces these are the exact weirdly strong monsters Jin warned them about. Glaring furiously, Luke commands her to shut up as she cries that they should have listened to the boy in the first place. Pointing an accusing finger, the angry leader reminds Carol that she willingly brushed off the warnings earlier too. Sobbing uncontrollably, Carol wails that they are all going to get caught and die at this rate. Gritting his teeth in furious desperation, Luke listens as a weeping Carol calls out his name for a solution. She begs him to find a way back to the fortress, warning that their dire situation is only going to get worse. A sinister shadow falls over Luke's face as he coldly mutters that it is not over just yet. Flashing a dark expression, the cruel leader decides it is finally time to write off their unprofitable asset. He casually rationalizes that they can simply buy new luggage, sending a wave of absolute shock through his confused comrades. Flashing a psychotic grin, Luke silences Carol's protests by asking if she would prefer to take the boy's place as bait. Desperately trying to save everyone, Jin points out a small animal path they could all use to safely escape the monsters. Sneering viciously down at him, Luke asks the magicless boy what the hell he even lives for. He cruelly reveals he only brought Jin along because they grew up together, openly mocking his pathetic dream of becoming an adventurer. Pulling out a highly valuable magic tool, Luke complains about wasting it while a terrified Jin weakly calls his name. Smiling with sadistic glee, Luke tells the doomed boy he can at least be useful to them in the very end. He aggressively invokes the tool's power, unleashing a devastating combination of advanced water and earth fusion magic. The spell violently crashes into Jin, crushing him under his massive pack as he screams in agony about his sinking legs. Holding a glowing orb, Luke carelessly turns his back on the trapped boy while Jin desperately asks what he is doing. Trembling with fear, the twin mags nervously agree to the sick plan of using the worthless guy as bait so they can escape. Weeping uncontrollably as they abandon their comrade, the terrified girls scream that they just want to go home. Reaching out helplessly from the mud, Jin watches as a horrified Carol turns away and sprints into the darkness. The three surviving adventurers disappear into the night, completely abandoning the crippled boy to be slaughtered. Gripping the dirt with bloody fingers, a devastated Jin realizes they could have all made it out together if they had just listened. Lying helpless in the dirt, the young boy reflects on the painful reality of his inability to use magic. Gazing into the distance, he remembers how his lifelong dream had always been to become a powerful adventurer who could save others. He fondly imagines a life spent traveling the world, defeating dangerous monsters, and protecting the innocent smiles of the people. Despite his tragic lack of talent, he has always deeply believed that being an adventurer was the absolute coolest path in life. Staring at his calloused hands, he bitterly laments that magic is an absolute requirement for adventurers and he simply cannot wield it. He reflects on how humans naturally develop magic by age 5 and hit their absolute peak around 20 years old. Recalling his past, he notes how every single childhood friend he partied up with quickly grew overwhelmingly strong at a terrifying speed. Staring hopelessly at the ground, he painfully admits that nothing ever changed for his own stagnant growth. Refusing to completely surrender his dream, he desperately trained with his sword to compensate for his devastating lack of magical talent. Pushing himself to the absolute limit, he worked tirelessly to gather information so he could still be useful to his friends. Gripping the earth, he cries out that his curse prevents him from even using the basic magic tools that all of humanity relies on. Trapped in a world where magic dictates everything, the crippled boy feels completely forbidden from holding onto any hopes or dreams. As the terrifying shadows of the monsters loom over him, he weakly reaches out and whispers his final wish. Staring death in the face, the battered boy sadly admits he just wanted to be a cool adventurer like the rest of them. A massive, explosive sphere of dark energy suddenly violently erupts out of nowhere and blasts the monstrous snake away. Invoking the powerful Whirl Schwartz spell, a mysterious savior arrives in the nick of time to unleash a devastating strike. A blinding pillar of fiery destruction engulfs the battlefield as a fierce warrior steps up to crush the remaining threats. Glaring at the scorched earth, Minori loudly announces that she and her master made it just in time to intercept the black flames. Flashing a confident smile, Reese notes how incredibly close the boy came to meeting his tragic end. Noticing a second beast charging forward, Minori fiercely declares that she will personally handle the rampaging magic boar. The massive, menacing boar snorts viciously and digs its hooves into the dirt as it prepares to trample the new challengers. Raising her weapon with absolute authority, Minori channels an overwhelming combination of ultimate fire and wind fusion magic. She seamlessly invokes the legendary Dragonia spell, unleashing a torrential storm of elemental fury. The resulting shockwave obliterates the surrounding terrain and completely vaporizes the ferocious beast in an instant. Looking up in absolute shock, the battered Jin gasps in awe as he realizes his savior is an actual elf. Analyzing the battlefield, Reese calmly notes that it has been a very long time since they encountered monsters capable of surviving a direct spell. Turning his attention back to his student, the young elf cheerfully declares that this is a perfect training opportunity for Minori. Reese confidently challenges the eager girl to defeat the surviving magic snake using a maximum of 5 ultimate spells. Glancing down at the bewildered boy, Reese casually assures Minori that she does not need to worry about the bystander's safety. Smiling warmly at the injured boy, the powerful elf promises to personally protect him during the ensuing clash. Watching the interaction, a fiercely jealous Minori silently pouts and wishes her master would protect her instead. Kneeling down beside Jin, Reese accurately deduces that the boy was completely abandoned by his comrades solely because of his lack of magic. Shaking his head in disbelief, Reese mocks the boy's former party as utterly blind fools. The wise elf notes that Jin has constantly trained his body and mind to absolute perfection in order to overcome his magical handicap. Staring deeply into the boy's soul, Reese praises him for never giving up and always believing that his magic would someday awaken. Utterly stunned by this perfect analysis, Jin weakly looks up and asks how the stranger could possibly know his deepest struggles. Pointing gently at the young man, Reese confidently declares that such unbreakable perseverance is exactly what defines true greatness. Flashing a reassuring smile, the young elf firmly states that Jin's relentless spirit is precisely what makes a true hero. Channeling his immense power, Reese casts the ultimate recovery spell Psi Ralpha to completely heal the boy's severe wounds. Offering a warm, gentle hand to the stunned boy, Reese expresses his profound relief at finally finding the one possessing the legendary brave factor. History would later record that the 17-year-old Jin Fritz experienced his ultimate turning point the fateful night he met an elf. Staring in pure awe, Jin realizes Reese healed his severely injured legs instantly without even using a single potion. Sitting comfortably on the forest floor, the stunned boy deduces his savior must truly be one of the legends. Annoyed by the situation, Reese complains about the party making one member carry all the heavy luggage while Jin wonders if he is a legendary elf. Reese gently praises the boy for managing to keep pace on the uneven forest roads while lugging such a massive bag. Looking curiously at the young supporter, the elf asks if Jin has been doing all this grueling work without magic his entire life. Jin sadly admits he was born without mana, noting that normal people simply use magic tools to carry heavy loads. Reese confirms the tragic reality, stating he cannot feel any mana waves emanating from the boy, meaning even basic magic tools are useless to him. Examining Jin's well-trained arms and legs, the elf notes the boy must have worked incredibly hard to compensate for his lack of mana. Gripping his arm tightly, Jin tearfully laments that he wouldn't have been abandoned by his comrades if only he were stronger. Reese silently observes that instead of blaming the companions who left him for dead, the noble boy only blames his own lack of strength. Glaring with sudden intensity, Reese realizes this exact mindset is what will bring the legendary hero factor to its true potential. Standing tall over the confused boy, the confident elf declares that Jin has the talent to become a strong adventurer and vows to make him one. Lowering his gaze, Reese adds that he won't bother the boy if he has already lost his drive to pursue his dream. Extending a warm hand, the elf invites Jin to take it if he still deeply desires to become even a little bit stronger. Looking up with renewed hope, Jin vividly recalls his lifelong dream to become a strong adventurer who protects people's smiles. Tears streaming down his face, the battered boy desperately cries out that he truly wants to become stronger. Reaching forward with all his might, the weeping boy passionately screams his desire to grow strong. Grasping the boy's hand firmly, Reese pulls him up with a reassuring smile as a new bond is forged. Jin stares at the elf in absolute wonder while Reese internally marvels at the amazing resolve both these young kids possess. Formalizing their partnership, they proudly introduce themselves to each other while Reese humbly reflects that he was nothing like them in his past life. Minori urgently interrupts the moment, screaming a warning that the surviving magic boar is charging straight for Reese. As the massive beast snorts and hardens its fur into sharp spikes, Reese calmly identifies the creature's hardening magic. Stepping forward to meet the charge, Reese counters the beast's hardening magic with his own beast fist and enchants it with crackling thunder magic. Lightning surges violently around his arm as the elf pulls back his glowing, devastating thunder fist. Flashing a confident smirk, Reese instructs Jin to stay back and closely watch the ensuing battle. Sprinting forward with blinding speed, the fierce elf unleashes his strike and yells that this overwhelming power is what 100 years of training gets you. The electrified punch slams brutally into the massive boar, completely shattering its defense and sending the heavy beast flying backward. Reese flashes a triumphant grin as raw lightning surges through the impact zone, thoroughly obliterating the monster. Jin watches the spectacle in absolute shock, suddenly recalling that fairy tales claim elves can only use basic healing magic. Still reeling from the incredible display, Jin listens as Reese casually suggests they go retrieve Minori. A sinister, swirling black mass suddenly manifests in the sky, shocking Reese as a dark voice greets them. The ominous void floats silently between the trees, exuding a dense and terrifying aura of dark energy. Recognizing the voice from Grillet's altered memories, Reese glares at the anomaly and demands to know what it is doing here. The dark sphere violently erupts with power, instantly obliterating the nearby magic beast in a terrifying burst of energy. Shielding his face from the intense miasma, Reese urgently checks to see how Jin is handling the crushing pressure. Trembling violently under the overwhelming aura, a terrified Jin barely manages to stay conscious on his feet. Stepping protectively in front of the boy, Reese confidently greets the dark entity with a fearless smile. Staring down the swirling void, Reese calmly states that he clearly remembers the entity's distinct voice. Glaring sharply at the anomaly, the elf deduces that this is the exact same being who attacked Grillet at Fort Kukure 10 years ago. Noting its much fainter appearance, Reese questions if the entity has been trapped in this strange, incorporeal form using dark magic. Deep inside a mausoleum in the Holy Forest Litor, a dark entity reveals that its soul was sealed away. The entity explains it only exists now thanks to mana from the Demon Lord's subordinate, remaining trapped in this pitiful vessel. Reese vividly recalls reading that incredibly powerful divine beasts are sealed inside that exact mausoleum. Putting the pieces together, Reese realizes the soul inside the magic boar must belong to one of those legendary divine beasts. Digging deeper, the elf deduces that the Demon Lord's subordinate must possess enormous mana to forcibly link a divine beast's soul to a mere monster. The dark entity casually mentions hearing that the Demon Lord's grand resurrection is scheduled to happen in exactly 3 years. Snorting violently, the boar eagerly anticipates the resurrection so it will no longer have to suffer in such an uncomfortable body. Flashing a knowing smirk, Reese points out that being trapped in a magic beast usually means the soul's existence is rapidly waning. He confidently explains that the incorporeal soul is being physically influenced by the boar vessel, meaning the entity is dangerously close to becoming a mindless beast. A sudden, explosive shockwave violently erupts from the boar, forcing Reese to swiftly grab Jin and dodge the impact. Shielding the terrified boy, Reese urgently checks to ensure Jin survived the sudden blast. Reese calmly observes that the magic beast is acting awfully willing to divulge highly classified information. A stunned Jin asks when Reese cast his spell, to which the elf proudly explains he simply used a powerful illusion magic known as Okinos. As the illusion continues to trick the beast, Jin sweats profusely and mutters that elves are absolutely crazy. Clenching his fists, Jin desperately tries to formulate a plan to exploit the divine beast's weakness despite its overwhelming power. The young boy points out that the beast's mana could run out at any moment, a tactical observation that Reese happily confirms. The boar fiercely declares it must persevere and follow orders since its life is entirely in the hands of its absent masters. Activating his appraisal magic, Reese scans the boar's status and uncovers its true name as Vritra, currently subjugated by Wava Karma. Connecting the dots, Reese recognizes Wava Karma as the acting supervisor of the fearsome Demon Lord army. Utterly shocked, the dark entity stammers in panic as it demands to know how the elf discovered its true name. Flashing a devious smile, Reese explains that he can easily extract massive amounts of information from weaker targets using his appraisal magic. Extending a casual hand toward the trembling beast, the confident elf offers to make a mutually beneficial deal. Reese proposes using his immense magic to grant the divine beast its original, powerful body back. Sweating heavily, Jin frantically points out that giving a monster its body back is impossible for an elf, while Reese simply demands the beast stop hunting adventurers in exchange. Summoning a massive, blinding sphere of raw magic, Reese proudly asks if this is enough mana to sustain the original body. Squealing in absolute terror, the boar freaks out over the elf effortlessly producing mana on par with Wava Karma. Watching the boar completely lose its mind from the shock, Reese casually notes that this display is only a mere fifth of his total mana capacity. Overwhelmed by the elf's sheer power, the beast nervously asks if Reese really won't demand anything else in return. Staring up at the sky with renewed hope, the entity softly wonders if it will truly be able to fly freely once again. Reese promises not to meddle in the beast's life as long as it avoids causing trouble, though he casually asks for a chat every century or so. Flashing a brilliant smile, the young elf finalizes the deal while the beast fiercely swears on its life to uphold its end of the bargain. A massive, blinding pillar of energy erupts into the sky as the dark magic radically reshapes the beast's physical form. A towering, magnificent dragon emerges from the light, laughing triumphantly as Jin screams in sheer terror at its imposing size. Checking his appraisal window to confirm the successful physical body creation, Reese cheerfully asks the newly restored ancient dragon how it feels. Spreading its massive wings, Vritra excitedly declares that it can finally fly wherever it wants in its ideal body. Reese warns the dragon that it will take time for its soul to fully root in the new body, but jokingly adds he doesn't plan on dying for the next 9 centuries anyway. Startled by the elf's incredibly long lifespan, the dragon gratefully accepts the offer of future mana top-ups. Brushing off the massive favor, Reese playfully asks the dragon to share any delicious fruits it finds during its travels. Vritra notes that elves are truly odd creatures but offers its sincere gratitude before asking for its savior's name. Smiling brightly, Reese Klein proudly declares himself an elf who fled his cramped little world to live freely on the outside. Recognizing their shared desire for absolute freedom, Vritra chuckles and declares that they are truly birds of a feather. Fist-bumping the colossal beast, Reese fiercely swears a lifelong friendship that the dark dragon gladly accepts. Preparing to take flight, the ancient dragon's massive eye suddenly glows as it offers a mysterious token of its profound gratitude. A sudden, blinding pulse of dark magic violently washes over the startled elf as he wonders what just happened. Spreading its magnificent wings, Vritra promises to visit Reese Klein again after taking a triumphant flight around the entire world. Reese happily watches the massive beast soar into the twilight sky and cheerfully bids his new companion farewell. Staring at the empty horizon, the young elf quietly marvels at how incredibly fast the dragon completely disappeared from sight. Smiling warmly, Reese reflects on the absolute joy of finally making a friend in this new world who shares a similarly long lifespan. Breaking the quiet moment, an incredibly excited Minori sprints up to announce her flawless victory over the magic snake. Reese proudly praises his student's amazing growth, genuinely impressed that she effortlessly defeated the beast with plenty of mana to spare. Watching from the sidelines, an absolutely awestruck Jin deduces the young girl must be at least an A-rank adventurer to pull off such an incredible feat. Snapping his attention to the bewildered boy, Reese fiercely scolds Jin for standing around slack-jawed when there is no time to waste. A horrified Minori gasps in pure shock as Reese solemnly reveals that the Demon Lord will fully revive in exactly 3 short years. Turning back to the trembling boy, the serious elf commands Jin to listen closely to some incredibly vital information. Reese completely shatters the boy's reality by revealing that Jin possesses the dormant brave factor, making him the only person capable of defeating the Demon Lord. Gesturing dramatically toward his prodigy student, Reese fiercely vows to train Jin until he is even stronger than Minori within a single year. Utterly overwhelmed by the insane declaration, the exhausted boy can only offer a blank, breathless stare of absolute confusion. The incredibly grueling and overwhelming operational training officially begins for the determined young boy. Closing her eyes in deep concentration, Minori smoothly enchants her wooden sword with ultimate fire magic. She swings the burning blade with terrifying force, unleashing the devastating Valhalla strike right at her junior. Bracing himself for their 180-second sparring match, a battered Jin fiercely welcomes her all-out attack. Exactly 182 days earlier, the peaceful morning sun shines over the estate as the very first day of training commences. Standing outside, Jin looks completely bewildered as Reese cheerfully announces they will be training with wooden swords. Stepping closer, an intense Minori explains that the weapon is actually special training equipment personally crafted by their master. Realizing the immense value of the gift, Jin eagerly accepts the wooden sword with profound gratitude. Smiling warmly, Reese notes that while the boy possesses absolutely no actual mana, he still has the necessary vessel to hold it. The wise elf uses a simple analogy, explaining that the body's mana vessel acts like a bucket while the mana itself is the water inside. He demonstrates how constantly emptying the bucket allows the vessel to grow slightly over time as the mana naturally regenerates. Jin excitedly points out that he read that exact concept in a magic theory book, leaving both elves thoroughly impressed by his knowledge. Flashing a wicked grin, Reese reveals he plans to put Jin through the exact same terrifying training regimen that once left Minori completely paralyzed for a week. Trembling slightly at the horrifying prospect, a sweating Jin raises his hand to ask a very important question. He nervously points out the obvious flaw in the plan, asking where he is supposed to get mana if he literally produces none. With a massive, cheerful smile, Reese casually states that he will simply pour his own mana directly into Jin's empty vessel until it overflows. He explains that the wooden sword is secretly a magic tool designed to absorb mana, forcing Jin to learn how to properly channel the foreign energy. Staring deeply into the boy's eyes, Reese promises that following these exact steps will rapidly and violently expand his mana vessel. The elf explains this method bypasses natural regeneration, simulating how normal people instinctively learn to use mana from birth. Utterly overwhelmed by the insane strategy, Jin nervously grips the hilt of his new weapon while processing the absurd information. Reese elaborates that since Jin's body lacks the ability to produce mana, it doesn't need to waste time resting to regenerate any. He points out that this completely eliminates the annoying downtime they previously suffered when waiting for Minori's reserves to slowly recharge. Formulating his brutal plan, Reese intends to exhaust Jin's vessel daily, instantly cure his physical fatigue with magic, and forcefully refill him for an entire year. The elf excitedly calculates that this relentless cycle will eventually mutate Jin's mana vessel to 30 times its current microscopic size before his brave factor awakens. Gripping the heavy wooden sword, a highly intimidated Jin silently wonders if he can truly survive such a monstrous ordeal. Sensing the boy's hesitation, Reese gently brings up their previous conversation regarding the legendary brave factor. Staring at his sword, Jin solemnly recalls that the person possessing this specific factor is the only one capable of defeating the Demon Lord. Reese respectfully acknowledges the immense suffering and humiliation Jin has endured his entire life due to his magical handicap. However, the elf firmly declares that to a discerning eye, the boy harbors an absolutely terrifying amount of untapped potential. The master solemnly calls out the boy's full name, letting the heavy reality of his destiny sink in. Extending a hand of absolute trust, Reese assumes Jin hasn't changed his mind since he desperately begged to become stronger. Flashing a fearless, cocky smirk, Jin proudly declares that his absolute best trait is his stubborn refusal to ever give up. Watching the boy's unwavering resolve, Reese and Minori silently acknowledge the terrifying reality that they only have 3 years before the Demon Lord revives. Despite the extreme lack of time, Minori glares fiercely ahead and decides she is willing to bet everything on this magicless boy. Snapping back to the explosive present, Minori unleashes a massive, roaring vortex of flames and vows to go all out. Squaring his battle stance, a fiercely determined Jin screams for her to bring it on. A blazing, high-speed clash erupts between the two students, marking the explosive start of their 180-second match. Watching calmly from the sidelines, Reese notes that the match count perfectly matches the exact number of days since Jin's hellish training began. Screaming with raw effort, Jin charges fearlessly through the scorching heat toward his overwhelmingly powerful senior. Focusing his entire soul into the blade, the young boy desperately attempts to become one with his sword to survive the crushing impact. Gripping his wooden sword tightly, Jin concentrates fiercely to feel the flow of mana. Minori unleashes a vicious downward slash, forcing the young boy to brace for the heavy impact. A sudden pulse of energy interrupts the clash, leaving both warriors completely stunned as the jammer unexpectedly goes off. Staring wide-eyed at his weapon, Jin realizes with sheer disbelief that the magic tool actually activated. Lowering her gaze, Minori calmly praises his effort before issuing a stern warning. Glaring sharply through her bangs, the experienced warrior coldly states that he still has absolutely no chance. Unleashing a terrifying wave of dark flames, she blasts the young boy backward with overwhelming force. Struggling through the agonizing pain, the battered boy desperately tries to stand back up and insists he can still fight. Stepping in, Reese gently stops the boy and warns that pushing his limits will only cause unnecessary strain since he only gets healed once a day. Channeling his immense power, the elf casually casts a glowing recovery spell to soothe the boy's battered body. Realizing the massive implications of his training, a starry-eyed Jin excitedly interrupts to ask about his sudden progress. Trembling with overwhelming emotion, the young boy tearfully asks if he actually just cast magic for the very first time. Flashing a bright smile, Reese happily confirms the achievement and praises Jin for his grueling 6 months of hard work. Bursting with renewed energy, the eager boy instantly sprints off to practice his swings and tackle his stamina training. Chuckling at the boy's boundless enthusiasm, the young elf suddenly feels a gentle tug on his cloak. Turning his attention to his senior student, Reese warmly praises Minori for her incredible recovery speed during the spar. Blushing furiously under the praise, Minori flashes a bright smile and proudly declares that her junior is still light years away from beating her. Watching her adorable reaction, Reese silently notes her sudden shift in demeanor and decides that her cuteness makes everything perfectly fine. Formulating his next tactical move, the master realizes it is finally time to start the harsh training required to awaken the boy's dormant brave factor. He reflects on the ancient legend, deducing that the hero can only awaken his true power by overcoming seemingly impossible trials alongside trusted companions. Stroking his chin in deep thought, the protective master worries about sending the inexperienced boy into deadly peril without his overpowered mentors hovering nearby. A sudden distraction breaks his concentration as Minori urgently points out something completely unexpected approaching from the sky. A massive, shadowy dragon swoops down from the clouds and booms a villainous laugh to announce its grand return. Staring wide-eyed at the terrifying beast, Reese completely freezes in absolute shock at the sudden, overwhelming entrance. Recognizing the massive creature, the stunned elf instantly identifies the ancient dragon he saved so long ago. Waving his arms frantically, Reese demands to know why the ancient beast returned centuries ahead of their agreed schedule. Puffing out its scaly chest, Vritra arrogantly dismisses the concern and brags about its perfectly full mana reserves. Leaning its massive head down, the imposing dragon excitedly urges its elven friend to check out its brand new trick. The young master's eye twitches in utter disbelief as the colossal beast suddenly begins to shrink right before him. Standing proudly in a ridiculously tiny, adorable form, the miniature dragon leaves both elves completely dumbfounded by its sudden transformation. Unable to resist the adorable sight, Minori eagerly pokes the squishy little dragon while it happily accepts the attention. Stroking his chin curiously, Reese correctly deduces that the ancient beast can freely alter its size solely because its brand new body is constructed entirely of his own mana. Brimming with excitement over their cute new guest, Minori happily rushes off to brew some tea and fetch her junior. Sitting comfortably on his shoulder, the tiny dragon listens as Reese casually asks for the real reason behind this surprisingly early visit. Glaring with sudden annoyance, the little beast complains that the outside world is currently crawling with incredibly obnoxious demons. Vritra grimly reveals that the growing hordes of magical beasts and demons are slowly accumulating dangerous miasma in preparation for their Dark Lord's imminent return. The ancient dragon nods seriously, reminding Reese that he already saw those exact horrific memories back at the fort. Crossing its tiny arms, the dragon casually announces its selfish plan to crash at the elf's hidden sanctuary until the outside chaos completely blows over. Throwing a tiny punch into the air, Vritra boldly declares it will help obliterate the demon lord just so it can finally get some proper sleep in a quiet world. Sighing heavily at the absolute misunderstanding, Reese flatly interrupts the hyped-up dragon to clarify that he is absolutely not the legendary hero destined to save the world. Glaring fiercely ahead, Minori confidently declares she is betting everything on the magicless kid her master found. The tiny dragon tilts its head in sheer confusion, questioning why she would do that when she is clearly so strong. Staring deeply at the young girl, Vritra asserts that she will remain vastly superior to the boy regardless of his awakened factor or magic. Sweating nervously, Reese frantically covers the tiny dragon's mouth and dismisses the creature's crazy ideas. Looking out over the training grounds, the elf calmly explains that humans grow at a terrifying pace and tells his companion to just wait and see. Later that evening, An utterly exhausted Jin mumbles in his sleep as he collapses after another brutal round of swing practice. Standing over the battered boy, Minori gently notes how incredibly fired up he is about his hellish training. She warmly hands him a steaming cup of potion-laced tea, warning the young hero that impatience will only dull his blade. The two warriors sit quietly together under the starry sky, taking a brief moment of respite from their grueling reality. Staring into his warm cup, Jin lowers his gaze and sadly admits that he simply cannot help his anxious feelings. He solemnly confesses that dark doubts keep creeping into his mind regarding his supposed destiny as the chosen hero. Gripping the cup tightly, the frustrated boy laments his incredibly slow progress and desperately wishes to quickly live up to Reese's massive expectations. Minori gently breaks his self-pity, curiously asking how he knows for sure that the hero from the fairy tales actually defeated the demon lord. Looking up in slight confusion, Jin quickly replies that he has read the famous story countless times since he was a little kid. Flashing a nostalgic, innocent smile, he explains how he always deeply admired the legendary hero for protecting everyone's smiles. Minori calmly points out the obvious truth that if the protagonist had failed, they would never have been called a hero in the first place. She patiently clarifies her point, leaving Jin slightly bewildered as she explains it isn't simply about a predestined hero winning. Staring confidently into the night, she asserts that whoever manages to defeat the great evil will retroactively earn the grand title of hero. Flashing a warm smile, she advises the boy to stop brooding over ancient legends and just focus on becoming the person he truly wants to be. Standing tall against the moonlight, Minori asks the young boy who he ultimately desires to become. Utterly awestruck by her profound perspective, Jin stares up at his senior and silently ponders her heavy question. Gathering his own courage, the curious boy turns the conversation around and asks what drives Minori to train so relentlessly. Minori explains that Reese solemnly swore to completely obliterate the demon lord no matter how many centuries it might take. A sweating Jin quickly realizes that if they fail, the immortal elf will simply outlive them and eventually find new companions to finish the mission. Lowering her eyes bitterly, Minori acknowledges the heartbreaking reality that an entire human life is merely a fleeting moment to an elf. She notes that her beloved master will undoubtedly cherish many different companions throughout his incredibly long past and future. Clenching her fists tightly, the young girl admits she finds that tragic truth absolutely frustrating. Glaring with fierce, burning determination, she declares her absolute refusal to leave their shared future in the hands of unknown successors. Looking back with a gentle smile, Minori vows to stay by her master's side and fight for him as long as she draws breath. Flashing a brilliant, cocky grin, she proudly deduces that everything will be perfectly fine if she just kills the demon lord herself and claims the hero title. Completely mesmerized by her unbreakable resolve, a smiling Jin earnestly tells his senior that she is incredibly cool. Exactly 1 year after his grueling training began, the sharp clang of wooden swords echoes through the field as Reese and Vritra quietly observe the sparring match. Swinging her glowing blade with terrifying intensity, Minori fiercely activates her advanced fire magic enchant to overwhelm her junior. Glaring back with absolute focus, Jin waits for the perfect moment and intensely declares that it is his time to strike. Channeling his hard-earned power, the young boy successfully activates his jammer spell as a magical circle materializes on his hilt. Refusing to let up the pressure, Minori rapidly re-enchants her blade and fiercely warns him that extinguishing her flames once means absolutely nothing. Meeting her ferocious strike head-on, Jin pushes back with all his might and vows not to let her succeed. Despite his desperate defense, the young boy silently realizes that his current power is simply not enough to settle the match. Gritting his teeth under the heavy pressure, Jin mentally admits that relying solely on his jammer spell won't be enough to defeat his formidable senior. Watching the intense clash, Vritra commends the magicless boy for mastering both swordplay and Reese's foreign mana in such a remarkably short period. Flashing a cocky smirk, Reese shrugs off the praise and reminds the dragon that he always knew humans possessed a terrifying growth rate. Leaning in with absolute confidence, the Elven Master deviously proposes a high-stakes bet regarding his student's potential. He cheerfully declares that if Jin's growth manages to genuinely surprise the ancient beast today, Vritra must grant him one unconditional favor. Narrowing its scaly eyes, the tiny dragon eagerly accepts the challenge while assuring that the terms will undoubtedly go both ways. Staring intently at the young warriors, Vritra silently wonders why humans waste their incredibly short 60-year lifespans forcing their way through such brutal struggles. Watching the sparks fly between the two determined youths, Reese softly deduces that their shared obsession with their dreams is what pushes them beyond their limits. Glancing sideways at the wise elf, the tiny dragon hums thoughtfully before speaking its mind. Vritra bluntly points out that Rhys thinks awfully like a human despite his immortal lifespan, a notion the elf quickly brushes off with a nervous sweat. Hiding his true origins, Rhys silently reflects on his past life as a human that tragically ended after a mere 30 years. Flashing a warm, nostalgic smile, the proud master gazes at his students and marvels at how beautifully they are shining. Back on the battlefield, Jin desperately cries out as he barely dodges another devastating strike from his relentless senior. Catching his breath, Jin confidently brags that he has finally picked up on her attack habits after surviving exactly 365 matches. Hovering eagerly above the action, Vritra enthusiastically praises the boy's evasion and prepares to watch the climax of the spar. Rhys frantically warns the tiny dragon not to fly too close to the dangerous clash, but the arrogant beast completely ignores him. Ignoring her junior's taunts, a fiercely serious Minori shuts her eyes and channels an overwhelming surge of ultimate fire magic. Diving fearlessly toward the explosive energy, Vritra happily rationalizes that it would be a total waste to watch such an epic clash from far away. Unleashing a roaring inferno, Minori swings her blade and summons a colossal, devastating fire tornado to completely engulf the battlefield. As the terrifying flames spiral violently out of control, Minori suddenly pales and realizes she accidentally used way too much power while Vritra screams in sheer terror. Flapping its tiny wings in absolute panic, the miniature dragon wails in horror as the searing vortex threatens to roast it alive. Sprinting desperately toward the blazing inferno, Jin stretches his hand out and screams the tiny dragon's name. Plunging himself directly into the path of destruction, the brave boy grips his sword and violently channels his entire mana vessel into a massive defensive burst. The ancient dragon's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as the magicless boy miraculously steps in to shield it from the catastrophic blast. With one monumental swing, Jin completely shatters the blazing tornado, leaving both his master and senior utterly stunned by the incredible display. Rushing frantically through the dispersing smoke, a panicked Minori screams for her friends while fearing the absolute worst. Bowing her head in frantic apology, she tearfully confesses that she lost her temper and used far too much magic, nearly turning their guest into a roasted snack. Crossing his arms with an "I told you so" attitude, Rhys thoroughly scolds the pouting dragon for recklessly ignoring his earlier warnings. Sighing heavily at the absolute chaos, the elven master shifts his gaze toward his panting student and quietly processes what just happened. Staring wide-eyed at his trembling hands, Jin slowly realizes that the overwhelming power he just unleashed was absolutely not his standard defensive spell. Fluttering safely to the boy's side, Vritra cheerfully notes that Jin has finally learned to harness true magic, officially admitting defeat in Rhys's bet. Utterly bewildered by the dragon's casual observation, Jin stammers in shock as the reality of finally wielding his own magic washes over him. Stepping forward with immense pride, Rhys confirms the awakening while a flustered Jin desperately tries to understand the foreign, incredible sensation pulsing through his body. Jin is stunned, stammering in disbelief as Rhys cheerfully points out that the boy just used magic entirely on his own. Taking on a teaching tone, Rhys explains that by far the most important aspect of casting magic is clearly picturing the desired effect. Utterly confused, Jin admits he has no idea if he actually pictured anything at all, prompting a curious Rhys to ask what was on his mind. Lowering his gaze, the young boy softly reveals that he simply wanted to save Vritra and felt his body move completely on its own. Rhys calmly deduces that this intense desire to save someone must have been exactly what formed the powerful shield. Pausing thoughtfully, the wise master suggests that the pure desire to protect others might actually be the true source of Jin's magical power. Shifting the focus, Rhys turns to his senior student and asks for her professional opinion on how the boy perfectly negated her all-out attack. Still reeling from the shock, Minori earnestly admits that his defensive block was an absolutely amazing and incredibly powerful spell. The narrator notes that today, on the momentous occasion of their 365th sparring match, a major milestone was finally reached. Standing tall and catching his breath, Jin marks a triumphant victory by being the very first to end a match standing completely upright against his fierce senior. Brimming with excitement as Vritra munches on snacks in the background, Rhys happily announces that Jin's next stage of training will officially begin tomorrow. The Elven Master proudly states that Jin's mana vessel has expanded incredibly since they started, meaning he is finally ready to awaken the dormant brave factor. Explaining the brutal next steps, Rhys declares that the young boy must throw himself into actual, life-threatening battles to trigger that legendary awakening. While Vritra comically steals food from Rhys's plate, the master formulates his own plan to start scouting for the future companions their hero will eventually need. Startled by the sudden change in plans, Jin urgently interrupts his master as Reese casually mentions that the boy will be hunting local monsters alongside Minori. Sweating nervously, Jin respectfully asks his master for permission to act completely alone and restart his journey as an independent adventurer. He acknowledges how selfish the request sounds, especially with dangerous beasts roaming around, but firmly states he wants to protect everyone and become a genuinely cool adventurer. Smiling brightly, Reese excitedly points out that this exact drive perfectly aligns with Jin figuring out who he truly wants to be. A flashback highlights Minori's previous profound advice, reminding Jin of the starry night she challenged him to envision his ideal self. Flashing a confident, unwavering smile, Jin firmly declares that stepping out on his own is the only way he will ever truly grow stronger. Chuckling bashfully, the young boy shyly admits he also feels like he is taking advantage of their endless hospitality by staying holed up in their safe haven. Staring solemnly at the determined boy, Reese silently reflects on how tragic it is that Jin still wants to be an adventurer despite being brutally betrayed by his former party. The protective master internally struggles, quietly admitting to himself that he would vastly prefer keeping his cherished students safely hidden away where he can always protect them. Letting go of his own selfish desires, Reese softly accepts the boy's decision and realizes this unyielding spirit might just be the core of Jin's true power. Raising a finger, the Elven master agrees to the solo journey but sternly insists on adding one non-negotiable condition. Staring seriously at his student, Reese commands Jin to take the ancient dragon Vritra along as his traveling companion. Spitting out his drink in sheer panic, an absolutely horrified Vritra screams in protest while Jin looks equally bewildered by the sudden team-up. Thrashing around angrily, the tiny dragon furiously accuses Reese of making this ridiculous decision up on the spot without any prior warning. Leaning in with a devious, wicked smirk, Reese coldly reminds the panicking beast that he decisively lost their little bet earlier today. The master flawlessly recalls the exact terms, pointing out that Vritra was undeniably surprised by the boy's explosive growth during the sparring match. Ignoring the dragon's angry growls, Reese cheerfully suggests Vritra use this opportunity to study human life so it doesn't end up getting sealed away again for being a lazy shut-in. Bursting into boisterous laughter, Jin happily welcomes his new traveling buddy while a defeated Vritra angrily concedes and agrees to go along. Still slightly worried, Minori asks if this bizarre arrangement is really okay, to which Reese confidently replies that the dragon will serve as the absolute strongest bodyguard around. Flashing a sharp, calculating gaze, Reese explains that to fully awaken the brave factor, the hero absolutely requires 4 elemental companions by his side. He logically points out that since Vritra is a tremendously powerful dragon who wields supreme fire magic, the beast perfectly fills one of those crucial elemental slots. Watching the boy happily play with the grumbling dragon, Reese softly notes that Vritra might just become one of the hero's greatest, most reliable pillars in the future. Fully packed and ready for his grand adventure, Jin waves a cheerful goodbye to his mentors as he prepares to hit the road. Standing at the edge of the forest trail, Reese smiles warmly and loudly announces that he is expecting truly great things from his magicless prodigy. A picturesque view of the secluded mansion fills the background as Jin marches bravely forward to become the hero destined to protect everyone's smiles. Glancing sideways at her quiet master, Minori softly notes that Reese looks incredibly lonely watching his young student finally leave the nest. Watching Jin march off into the distance, Reese scratches his head and admits to Minori that he feels a deep sense of loneliness, though he quickly realizes there is much more to his heavy heart. He solemnly reflects on how Jin is an incredibly hardworking boy who genuinely desires to protect absolutely everyone he meets. Flashing a slightly self-deprecating smile, the Elven Master confesses that the dazzling young boy already feels like he has pulled a little bit ahead of him in life. Staring intensely at her master's vulnerable expression, Minori firmly vows that she will always stay right by his side. Reese silently agonizes over his internal fears, absolutely dreading the thought of having to properly confront Minori about their inevitably tragic future. Suddenly reaching out to tightly grasp her hands, the young elf shocks his student as he weakly admits that he has always been terrified. Lowering his gaze, he confesses his deep fear of outliving them all, knowing that existing on a completely different timeline guarantees they will brutally part ways one day. Gripping her fingers tighter, the immortal master bitterly admits that he has merely been running away from that inescapable reality. He solemnly realizes that while Minori and Jin constantly give their absolute all to live life to the fullest, he alone has been using his eternal lifespan as a cowardly excuse to stagnate. A wave of profound regret washes over him as he acknowledges that this cowardice perfectly mirrors how he completely wasted his previous human life. Lifting his head with a bright, genuine smile, the awakened master warmly thanks his beloved student for absolutely everything she has done for him. Pouring his true feelings out, Reese sincerely confesses his love for Minori and desperately declares his desire to truly live alongside her and the rest of their friends. Pulling the stunned girl into a deep, passionate embrace, the Elven Master fiercely vows to stay with them for as absolutely long as he can. Overwhelmed by the sudden confession, Minori buries her face into his chest and sobs tears of absolute joy, prompting a slightly confused reaction from her master. Gripping his clothes with unwavering devotion, the weeping girl promises to stay right by his side for as long as she draws breath. Holding her close against the twilight breeze, Reese silently swears to use absolutely every ounce of his overwhelming power to ensure they remain together forever. Gripping her wooden sword tightly, Minori runs up and calls out to her Elven Master. Reese turns and asks what she needs, prompting the young girl to ask if he has a moment to talk. She explains that she has been thinking about what they should do while waiting for Jin's brave factor to bloom. Blushing slightly, she admits she loved living alone with Reese but insists they cannot just sit around doing nothing. Staring out over the vast landscape, Reese seriously reveals he was thinking about heading into the demon realm known as Daos. Shocked by the name, Minori listens as Reese explains he saw the realm clearly within Vritra's ancient memories. He points toward the great circle forest of Vastira that currently surrounds them. Gesturing further, he explains that the Demon King sleeps in the deepest parts of a place called Lastesia. Glaring seriously, Reese reveals that Daos is the demon world and that actual demons are hiding right inside their forest. Utterly bewildered, Minori questions this horrifying truth since demons have supposedly been extinct for ages. She points out they haven't sensed a single demonic presence, a fact Reese completely understands. The Elven Master explains the demons are actively using recognition inhibition magic exactly like the barrier hiding their own home. Stroking his chin in deep thought, Reese deduces that this powerful cloaking magic explains their hidden movements. He grimly admits that humanity is far behind the enemy because they know absolutely nothing about demon ecology or numbers. He adds that they do not even know the true goal of the slumbering Demon King. Clenching his fist, Reese fiercely declares they must gather intel to ensure Jin's generation can actually defeat the great evil. Suddenly snapping his attention to his student, the elf calls out her name. Turning to face her completely, he softly asks if she will accompany him on this dangerous mission. Minori enthusiastically agrees while Reese notes that Jin and the Kukure Fortress warriors will be the ones fighting on the front lines in 3 years. Flashing a brilliant smile, Reese vows to uncover the enemy's secret so he can peacefully stay by Minori's side forever. Exactly 1 week later, the determined duo arrives at a seemingly empty spot to enact their plan. Looking around the vacant woods, a confused Minori questions the location while Reese insists they are in the right place. A sudden rustling sound breaks the silence, instantly putting the young warrior on high alert. Minori gasps in pure shock as the bisected half of a demonic beast suddenly phases right out of thin air. Confirming his suspicions, Reese casually notes that this invisible boundary is undeniably the entrance to the demon realm. Channeling his immense power, the Elven Master loudly invokes the Hellgate spell to shatter the illusion. The lush forest instantly melts away into a creepy, dead wasteland, leaving Minori completely speechless at the sudden shift in scenery. Analyzing the distortion, Reese deduces the enemy established a one-way barrier that traps anyone from walking inside normally. Minori immediately covers her mouth as a heavy, sickening atmosphere violently washes over her. Pulling his cloak over his nose, Reese warns his student that the air is saturated with incredibly dense miasma. Steeling their resolve against the toxic environment, the duo officially marches forward into the treacherous realm of Daos. 1 month later, the travelers wander through a ruined village filled with bizarre architecture and wonder why they haven't seen a single demon yet. Scanning the desolate ruins, Reese quietly questions if something catastrophic recently occurred on the demon side. He examines a massive, corrupted claw mark on a wall and realizes that demonic beasts completely slaughtered this village. The wise elf notes that the frequency of their monster encounters has been steadily rising as they travel deeper. Furthermore, every single beast they fight has proven to be incredibly powerful. He theorizes that the escalating threat level is directly linked to the rapidly thickening miasma choking the land. Checking on his companion, Reese casts a purification spell over Minori, and she warmly confirms she feels perfectly fine. Suddenly stopping in her tracks, Minori urgently points out that this particular village feels freshly destroyed. Glaring down an ominous alleyway, Reese freezes as he spots a gruesome, fresh trail of blood staining the dirt. Alertly scanning the area, Minori freezes as she hears the unmistakable sounds of a violent struggle nearby. Confirming her suspicions with a sharp nod, Reese prepares for combat as they both rush toward the source of the commotion. Bursting onto the scene, they find a pack of ferocious demonic beasts ruthlessly cornering a group of terrified figures. Pausing for a split second, Reese's eyes widen in disbelief as he begins to realize the true nature of the victims. Staring at the horned individuals in shock, Minori gasps as she realizes they are witnessing demons being hunted by their own kind. The air fills with blood-curdling screams as the beasts lunge forward with bared fangs and murderous intent. Springing into action, Reese shouts for everyone to get down while he readies a powerful counterspell. With a fluid, practiced motion, Minori swings her blade in a devastating arc that cleaves through the nearest monster. Panting from the exertion, the young warrior turns to the survivors and asks if they are all right after the sudden rescue. The elderly demons stare back in pure bewilderment, whispering in disbelief at the sight of a hornless savior standing before them. Reflecting on his impulsive decision, Reese admits he helped purely in the heat of the moment despite the inherent risks. Looking at his companion, the elf notes that to these demons, their presence as a human and an elf must be an impossible sight. Minori waits tensely for a reaction while the survivors struggle to process the reality of their unlikely guardians. One of the demons finally breaks the silence, questioning how they can breathe the miasma and what purpose brought them to such a desolate place. Stepping forward with a gentle bow, a demon named Kuota introduces herself as the village chief and offers her sincere gratitude for the intervention. As the sky begins to darken, Kuota invites the duo to stay at her home as a token of her profound appreciation. Despite Minori's obvious hesitation, Reese flashes a friendly smile and graciously accepts the elderly chief's offer. Guiding them through the silent streets, Kuota leads the group toward a modest dwelling constructed from weathered wood and thatch. Entering the building, Minori looks around in wonder and notes the striking resemblance to traditional elven architecture. Pulling Reese aside, the young woman urgently whispers her concerns about why he is so willing to trust a demon. Glaring back at their host, Minori insists that staying in this territory is far too dangerous for them to remain relaxed. Reese acknowledges the danger but notes his surprise that the chief would even consider letting outsiders into her private home. He reminds Minori that their core objective is to gather intel on the demons, making this invitation an invaluable opportunity. Returning to the room, Chief Kuota apologizes for the wait while carrying a tray of steaming dishes. Setting the meal down, the chief humbly offers her cooking while expressing hope that it might suit their foreign palates. Minori is taken aback by the sight of the meal, noting with surprise that it looks exactly like normal human food. Carefully observing the preparation, Reese confirms there are no traces of poison or malicious enchantments within the dish. After offering a polite word of thanks, the travelers begin to eat while the chief watches them with a soft, expectant gaze. Savoring the first bite, a shocked Minori admits the food is actually delicious despite her earlier misgivings. The young warrior reflects on the gentle, nostalgic taste that reminds her of the home-cooked meals Silpha used to make. Reese agrees with a warm smile, noting that the meal gives him the same comforting feeling as eating Minori's own cooking. The sudden surge of nostalgia leaves the elven master momentarily speechless as he processes the unexpected connection. Watching them eat, Kuota's eyes mist over as she softly remarks that seeing them at her table makes it feel as though her own son has returned. She explains that her son left the elderly behind and mentions that many surrounding villages were completely decimated by beasts during the migration. The chief reveals a heartbreaking reality where every single young person has abandoned their homes and families. She explains that exactly 3 years ago, the youth left en masse to lend their strength to the Demon King's grand revival. Since that mass exodus, the village has fallen into a state of ruin and remains completely unable to defend itself against constant monster attacks. Shocked by the revelation, Minori questions why demonic beasts would ever turn their fangs against the demons they supposedly serve. Reese gazes into the distance and notes that the dynamics of their world seem to mirror the same struggles found among human societies. He concludes that the reality of the demon realm is vastly different from anything they had previously expected to find. Blushing with nervous hesitation, Minori stammers out a refusal as the elderly chief Kuota casually reaches up to grab a wooden plate. Watching the old woman work, Minori fondly recalls the cherished moments she spent with the person who acted as her surrogate mother. Breaking the nostalgic silence, the young warrior tentatively offers to help out, prompting a surprised but gentle inquiry from their host about her late mentor. Flashing a bright, unwavering smile, the young warrior passionately insists that her mentor's warm spirit still lives on through her actions. Glancing back with wise eyes, Kuota notes that Minori's radiant expression perfectly conveys the depth of that enduring love. Softening her stance, the young girl officially introduces herself as Minori, prompting a warm acknowledgement from the elderly chief. Peeking quietly from around the corner, Reese watches with a soft smile as his student happily helps the old demon wash the dishes. Later on, Minori turns to her master and questions the stark contrast between their peaceful experience and the violent history books claiming demons are the ultimate enemy. She notes the complete lack of hostility from the village elders and wonders aloud what could have possibly driven the younger generation to embrace such a destructive path. A heavy shadow falls over Kuota's face as she bitterly recalls how the youth abandoned their home exactly 3 years ago to eagerly lend their strength to the Demon King. Staring grimly ahead, Reese realizes that Kuota's son will inevitably become their enemy on the battlefield, solidifying his resolve to personally intervene if the Dark Lord revives. A few days later, Reese and Minori proudly present a massive pile of valuable materials recovered from the ferocious beasts they spent the day hunting. Absolutely stunned by the massive haul, the elderly chief gasps in awe and profusely thanks the duo for culling so many dangerous monsters. Flashing a bright, humble smile, Reese happily insists the favor is entirely mutual since she graciously allowed them to stay in her home. Shifting to a slightly more serious tone, the Elven Master notes that while they easily cleared out the immediate threats, there is still a lingering question. He curiously asks the elderly demon if she was ever terrified of inviting 2 complete strangers from a supposedly hostile race right into her living room. Adjusting her glasses, the wise chief simply chuckles at the concern and gently dismisses the historical animosity between their people. Pointing a knowing finger, she playfully observes that the human and the elf standing before her are incredibly intimate despite belonging to entirely different species. Caught completely off guard by the blunt observation, the 2 travelers lock eyes in stunned, blushing silence. Waving her arms in absolute panic, a furiously blushing Minori stammers for an explanation while the old woman chuckles and warns them never to underestimate an elder's intuition. Smiling with pure maternal warmth, Kuota gently declares that a person's race does not matter and that she treasures both of them deeply. Deeply moved by her unconditional kindness, the human and the elf flash matching smiles and warmly echo her exact sentiments. As the peaceful hearth crackles in the background, they softly declare their profound love for the gentle demon they now affectionately call Grandma Kuota. Standing outside the thatched roof house, Reese and Minori express their profound love for Grandma Kuota. Beaming with pure affection, Kuota calls them a bunch of cute kids and warmly admits she wants them to stay in the village forever. Minori smiles gently and thanks the elderly demon for her incredibly kind hospitality. Reese solemnly states that despite his desire to learn more about this world, they absolutely must continue their journey. He adds that he also wants to uncover the deep secrets surrounding the demons themselves. The very next day, Reese takes a deep, focused breath as he stands before the gathered village elders. Channeling his immense magical power, the young elf prepares to cast his ultimate barrier magic. He fiercely invokes the spell Valkyria Glitter, summoning the devastating glare of the goddess of war. A brilliant, sweeping light erupts from the elf, completely washing over the awestruck villagers. Reese proudly explains that this ancient barrier magic will prevent any demonic beasts from approaching the village as long as he draws breath. Overjoyed by this incredible gift, Kuota declares they can now peacefully wait for her son and the others to return. Lowering his gaze, Reese quietly asks if her son ran off when the youth heard the rumors about the Demon King's revival. A vivid flashback reveals the young demons marching away with their horns glowing a bright, menacing red. Kuota explains that demons use their horns to convert poisonous miasma into magic power, allowing them to easily survive in such harsh environments. Minori gasps in sudden realization, deducing that the demons can exert far more power when surrounded by thicker miasma. Reese nods confidently and notes that he fully understood this physical mechanic the moment he first saw them. He explains that demons can effortlessly generate external magic power simply by absorbing the miasma lingering in the air. Staring seriously ahead, the elf states this is exactly why the demons managed to survive even after the legendary hero defeated their king. He attributes their enduring survival entirely to the incredibly thick miasma blanketing the entire realm of Daos. Kuota softly adds that she also had the natural ability to sense miasma back when she was young. Closing her eyes with a sad, nostalgic smile, the elderly chief admits that things are completely different now. She recalls how her son's physical appearance drastically changed, noting that his horns turned a deeper, more terrifying red than she had ever seen before. The other elders angrily curse the youth as absolute fools for being led astray by unconfirmed rumors regarding the Demon King's revival. Processing this crucial information, Reese mentally confirms his suspicion that the village elders do not feel strongly about the Dark Lord's return. He deduces that they view the Demon King merely as a fairy tale figure from the past, which perfectly explains why they treated human guests so nicely. Minori loudly interrupts his thoughts, frantically pointing out that the Demon King's revival is absolutely not just a simple fairy tale. Catching himself, Reese quietly calls her name to calm her down before she accidentally reveals too much dangerous information. Minori trails off, silently worrying about what will actually happen when the villagers realize the devastating truth about the revival. Gripping her hands together, Kuota solemnly states that they simply want everyone to return alive and well. Flashing a gentle, heartbroken smile, the old mother reiterates that their children's safe return is absolutely all they ask for. Reese vividly remembers Grillet's dying wish, begging him to find the hero and defeat the Demon Lord for the sake of humanity's future. Torn entirely between two worlds, the Elven Master silently agonizes over how destroying the Demon King will inevitably pit him against Grandma Kuota's beloved son. Breaking the heavy tension, Kuota suddenly gasps and admits she completely forgot to give them something highly important. The elders present a heavily worn box, humbly offering it as a token of their immense gratitude for saving the village. Minori gasps in pure shock, recognizing the item as an incredibly valuable grimoire with only a few rare copies in existence. She marvels at the ancient text, noting with absolute awe that the entire book is written in the elusive demon language. Trembling with uncontrollable excitement, a wide-eyed Reese desperately reaches for the book while Minori strictly reminds him it is time for their farewells. Sweating profusely, Reese begs for just a tiny peek inside the grimoire, but Minori firmly shuts the book and denies his request. Glaring playfully at her master, she vows not to hand it over because he would absolutely spend the entire day reading it instead of traveling. Watching them bicker, the smiling elders note that Reese's desperate body language clearly proves this was the absolute best gift they could have possibly given. Handing over the ancient grimoire, the elderly chief warmly hopes the treasure proves useful to their journey. Staring at the priceless artifact, an overwhelmed Minori asks why the chief would gift them something so incredibly valuable. Flashing a gentle smile, the wise demon explains she truly believed Reese when he earnestly declared his desire to learn more about their world. She expresses profound gratitude, noting that the human and elf went to incredible lengths just to protect their defenseless village. Gripping her shawl with renewed hope, the old mother vows to endure a little longer while believing her children will eventually return home safely. Gazing softly at her saviors, she firmly reiterates her absolute faith that everyone will come back alive. Chuckling warmly, Kuota genuinely praises the young elf for his incredibly kind heart. Shaking hands in a bittersweet farewell, the travelers finally depart from Grandma Kuota's village and march deeper into the treacherous demon realm. Meanwhile, exactly 1 month before the duo left the demon village, a bustling human fortress stands tall against the horizon. Inside the Adventurers Guild, a stern receptionist flatly refuses to let a solo adventurer take on any dangerous missions. Desperately trying to negotiate, the lone boy pleads his case while the receptionist remains completely unfazed. Whispers ripple through the tavern as onlookers recognize the magicless baggage carrier who supposedly died after being abandoned by his party. Staring in pure shock, the gossiping adventurers cannot believe the weak boy actually survived the deadly forest. Suddenly bursting with rage, a tiny dragon pops out of Jin's cloak and furiously screams at the receptionist for completely ignoring its presence. Coughing awkwardly, the receptionist calmly explains that guild safety regulations strictly require a minimum of 2 E-rank adventurers to accept a quest. An absolutely furious Vritra screeches in pure offense as the receptionist politely refuses to count a mere pet toward the official quota. While Jin desperately tries to calm his enraged dragon, the receptionist bluntly points out the boy's severe magical handicap. She firmly insists that completing any guild request is fundamentally impossible without the use of basic magic. Slumping onto a bench outside, an utterly defeated Jin admits that every single party totally rejected his application while Vritra ruthlessly laughs at his misery. Staring at the cobblestone street, the magicless boy bitterly realizes that his infamous reputation has already completely ruined his chances in this town. Vritra bluntly declares that absolutely no sane party would ever recruit a magicless burden, causing Jin to groan at the harsh truth. Clenching his fists, the determined boy remembers his grand departure and fiercely vows to overcome this massive hurdle completely on his own. Just as Jin pumps himself up to keep trying, a sudden voice calls out and completely interrupts his train of thought. Standing tall before them is a confident, spiky-haired young adventurer wearing sturdy armor and a friendly smirk. Leaning in curiously, the stranger reveals he was watching the whole guild fiasco and asks if Jin is truly completely incapable of using magic. Completely caught off guard by the blunt question, Jin stares in confusion while a grumpy Vritra instantly decides it absolutely hates this new guy. Taking a seat right next to the bewildered duo, the stranger casually mentions that he just arrived in town and is also flying solo. Flashing a brilliant smile, the energetic adventurer boldly asks Jin to team up and form a brand new party together. Enraging Vritra by calling it a pet again, the stranger completely brushes off Jin's lack of magic and happily offers to carry the combat load himself. Gripping the newcomer's extended hand, the stunned boy introduces himself as Jin while his new companion proudly declares his name is Raiden. Pumping his fist with pure excitement, Raiden cheerfully finalizes their partnership and tells Jin he just needs to tag along for the ride. Puffing his chest out with overwhelming pride, Raiden boasts that he is the absolute strongest earth mage his village has ever seen. Moments later in the forest, a completely dumbfounded Raiden screams in sheer terror as he witnesses something utterly impossible. Staring at a massive pile of defeated monsters, a trembling Raiden stammers out a question about Jin's supposed inability to use magic. Wiping sweat from his brow, Jin sincerely admits that while lacking magic has always been a terrible handicap, it pushed him to master the blade. Absolutely fired up by the boy's incredible physical prowess, Raiden wildly declares that he still has a ton of training to do himself. Marching forward with burning determination, Jin internally swears to train even harder so he can finally catch up to his legendary master. Trailing slightly behind, a sweating Raiden gulps nervously as he realizes he might have accidentally teamed up with a total monster. As Jin happily announces his 50th kill, the Earth Mage completely panics over the terrifying reality of his new partner's overwhelming strength. Back in the bustling city, a group of seasoned adventurers drink at a tavern when a familiar face suddenly pushes through the guild doors. Smirking into his mug, a veteran adventurer mocks the arrival of Croxonaire's party, noting how they used to be famous rookies just a year ago. The men cruelly gossip about how the party's reputation completely tanked after they mercilessly abandoned their magicless porter to die. Overhearing the nasty rumors, the party's leader Luke glares furiously just as a drunkard loudly mentions seeing their abandoned porter completely alive and well. The gossip continues to spin wild tales about the magicless boy showing up at the guild and forming a brand new party with a total amateur. Exploding with pure, violent rage, Luke violently slams the drunkard into the wall and fiercely demands to know if the rumors of Jin's survival are actually true. A feral, one-horned rabbit bounds aggressively across the open plains, charging straight toward a determined Raiden. Igniting his fist with powerful magic, the confident Earth Mage fiercely welcomes the incoming beast and dares it to bring it on. Raiden violently slams his glowing fist into the ground, summoning a jagged pillar of earth that brutally launches the monster into the air. As the stunned creature sails helplessly through the sky, Raiden urgently shouts a warning that the beast is heading right for his partner. Standing his ground, Jin channels his focused energy into his blade and fiercely invokes his magic interference spell to intercept the beast. Unleashing a powerful battle cry, the young warrior swings his enchanted blade and completely shatters the monster's defenses in a single strike. Raiden enthusiastically cheers for the flawless victory while a humble Jin credits the Earth Mage for perfectly luring the target into striking range. Reflecting on their 2 weeks together, Raiden silently marvels at how Jin possesses perfectly refined swordsmanship and a terrifyingly keen sense for mana despite lacking any natural magic power. Staring intently at the unassuming weapon, the Earth Mage realizes that there is another baffling mystery surrounding his new companion. Unable to contain his curiosity, Raiden abruptly demands to know why the boy's simple wooden sword is radiating such an absurd amount of stored magical energy. Completely oblivious to his own terrifying aura, Jin innocently tilts his head while a sweating Raiden admits that his new partner is incredibly intimidating. Meanwhile, back at the bustling Adventurers Guild, the stern receptionist officially verifies the successful mission of a D-rank party known as the Travelers of Hope. Raising her voice for the entire hall to hear, she proudly announces that the promising group has been officially promoted to a certified C-rank adventurer party. The receptionist respectfully presents the triumphant adventurers with a gleaming bronze guild button to signify their newly elevated status. Celebrating their rapid promotion with a hearty feast, Raiden cheerfully notes that the other adventurers are already calling them the hottest up-and-coming rookies in town. Despite their rapid ascent, the Earth Mage heavily sighs and complains that they are still trapped dealing with the exact same frustrating bureaucratic challenges as before. Slumping back in his chair, Raiden glares at a lucrative quest form that strictly requires a minimum of 3 C-rank members to officially accept. An absolutely furious Vritra complains that the guild still refuses to acknowledge him as an official member, prompting a sheepish Jin to admit he completely forgot about the new rank requirements. Raiden casually shoos the tiny dragon away to eat some meat, causing Vritra to angrily swear that this entire problem would be solved in an instant if he could just transform back into his colossal true body. The cheerful atmosphere instantly shatters as Luke approaches the table and casts a vicious glare down at the stunned, magicless boy. Flanked by his equally bewildered party members, the cruel leader stares in absolute disbelief as he realizes the rumors of Jin's miraculous survival are actually true. Sensing the sudden, suffocating tension, Raiden cautiously asks his partner if these intimidating strangers are old acquaintances. Completely ignoring Raiden, an enraged Luke violently slams his hand on the table and screams at Jin for having the audacity to try and crawl back into their C-rank party. One of the mags bitterly mutters that their group used to proudly hold a B-rank status before everything completely fell apart. Exploding with pure, unrestrained fury, Luke violently grabs the boy by the collar and aggressively demands to know how he dared to shamelessly show his face again. The vicious leader screams that Jin's pathetic blunder caused their reputation to absolutely plummet all the way down to D rank while a shocked Raiden steps in to intervene. Flashing a deadly, murderous glare, Luke violently threatens the Earth Mage and orders all bystanders to keep their mouths completely shut. Turning his venomous attention back to his former comrade, Luke coldly states that the magicless burden was absolutely supposed to die in that cursed forest. Gripping the collar even tighter, the disgraced leader hysterically demands to know how a weakling managed to survive such a hopeless, deadly situation. Gritting his teeth against the suffocating grip, a trembling Jin struggles to find his words while the furious leader orders him to speak up. Staring bravely back into the eyes of his abuser, Jin firmly declares that his life was miraculously saved by a passing stranger. Refusing to accept this logical explanation, a sweating Luke immediately calls bullshit on the ridiculous claim. The panicked leader hysterically asks if Jin expects him to believe that a legendary A-rank adventurer just conveniently wandered by to slaughter two overwhelmingly powerful beasts. Narrowing his eyes with unwavering absolute conviction, Jin solemnly clarifies that his savior's terrifying power vastly exceeds the boundaries of any mortal ranking system. The young warrior proudly reveals that this unfathomable master not only rescued him from certain death but actively taught a magicless cripple exactly how to fight back. Raising his voice for everyone to hear, Jin fiercely announces that his master personally entrusted him with the monumental destiny of defeating the legendary demon lord. Burning with an unshakable, fiery resolve, the young boy shouts that fulfilling this grand destiny is the exact reason he clawed his way back to civilization. A moment of stunned silence hangs over the tavern before Luke aggressively shoves the boy away and bursts into mocking, arrogant laughter. Finding the grand proclamation absolutely hysterical, the cruel adventurer openly mocks the absurd concepts of the demon lord and humanity's ultimate savior. Sneering with pure, unadulterated disgust, Luke coldly declares that absolutely no one will ever believe the pathetic delusions of a cripple who cannot even cast a simple spell. Stepping up to the crowd, Luke loudly announces to the entire tavern that Jin has always been a pathetic liar. Jin desperately insists that Master Reese is real, but Luke merely sneers and claims the overpowered master only exists inside the boy's delusional head. Furious at the blatant disrespect, Raiden glares fiercely at the arrogant leader and prepares to defend his new partner. Crossing his arms with a cocky grin, Luke demands solid proof of this miraculous rescue while Raiden firmly backs up Jin's character. The heated argument abruptly halts when a mysterious, cloaked figure steps forward and calmly demands everyone wait a moment. Annoyed by the interruption, Luke rudely snaps at the stranger just as she turns to Jin and asks if his savior was named Reese. Flashing a knowing look, the mysterious newcomer reveals she knows someone by that exact name and firmly declares that the boy is telling the truth. Exploding with unchecked rage, Luke furiously orders the meddling outsider to shut up and stay out of their business. Staring closely at the stranger's hood, Jin's eyes widen in absolute shock as he notices her distinct, pointed ears. Pulling down her mask, the mysterious figure reveals her true identity as a genuine elf, leaving the entire guild completely speechless. The heavy silence shatters as a frantic human woman bursts through the crowd and desperately calls out for Ryab. Panting heavily, the woman angrily scolds the elusive elf for wandering off and completely disappearing without a single trace. Hearing the commotion, a seasoned adventurer in the crowd gasps in pure disbelief as he recognizes the legendary name Ryab Lowry. Whispers wildly erupt across the tavern as the onlookers realize the stranger is the legendary living history book who rarely shows herself to humans. Sweating nervously, the awestruck adventurers desperately wonder why such a mythical figure suddenly appeared in their humble guild. Realizing the devastating truth, Luke's party members pale in terror as they deduce Jin's story is entirely real, prompting a panicked Luke to order a retreat. Refusing to accept his humiliating defeat, the disgraced leader violently turns on his own terrified comrades and screams at them to shut up. Completely losing his mind, a rabid Luke winds up a vicious punch and attempts to strike the legendary elf while screaming that she is just another liar. Moving with blinding speed, A fiercely protective Jin dives into the line of fire and flawlessly intercepts the brutal punch to save the elf. The chaotic brawl instantly freezes as the imposing guild master steps into the room and sternly declares that he will handle the situation. Glaring down at the disgraced B-rank party, the guild master brings up their highly suspicious missing member report from exactly 1 year ago. Narrowing his eyes with absolute authority, the guild master darkly asks if he should reopen the investigation into their abandoned porter. Defeated and utterly humiliated, a furious Luke glares silently at the floor before turning his back on his former victim. Shamed in front of the entire guild, the disgraced party completely withdraws and quietly shuffles out the door. Releasing a heavy sigh of relief, Raiden quickly turns to his partner and asks if the boy is all right after the chaotic confrontation. Catching his breath, a grateful Jin steps away from his partner and approaches the legendary elf who just saved his reputation. Bowing deeply with profound respect, Jin eagerly invites Ryab to dinner as a token of his gratitude while she humbly insists she merely wanted to help. Flashing a gentle smile, the ancient elf graciously accepts the young boy's warm invitation. Utterly bewildered by the bizarre turn of events, Raiden scratches his head but gladly goes along with the flow. Realizing his rudeness in the excitement, a flustered Jin frantically apologizes for failing to properly introduce his own team. Smiling warmly, the legendary elf formally introduces herself as Ryab Lowry, playfully noting that she is merely reaching her middle age. Gesturing gently toward her frantic human companion, Ryab introduces the young woman as Anastasia. The legendary elf proudly adds that Anastasia currently serves as her dedicated, hard-working apprentice. Sometime later, over a massive feast, Jin solemnly explains that their newly formed C-rank party desperately needs more members to accept guild requests. Slumping his shoulders, the boy bitterly admits that absolutely no sane adventurer would ever want to join a crippled magicless fighter. Shoving food into his mouth, Raiden complains that their team is heavily unbalanced since they rely entirely on basic physical attacks and earth magic. Pointing an accusing finger at Vritra, the Earth Mage brutally mocks the tiny dragon for boasting about being a legendary evil beast when it can barely light a cigarette. Thrashing around in absolute fury, a heavily insulted Vritra screams that his pathetic output is only because he hasn't completely mastered his tiny new body. Raiden sarcastically hopes the dragon will eventually learn to cook a chicken skewer, pushing Vritra to hysterically brag about possessing enough raw power to completely obliterate a town. Whining pitifully, the tiny dragon furiously accuses Reese of intentionally tricking him with a flawed body, prompting a fiercely loyal Jin to boldly defend his master's flawless skills. Staring seriously ahead, the ancient elf admits that the tiny dragon's harsh words might not be entirely wrong. She calmly explains to the dragon that his severely limited power is actually a direct result of a sloppy, botched magical procedure performed by his creator. Narrowing her eyes to analyze the tiny beast, she points out a vague disturbance swirling deep within the magical circuitry running through his miniature body. Shifting her attention away from the bewildered dragon, Ryab turns to Jin and casually brings up his earlier conversation. She points directly at the young boy and confirms that he is indeed Reese's apprentice, earning a surprised but enthusiastic agreement from Jin. Jin proudly declares his profound respect for his elven master, prompting Ryab to chuckle and ominously note that she will have to keep a much closer eye on their group. Folding her hands with a devious smirk, the ancient elf completely stuns the young adventurers by politely asking if they would allow her to join their newly formed party. Raiden explodes with pure excitement over gaining a new member while Ryab calmly reassures them that her personal B-rank status will easily clear any guild requirements. Sweating nervously, Anastasia frantically volunteers to join as well while an overjoyed Raiden drags Jin off to immediately submit their brand new party application. Watching the chaotic trio sprint away toward the guild counter, Ryab quietly calls out into the empty space behind her. Smirking mischievously at the hovering dragon, she questions Vritra about his exact relationship with the Elven Master. Offering a secretive deal, she promises to completely repair the broken magical circuits trapping the dragon's power as long as he swears to keep quiet about her true identity. Flashing a terrifying, knowing smile, the ancient elf notes that it is ultimately a master's duty to clean up after their foolish apprentice's messes. Eager to finally regain his absolute power, the tiny dragon aggressively zips his lips shut and enthusiastically accepts the dark bargain. Bouncing around in midair with pure joy, Vritra cheers wildly at the prospect of finally throwing off his humiliating handicap. Taking a slow sip of her warm drink, Ryab softly notes that Reese seems to be genuinely enjoying his time out in the wider world. Meanwhile, roughly 6 months after Reese and Minori bid their final farewells, they finally arrive at another devastated settlement deep within the demon realm. Stepping through the shattered wooden beams of the ruined village, Reese grimly notes that this town suffered the exact same brutal fate as the others. Peeking nervously from behind a broken wall, Minori whispers to her master that she recognizes the unique dialect left behind in the scattered remains. Glaring into the desolate shadows of the slaughtered village, Reese realizes with a heavy heart that his terrible premonition has finally come true. Roughly 6 months after leaving Quota Village, Reese narrates that they found only destroyed settlements and absolutely no demons during their trek through Daos. Picking up a dusty, ominous tome from the debris, Reese notes they did manage to discover several grimoires written in the demon language. Flashing a bright, happy smile, the Elven Master expresses sheer relief that he decided to continue investigating after receiving the grandmother's gift. Scanning the ruined architecture, Minori deduces they must be standing inside the Roado village archive. Flipping rapidly through the ancient pages, Reese finds the structural differences between human and demon grimoires absolutely fascinating. He theorizes that living so close to the thick miasma allowed demons to evolve alongside magic much more naturally than humans. Smirking with newfound understanding, the young elf realizes this environmental advantage is exactly why his own dark attribute magic expanded so instantly. Sweating under his intense focus, Reese confidently promises to finish reading the entire archive within just 3 days. Flashing a deceptively sweet smile, Minori firmly asks her master to keep that exact promise. Squeezing her hands together with a terrifying aura, the young warrior heavily implies he better not get distracted again. Reese nervously recalls how he completely neglected to eat or sleep for a whole week in the previous village until an angry Minori finally scolded him. Watching his students secure the sleeping bags, the immortal elf feels profoundly grateful for a companion who can actually keep up with his warped, century-old sense of time. Exactly 3 days later, a modest canvas tent stands quietly amidst the desolate rubble of the demon village. Stretching his stiff arms with a loud creak, an exhausted Reese sighs as he admits he found absolutely no new information regarding the demon lord or the hero. Staring grimly at the stacked books, the dedicated master fiercely reaffirms his solemn vow to destroy the great evil for Grillet's sake. Softening his intense gaze, he silently confesses that he would be perfectly satisfied as long as everyone simply makes it home safely. A warm memory of the gentle, pacifist elders from Quota Village reminds him that not all demons actively desire a bloody war. Gazing tenderly at his peacefully sleeping student, Reese softly whispers Minori's name into the quiet night. A heavy wave of sorrow washes over the elf as he reflects on how painfully soon their inevitable separation will come compared to his endless lifespan. Violently shaking his head to dispel the dark thoughts, Reese fiercely refuses to just roll over and accept that tragic fate. Clenching his fists with burning determination, he vows to do absolutely whatever it takes to stay by her side just a little bit longer. His thoughts drift back to the demon lord, questioning how the tyrant repeatedly defies the absolute laws of time and death that normally bind all magic. Hunched over his desk in the dark tent, the brilliant scholar desperately puzzles over how the dark ruler continuously resurrects after being destroyed. Frantically flipping through the ancient texts, Reese wonders if the terrifying phenomenon is somehow tied to an otherworldly elemental power. A sudden epiphany strikes the reincarnated elf as he perfectly equates the demon lord's resurrection cycle to the concept of reincarnation from his original world. Staring deeply into the flickering lantern light, the ambitious master quietly contemplates the sheer impossibility of taking that power for himself. He theorizes that obtaining the demon lord's unique element might actually be the ultimate key to wielding both magic and elements simultaneously. The quiet night shatters as Reese suddenly detects a massive, terrifying host of over 100 hostile presences rapidly approaching their camp. Drawing her blade in a flash, Minori stands ready as Reese grimly confirms that the encroaching army is undoubtedly a demon battalion. Glaring through the ruined structures, the elven master breaks out in a cold sweat upon sensing an overwhelming aura comparable to a demon lord. Marching aggressively into the ruins, the horned demon soldiers loudly demand to know if there are any surviving residents to offer up as sacrifices. Scanning the empty wreckage, a grunt notes that the wild monsters must have already devoured everyone just like in the previous settlements. Hiding behind a broken wall, a terrified Minori completely freezes as she realizes one of the enemy creatures is staring directly at their position. Reese calmly identifies the staring beast as a two-legged battle drake and gently reassures his panicking student that they are perfectly safe. Flashing a confident smirk, the overpowered elf explains that the cowardly mount instinctively refuses to provoke opponents who are vastly stronger than itself. Letting out a massive sigh of relief, Minori drops her guard slightly and praises her master's flawless tactical assessment. Watching the restless drake fidget nervously, Reese warns that the demon riding the beast possesses an incredibly dangerous level of power. Scoffing at the desolate ruins, the scarred, imposing demon commander brutally insults the slaughtered villagers for being utterly weak. A loyal subordinate steps up to the ruthless commander, respectfully addressing the terrifying warrior as Gulja. Peeking from the shadows, Reese silently readies his appraisal magic while noting that the population density is drastically dropping as they inch closer to Lasthesia. The imposing demon commander Gulja Zolinger, captain of the Southern Magic Retrieval Squad, rides his dragon mount Vanshan while wielding dark attribute magic. A demon soldier loudly exclaims with immense joy that his magical abilities have finally worked perfectly just as he had originally intended. Hiding carefully, Minori urgently points out to Reese that there is something terribly wrong with the horns of the approaching demon soldiers. Reese closely observes the bizarre anomaly, noting that the soldiers' horns have turned a deep, unnatural red unlike anything he has ever seen. The Elven Master deduces that immense magic power is forcefully flowing into their horns from an external source rather than natural ambient miasma. A close-up shot intensely highlights the highly unnatural and corrupted state of the demon soldier's glowing horn, which looks incredibly dangerous. Reese questions if the sinister energy is emanating from the dark orb, while Gulja mutters his absolute annoyance at finding the area deserted. Holding the pulsing dark sphere, a frustrated Gulja angrily scolds his subordinates as ignorant fools and reminds them of their urgent retrieval task. Completely subjugated by the dark influence, the corrupted demons fiercely declare they are all ready to throw their lives away for the demon lord. A brainwashed demon rigidly screams that their entire family is ready to die, horrifyingly adding that they would even sacrifice their grandparents without hesitation. Pushed entirely past their physical limits by the mind control, the enslaved demon soldiers unleash a collective, agonizing roar of absolute and terrifying submission. Smirking at the terrifying display of blind devotion, an arrogant Gulja praises their broken spirit and notes that the demon lord will be pleased. Listening to the horrific chanting, a deeply unsettled Minori nervously asks her master what the corrupted demons are suddenly saying in their frenzy. Trembling as she watches the gruesome spectacle unfold, Minori desperately asks her master why the demon soldiers look so incredibly twisted and unnatural. She specifically points out the heartbreaking reality that the demons are crying desperately even as they forcefully pledge their undying loyalty to the Lord. A horrified Minori asks if magic is truly capable of such atrocities, to which Reese grimly confirms they are witnessing powerful mind-corrupting magic. Reese elaborates on the tragic situation, explaining that the cruel commander is actively controlling demons who were actually once good and peaceful people. The master explains that infusing the dark orb with mind-corrupting magic has forcibly stripped their free will, turning them into perfectly loyal, mindless soldiers. Panicking at the horrific revelation, Minori urgently asks if the victims' true selves and gentle personalities are completely gone forever due to the magic. She specifically worries if the gentle Grandma Kuota's beloved son has already been permanently erased by the terrifying corruption of the dark orb. Reese firmly reassures his panicked student, solemnly stating that their own original minds and thoughts are actually still trapped deep within their corrupted bodies. He solemnly points out that the desperate tears streaming down their faces are undeniable proof of their internal resistance against the commander's cruel orders. The tense moment shatters when a scout reports to Gulja that traveling down a specific path will lead them directly to Quota Village. Hearing the strategic update, the ruthless commander simply nods and coldly accepts the proposed route with a highly sinister and calculating approval. The demon scout respectfully thanks his commander and immediately prepares to lead the Dark Army straight toward the peaceful and defenseless settlement. Minori stammers in absolute horror as she realizes that Grandma Kuota and the other defenseless elders are directly in the army's destructive path. Gripping his head in manufactured agony, a mind-controlled demon hysterically screams that the villagers will happily offer themselves up for the demon lord. Steeling her unwavering resolve against the impending tragedy, Minori fiercely declares that everything is going to be perfectly alright despite the overwhelming odds. She firmly grabs Reese's hand to ground herself and softly calls out her master's name with absolute conviction and unshakable inner strength. Flashing a confident and trusting smile, the Elven Master happily tells Minori that he will proudly leave his back entirely in her capable hands. Reese firmly decides that the perfect time has finally come to directly ambush these corrupted Demon Lord soldiers and stop their destructive march. Gulja suddenly senses a lingering presence nearby and immediately announces to his troops that there is still a survivor hiding around the ruined area. The cruel commander quickly orders his loyal soldiers to immediately hunt down the hidden survivors and capture them alive without any further delay. Watching their incredibly slow response, Gulja angrily mocks his subordinates, complaining that country people are always entirely useless when it comes to search missions. Suddenly, a panicked soldier screams in sheer terror that they are under heavy attack, noting that the mysterious assailant is absolutely no normal demon. Annoyed by their constant incompetence, Commander Gulja angrily shouts that his soldiers will just have to face the sudden threat completely on their own. Gulja arrogantly relies on his mind-corrupting magic, firmly believing that a single low-tier demon is absolutely helpless against the immense power of his orb. The dark orb pulses violently, releasing a terrifying aura designed to force absolute, dreamlike loyalty and deep depression upon any weak-minded victims nearby. The commander furiously barks a final, ruthless order to kill the intruders no matter what, demanding that their magic power be completely retrieved. Overwhelmed by the dark magic's absolute control, the corrupted demon soldiers unleash another collective, agonizing roar of fury as they violently charge forward. Reese confidently steps forward and openly mocks the current state of demons, stating that they have become far too weak and vulnerable nowadays. The angry commander complains about traveling so far to this remote country just to collect magic power from ordinary, weak villagers. Appearing out of nowhere, Reese boldly challenges the arrogant demon commander to defeat him and try taking his massive magical power. Moving swiftly, Reese infuses his blade with antidark and light attribute magic, creating a brilliant and overwhelmingly powerful spell called Glorious Glam. With a heavy thud, the Elven Master fiercely blocks the commander's attack, tightly gripping his glowing weapon as the fierce clash finally begins. Startled by the sudden and incredibly strong resistance, a shocked Gulja violently pulls back and aggressively demands to know his mysterious attacker's identity. Reese calmly admits he was completely hiding his immense magic power until the very last second, but praises the commander for noticing him anyway. The confident elf explains he wants to experience fighting a real demon to make the remaining 900 years of his long life truly meaningful. Furious at the total disrespect, Gulja violently swings his massive, dark enchanted blade and screams at the young elf to stop blabbering nonsense. Reese quickly analyzes the heavy attack, genuinely surprised that the demon managed to stack a single spell until his blade turned completely pitch black. Mistaking the elf's curiosity for sheer terror, the arrogant commander violently mocks Reese, asking if the country bumpkin is cowering before his tremendous power. Completely unfazed by the terrifying threat, the young elven master simply flashes a fearless, confident smirk that deeply unsettles the angry demon commander. Reese joyfully reflects on how applying his extensive years of studying to actual combat experiences brings him absolute excitement and wonderful new surprises. The wise elf explains that reading facts in books is just collecting isolated dots, but real battle experience perfectly connects those dots together. Burning with an incredible passion for discovery, Reese happily shouts that exploring the vast outside world is an absolutely thrilling and amazing adventure. Calling himself just a regular elf on a journey, Reese proudly declares his ultimate desire to leave behind a truly grand legacy. Flashing a bright, friendly smile in the middle of a deadly battlefield, he cheerfully introduces himself as Reese Klein to the bewildered enemy. Refusing to believe the absurd claim, a furious Gulja viciously swings his heavy sword and screams that elves absolutely do not exist here. Watching the incoming strike, Reese suddenly becomes confused when he realizes he cannot sense any magical flow coming from the demon or his blade. A massive, explosive impact violently blasts Reese backward, causing the young elf to cry out in intense pain as the heavy strike unexpectedly connects. Struggling to stay standing amidst the shattered ruins, a battered Reese groans loudly as he forcefully braces himself against the devastating, overwhelming physical impact. Catching his breath, the stunned elf realizes the heavy blow was secretly infused with highest-class magic that completely bypassed his incredibly sharp magical senses. Staring at his shaking hands, Reese deduces that the commander flawlessly used advanced chantless magic to perfectly mask the terrifying strength of his attack. Glaring down with a highly sinister smirk, the ruthless commander cruelly mocks the supposedly weak lower-tier species for their truly unacceptable and pathetic performance. Resting his heavy, dark blade on his shoulder, an overly confident Gulja decides to ask his injured opponent one final question before executing him. Narrowing his sharp eyes, the imposing demon commander bluntly asks the stunned young elf if he happens to be part of the legendary hero's party. Reese watches intently as Minori suddenly sprints forward through the ruined village streets to execute their daring plan. The Elven Master urgently commands his student to find the mind-controlled soldiers and lure out the demons surrounding the ruthless commander. Shocked by the reckless strategy, Minori loudly questions if Reese actually plans to fight the incredibly dangerous demon all by himself, to which he confirms it will give him the necessary space to take the commander down. As Minori prepares to leave, Reese softly calls her back and tells his student that he has one final, crucial request for her. Staring seriously into her eyes, Reese solemnly reminds the young warrior that she holds an absolutely key role in this impending battle. Kneeling down to her eye level, the compassionate master earnestly begs Minori to save the innocent, controlled demons instead of simply killing them. Filled with unwavering resolve, Minori confidently tells Reese to leave the rescue mission entirely to her and wishes her beloved master good luck before rushing off. The brainwashed demon soldiers immediately spot the young human girl, fiercely shouting her position as she begins to channel her ultimate fire magic. Erupting with blinding elemental power, Minori powerfully invokes the devastating phalanx spell to capture the attention of the entire demonic squad. Meanwhile, a battered Reese forcefully skids backward across the dirt, groaning in pain as he barely survives another overwhelmingly fast swing from his opponent. Catching his breath, the stunned elf glares at the mounted demon, deeply troubled by the fact that he couldn't sense any magical buildup until the exact moment the ultimate magic hit him. Narrowing his eyes at the imposing threat, Reese realizes with absolute horror that the commander can seamlessly cast ultimate magic without chanting a single word. Pausing his relentless assault, an arrogant Gulger looks down at the battered elf and casually states he wants to ask a question before sending him to the afterlife. The cruel commander bluntly asks if the elf is secretly a member of the legendary hero's party, prompting a defiant Reese to mockingly ask what it matters if he is. Flashing a highly sinister, overjoyed smile, Gulger gleefully declares that this is his lucky day because the demon lord will be absolutely thrilled by this discovery. Glaring down with absolute disgust, the commander insults the elf, stating that if the legendary party consists of such inferior races, they will pose absolutely no threat to the demon lord. Raising his massive weapon high into the air, Gulger fiercely vows to violently wipe the pathetic heroes completely off the face of the earth. Channeling a terrifying vortex of dark energy, the commander viciously swings his colossal greatsword down toward the defenseless young elf. Reese cries out in shock as he barely dodges the devastating impact, frantically noting that his opponent flawlessly bypassed the chanting phase once again. Realizing the massive tactical disadvantage, Reese notes that the demon will constantly remain a step ahead, forcing the elf to desperately summon an advanced water magic shield. Pushing his magical power to the absolute limit, Reese loudly invokes the Reavement spell to generate a massive, swirling torrent of defensive water. The overwhelming clash of elements violently shakes the battlefield as Reese confidently believes his advanced water barrier will completely cancel out the incoming flames. Suddenly, the defensive water violently shatters, leaving a stunned Reese to completely panic as he spots a deadly earth spear hidden perfectly inside the fiery assault. Unable to dodge the deceptive dual-element strike in time, a pained Reese screams in agony as the jagged earth spear brutally pierces his defenses. Struggling to recover from the fierce blow, a sweating Reese frantically analyzes the attack, deducing that trying to cancel out hidden, multi-layered elemental enchantments is completely pointless. Charging relentlessly forward, an enraged Gulger aggressively mocks the retreating elf, loudly declaring that his superiors were absolute fools to ever consider this cowardly runner a genuine threat. Sprinting through the ruins, Reese mentally tallies the impossible odds, noting that the demon possesses chantless magic and an effectively infinite mana supply thanks to the insanely high miasma concentration in Dal's. A brief flashback reminds Reese of his encounter with Ryab, who strictly relied on a vast multitude of magical tools to artificially mimic chantless casting and multiple attribute usage. Snapping back to reality, a heavily sweating Reese realizes this monstrous commander is flawlessly replicating all those complex feats entirely on his own, leaving the elf at an overwhelming disadvantage. Darting desperately through the thick forest trees, Reese continues his tactical retreat while a cocky Gulger confidently pursues on his mount and asks what the elf plans to do next. Losing his patience with the endless chase, the angry commander furiously orders his dragon mount, Van, to show the annoying little elf its true, terrifying power. Just as the drake prepares to attack, Reese suddenly stops and unleashes a powerful, overwhelming glare filled with intense magical pressure directly at the approaching beast. The terrifying intimidation instantly paralyzes the cowardly battle drake, forcing it to abruptly halt in its tracks while a thoroughly confused Gulger demands to know what is wrong with his mount. Recognizing the perfect tactical opening, Reese praises his successful intimidation tactic while the furious demon commander yells at his frozen dragon. Completely enraged by the sudden halt, a highly aggressive Gulger violently curses the elven bastard for using such a cowardly trick. Slipping quietly behind the thick trunk of a massive tree, a heavily panting Reese softly notes that he has finally earned enough distance to safely execute his next move. Leaning against the rough bark, the elven master completely cuts off his magical presence to remain hidden while keeping a sharp, watchful eye on the frustrated commander. Focusing his immense, unparalleled magical energy, Reese flawlessly targets Gulja Zolinger and silently invokes his ultimate appraisal magic to uncover the demon's darkest secrets. The appraisal window instantly floods Reese's vision with terrifying data, revealing multiple enchantments fused directly into the demon's weapon, a mind-corrupting crystal, and highly volatile elemental magic heavily concentrated in both of his arms. Staring in sheer, unadulterated horror at the detailed results, Reese finally realizes the gruesome truth that the complex magic formulas are literally carved into and fused as one with the commander's physical body. Reese's eyes widen as a sudden realization dawns on him, loudly exclaiming that he finally understands exactly what is going on. He breaks down the fundamental mechanics of casting magic, explaining that the basics involve guiding mana through specific words to construct complex magic formulas. Reese continues his analysis, deducing that chantless magic simply bypasses the vocal requirement by materializing those exact magic formulas directly onto the caster's body beforehand. He mentally notes the sheer difficulty, observing that maintaining such formulas requires an enormous amount of mana, exceptional magic control, and an incredibly sturdy body. Despite understanding the theory, the young elf is still puzzled over how the commander manages to instantly fire off ultimate magic requiring massive mana. Crouching safely in the branches of a large tree, a thrilled Reese smiles deviously and admits just how much he loves facing completely unknown opponents. Standing triumphantly on the branch, Reese throws his arms open and declares his intention to observe the overall flow of miasma targeting the entire forest. Focusing his sharp gaze, the Elven Master intensely commands the surrounding environment to reveal even the slightest trace of the mana flowing through the air. Reese forcefully invokes the spell Gedakratures, brilliantly combining his ultimate appraisal magic with his advanced mana sensing magic to perfectly read the active battlefield. Recalling Grandma Kuota's stories, Reese confirms that Gulja's corrupted horn acts as a perfect medium to instantly transform the ambient miasma into usable mana. Observing the intricate flow of the newly converted mana, the young elf suddenly notices a bizarre inconsistency that catches him completely off guard. Staring at his readouts, Reese is deeply confused to see the massive flow of mana completely and abruptly stopping right at the demon commander's hands. Reflecting on the natural laws, he reminds himself that mana is supposed to circulate smoothly through a person's vessels exactly like flowing blood. Reese pieces together the bizarre anatomy, noting that while mana gathers at Gulja's horn and cause, it completely dead ends upon reaching his hands. A terrifying realization hits the brilliant elf as he deduces that Gulja literally modified his own physical body to act as a living magic tool. Reese admits he never considered this horrific possibility because voluntarily blocking one's own internal mana flow goes completely against the fundamental biological foundations of life. Eager to test his new hypothesis, Reese excitedly decides to try materializing a complex magic formula and physically fixing it directly to his own fingertip. Raising his hand to gather mana, Reese attempts to voluntarily cut off his internal flow, but the unstable energy immediately backfires with a sudden spark. Quickly retreating through the thick forest canopy, a determined Reese mutters that he needs to try again because he couldn't hold the overwhelming mana back. Suddenly halting, an alarmed Reese slams his fist against a tree trunk as he realizes the ruthless commander is heading straight back to the village. Riding his massive dragon mount, an incredibly annoyed Gulja scoffs at the elf's hide-and-seek tactics and decides he no longer has patience for these games. Displaying his cruel cunning, the commander calculates that the hidden elf will be forced to reveal himself if he simply captures the young human girl. Panic sets in as Reese pushes his speed to the absolute limit, desperately racing through the trees because he knows Gulja is targeting Minori. While sprinting, Reese decides to switch to impact magic since materializing a formula for ultimate magic is currently far too difficult to safely control. Summoning a glowing magical circle on his fingertip, Reese prepares to deploy impact magic, which is renowned as one of the most reliable advanced spells. Reese confidently rationalizes that while his self-invented flying shockwave isn't the most devastating spell, its lower power requirement makes the experimental setup significantly easier. Gritting his teeth against the bizarre sensation, the 108-year-old elf excitedly celebrates finally managing to successfully cut off the internal flow of his own mana. Focusing entirely on his fingertips, Reese marvels at the strange, warm pressure building up inside his hand and prepares to release a tiny, experimental burst. With a swift, practiced motion, the young elven master shouts and forcefully unleashes a violently swirling burst of magical energy directly from his modified fingertip. Noticing the sudden burst of magic in the distance, an aggressive Gulja glares toward the disturbance and menacingly shouts that the elf finally revealed himself. Reese examines the aftermath of his experimental spell, noting with surprise that the output was far more powerful than intended and realizing he couldn't properly control his mana vessels. A colossal, destructive shockwave violently rips through the dense forest, completely obliterating the thick trees and leaving a massive trail of raw devastation in its wake. Having witnessed the sudden magical eruption, an infuriated Gulger realizes the clever trick and loudly curses the sneaky elf brat for intentionally cutting off his own presence. Hiding safely behind a thick tree trunk, a relieved Reese watches his opponent abruptly change course, softly expressing his gratitude that the angry commander is finally coming back. Staring at the crackling energy gathering in his palm, an overly excited Reese grins widely as he realizes he gets the perfect chance to test fire magic in combat right away. Refusing to be intimidated by the sudden flames, an arrogant Gulger fiercely swings his weapon and aggressively shouts that such a pathetic elemental attack will never work on him. Riding his battle drake straight toward his target, the demon commander smirks confidently and mocks the young elf for finally showing himself after cowardly hiding in the shadows. Stepping boldly into the open, a determined Reese channels a brilliant aura of magical energy, swiftly invoking the ultimate physical enhancement magic known as Tear as Hort. Utterly bewildered that an inferior race can wield multiple attributes, Gulger brushes it off, arrogantly claiming that such an insignificant bug will still be incredibly easy to crush. The commander's overconfidence instantly shatters as his own dark magic is suddenly dispelled, causing him to angrily curse the elf just as Reese confidently declares the demon's loss. Closing the distance with blinding, magically enhanced speed, Reese thrusts his hand forward and forcefully unleashes a devastating, point-blank blast of impact magic directly into the commander's chest. Reeling from the sudden, overwhelming blow, a battered and shocked Gulger coughs in pure agony as he realizes his opponent flawlessly executed advanced chantless magic against him. Standing victorious over the heavily damaged demon commander, the Elven Master softly begins to express his sincere gratitude to his opponent for the intense and educational battle. Flashing a bright, cheerful smile that perfectly contrasts the deadly battlefield, the young elf happily reveals to the defeated commander that he actually just learned chantless magic a moment ago. Standing victorious over the fallen commander, Reese concludes that sealing the demon's horn will make it absolutely impossible for him to generate or use any magic power. Without missing a beat, the Elven Master quickly unleashes a dark attribute magic spell known as Koshiki, summoning a sticky whip to restrain his opponent. The arrogant commander is suddenly bound tightly by the magical sticky whip, crying out in absolute shock and confusion as he struggles against the binding. Reese playfully asks if the commander has already noticed his predicament, prompting the furious demon to violently curse him for the sudden restraint. Initially brushing off the bindings, the commander confidently believes that he can easily break free from such a simple trap in just a few moments. However, absolute panic sets in as the commander suddenly realizes that his internal magic power is completely gone and he cannot cast any spells. Flashing a devious smile, Reese casually shrugs off the commander's furious accusations as the demon screams about being defeated by underhanded elven tricks. Refusing to admit defeat, the disgraced commander loudly boasts that he still has plenty of other loyal soldiers waiting to fight on his behalf. He arrogantly explains that even though they are low-tier demons, the overwhelming power of his magic crystal makes them a terrifying, unstoppable force. Screaming into the surrounding forest, the desperate commander aggressively orders his brainwashed men to step forward and prove their absolute loyalty. A heavy silence falls over the battlefield as Reese cheerfully points out that absolutely no one is answering the commander's frantic calls. The young elf calmly explains to his bewildered opponent that the cruel mind control magic placed on the demon soldiers was actually lifted a while ago. A flashback reveals a quiet moment between Reese and Minori, where the master solemnly declares that the young warrior is the absolute key to winning the upcoming battle. Staring intently at his student, Reese firmly addresses Minori, letting the heavy weight of the responsibility sink in. Catching her completely off guard, Reese politely asks to borrow Minori's sword for a moment, leaving the young girl utterly confused by the sudden request. Focusing his immense power, Reese skillfully enchants Minori's blade with a specialized anti-dark attribute magic enchant to counter the enemy's corruption. He officially names the newly materialized magic formula Acetogrelin, which perfectly functions as a powerful antidemon invitation spell. Minori stares in absolute awe as her sword completely transforms into a crackling, black blade radiating with overwhelming, unfamiliar magical energy. Reese proudly explains that he infused the weapon with a powerful anti-magic attribute he learned directly from the ancient grimoire gifted by Grandma Kuota. Recalling his intense study sessions, Reese notes that the rare magic possesses the unique power of inversion, allowing it to completely ignore the physical laws of the world, a feat usually reserved only for the Demon King. A sudden stroke of brilliant inspiration hits the Elven Master as he realizes that if the Demon King uses this power via a special factor, Reese might be able to artificially replicate it himself. Snapping back to the present moment, Minori earnestly calls out to her master, eagerly waiting for his final tactical instructions. Reese explains that if she precisely strikes the brainwashed demon's horns with the enchanted sword, the inversion effect will safely return their corrupted minds back to normal. Processing the heavy responsibility, a slightly anxious Minori asks her master exactly what she needs to do to execute the plan perfectly. Gripping the powerful sword tightly, she nervously asks for reassurance that this dangerous method won't accidentally severely injure any of the innocent demons. Flashing a warm, trusting smile, Reese gently reassures his student that because she is the one wielding the blade, he knows with absolute certainty that no one will get hurt. Turning his back to face the approaching danger, Reese fiercely declares that Minori is the only person in the entire world he truly trusts to watch his back. Deeply moved by her master's unwavering faith, a fiercely determined Minori violently nods her head and vows to do her absolute best to save everyone. The scene cuts back to the chaotic battlefield, recalling how the ruthless commander had viciously ordered his enslaved troops to kill Reese and retrieve his magic. Kneeling defeated in the dirt, the stunned commander finally realizes that his entire squad has been neutralized and absolutely no reinforcements are coming to save him. Staring at the elf in pure disbelief, the commander stammers as he tries to process how Reese and his companion managed to cure such a massive number of brainwashed soldiers so quickly. Changing the subject, a genuinely happy Reese steps closer to the defeated demon and sincerely expresses his profound appreciation for the commander's actions. Utterly baffled by the bizarre compliment, the confused commander stares at the smiling elf and desperately demands to know what the hell he is talking about. Reese cheerfully explains that the commander gave him the perfect, first-hand opportunity to study and learn chantless magic, prompting the terrified demon to scramble away as Reese prepares to test his new skills. The Elven Master coldly finishes his thought, noting that trying out this dangerous new magic on a live target is absolutely all he wants right now. Meanwhile, somewhere in the quiet ruins, the peaceful silence is broken as a gentle voice softly asks a fallen demon if he is finally awake. Blinking away the lingering darkness of the mind control, the weary demon slowly opens his eyes and gazes up in pure wonder at his mysterious savior. The demon is absolutely stunned to realize his savior is a human girl as Minori warmly introduces herself and happily mentions that the kind grandma from Quota Village treated her incredibly well. Hearing the mention of his beloved home, the demon's eyes widen in sheer shock as the overwhelming realization of his mother's safety washes over him. Minori smiles gently as the cured demon weakly mutters the word mom, confirming that she has miraculously managed to save Grandma Kuota's precious son. Weeping in absolute despair, the cured demon recounts the horrific moment he sacrificed his own mother's life to the Demon King without a single moment of hesitation. Gripping his face in pure agony, he explains that his horns suddenly started burning and completely took over his mind until he wasn't himself anymore. Trembling with overwhelming guilt, the young demon tearfully confesses that he also ruthlessly attacked and hurt people in other villages while under the dark spell. The heavy, sorrowful atmosphere is suddenly interrupted as an energetic Minori steps forward and loudly calls out to excuse herself. Standing before the bewildered demons, the young human girl flashes a bright, welcoming smile and kindly asks if they can all eat together. Minori gently explains that whenever someone feels hurt or overwhelmed by sadness, the absolute best remedy is to share some delicious food with others. Offering a warm, nostalgic smile, she softly notes that she was actually taught this comforting lesson by the people she deeply respects. Grateful for her incredible kindness, the demon thanks her while Minori cheerfully offers to serve him another warm bowl of food. Holding the wooden bowl tightly in his hands, the exhausted demon takes a slow, careful sip of the warm, nourishing broth. His eyes widen in absolute shock and wonder as he instantly recognizes the distinct, comforting taste as his mother's favorite flavor. Watching the demon find peace, Minori offers a bright, genuinely happy smile that radiates pure warmth and unshakable kindness. In the background, a heavily bound Gulger is forced to march alongside his battle drake as the group secures their prisoners. A heartwarming scene unfolds around the crackling campfire as Minori happily serves massive pots of delicious food to the grateful, fully cured demons. Someone watches Minori from afar, completely mesmerized by her radiant, gentle smile as she continuously cares for their new companions. Breaking away from the crowd, a cheerful Reese jogs over to his hard-working student to personally check on her progress. Laughing softly together, the Elven Master sincerely thanks Minori and proudly tells her that she was an absolutely massive help today. Reese warmly reflects that the beautiful way people gather around to share a meal remains exactly the same, no matter their race or where they come from. Watching him fondly, Minori silently thinks to herself that Reese is the only person who can spend so much time interacting so peacefully with everyone. Reese laughs and humbly passes the credit to Jin for working so hard, while Minori insists she is just fulfilling her promise to Grillet and her loved ones. Flashing a bright grin, Minori cheerfully tells Reese that he has become even cooler than before, prompting the elf to note how much she has grown up. Slightly flustered by the compliment, Reese wonders aloud if 80 years of life has actually changed his appearance at all. Leaning in closer, Minori softly replies that it is surely the precious time they have spent together that has changed him for the better. Flashing a beautiful, heart-stopping smile, the young girl boldly confesses that this exact growth makes him incredibly attractive to her, leaving Reese completely speechless. The sudden, bold confession completely startles everyone, causing Reese, Minori, and even the battle drake to panic as they awkwardly wonder what to do next. Regaining his composure, Reese shifts the focus back to their mission, noting that there must be many other demons and villages trapped under Gulger's control. The Elven Master confidently declares they will travel around to solve the crisis, utilizing a fully cooperative Gulger who weakly offers to answer any questions. Staring off toward the horizon, Reese decides to completely entrust the human side of the conflict to Jin, a strategic move that Minori firmly understands and accepts. Exactly 1 year later, a peaceful, sprawling human farming village rests quietly under the bright morning sky. The tranquility is violently shattered as a massive, terrifying golden dragon crashes down into the fields with a deafening roar. Stepping fearlessly onto the battlefield, an older, battle-hardened Jin swings his heavy blade with incredible force to confront the massive beast. Moving with blinding speed, the young warrior lands a flawless, devastating strike that violently blasts the monstrous dragon backward. Analyzing his fallen opponent, Jin correctly identifies the massive creature as the golden wolf dragon, Goldraz, a highly dangerous A-rank monster. Gripping his sword, the seasoned warrior notes with deep suspicion that such a high-level monster absolutely shouldn't be appearing in a simple farming village. A dark realization washes over Jin as he recalls his master's ominous warning that the Demon King's grand resurrection is rapidly approaching. His grim thoughts are suddenly interrupted by familiar voices as his trusty party members, Raiden and Anastasia, excitedly call out his name. Panting heavily from the rush, a dedicated Anastasia cheerfully reports that all the monsters in their assigned area have been successfully eliminated as ordered. Stepping closer, a highly concerned Raiden suddenly freaks out as he notices that his fearless leader is actually covered in fresh injuries. Panic immediately sets in as a frantic Anastasia tearfully admits that she clumsily spilled all her healing potions before arriving at the scene. An absolutely furious Raiden aggressively scolds the clumsy girl, screaming at her for foolishly running off by herself and ruining their supplies. Raiden sighs in frustration, noting they will just have to rely on Ryab to heal Jin, though he actively complains about the eccentric advanced water-type user. Munching lazily on some snacks, the legendary elf Ryab coldly glares at Raiden and demands an offering of nuts in exchange for her healing services. Realizing they are completely out of potions, the team turns to Vritra for help, but the tiny dragon merely offers to violently grill the wounds shut instead. Laughing off the chaotic situation, Jin assures his worried partner that he is perfectly fine, while an exasperated Raiden screams about their utterly useless non-human companions. Raiden absolutely loses his mind when Jin casually claims his severe wounds will just heal naturally, loudly questioning if his leader is even human anymore. Smiling confidently, Jin completely brushes off the complaints and grips his sword, firmly declaring that it is time to head to their next location. Pulling out a formal guild document, the serious young leader scans the paper and announces the details of their next urgent request. A grand illustration showcases the imposing architecture of Fort Kukure, a massive, heavily fortified stronghold bustling with travelers. Reading the map, Raiden gravely notes that Fort Kukure is geographically the absolute closest human territory to the dangerous demon realm. Jin reveals that the Lord himself personally requested their help, leading Raiden to deduce that the escalating monster attacks have created a truly desperate situation. Staring intensely at the urgent missive, Jin grimly acknowledges that if Fort Kukure falls to the enemy, the fate of humanity will become undeniably catastrophic. Filled with unwavering resolve, the brave leader fiercely draws his sword and loudly commands his elite team to get moving immediately. Watching Jin march forward, Raiden chuckles at his leader's impatience but proudly reflects on how their party, Travelers of Hope Ragridge, miraculously reached a rank in just 2 years. Flashing a confident, trusting smile, the loyal Earth Mage cheerfully vows to follow Jin wherever their dangerous journey takes them. Striding proudly alongside his best friend, Raiden firmly declares his absolute faith in Jin, knowing perfectly well that their leader is a man who always gets the job done. A bright, striking view showcases the grand exterior walls and heavily fortified gateway of Fort Kukure, humanity's crucial stronghold. Jin and his party arrive at the imposing gates, where the armored guards casually allow them to pass, noting that Gallius-sama had already informed them of the party's arrival. Stepping into the beautiful, bustling fortress town, the group is warmly greeted by a man who correctly identifies Jin as the leader of the Ragridge party and apologizes for keeping them waiting. The well-dressed man, sporting a small beard and round glasses, flashes a polite smile as he verifies Jin's identity before continuing their conversation. An overwhelmed Anastasia begins to tremble and sweat nervously, realizing with sheer panic that the man standing casually before them is the actual lord of the fort, Gallius Garalanda-sama. Lord Gallius humbly addresses the young leader, stating he has heard many great things about Jin's outstanding actions, to which a slightly flustered Jin replies that it is a great honor. The Lord immediately gets down to serious business, shocking the entire party by officially asking them to head into the Great Circle Forest Vastira to hunt down and defeat the demons hiding there. Both Raiden and Anastasia react with absolute, wide-eyed horror at the mere mention of demons, while Gallius grimly notes that the escalating threat is directly tied to the rising miasma. Gallius solemnly explains that the miasma surrounding Fort Kukure is steadily increasing alongside the number of demonic beast attacks, leading to an undeniable spike in tragic human casualties and terrifying eyewitness accounts. Staring grimly ahead, the Lord deduces the horrifying reality behind these coordinated attacks, stating that the demons must be actively preparing for the grand return of the Demon Lord. The horrific revelation leaves the party completely stunned, with Raiden and Anastasia stammering in pure terror at the apocalyptic thought of the Demon Lord's actual resurrection. Gallius firmly declares that defeating these demons and entirely halting their invasion is the absolute top priority for Fort Kukure, as the enemy relentlessly chips away at humanity's remaining strength day after day. Sitting across from the young adventurer, the Lord seriously announces that to accomplish this monumental task, he wishes to entrust Ragridge with all the military funds and soldiers available at the fort. The sheer weight of the offer throws the party into a panic. A sweating Raiden frantically reminds the Lord that despite their impressive A-rank status, they are still fundamentally just newbie adventurers. Jin respectfully agrees with his partner, telling Gallius he is deeply grateful for such incredibly high expectations, but logically pointing out that there should be tons of older, much stronger adventurers out there better suited for leading an army. Looking directly into the Lord's eyes, a deeply bewildered Jin simply asks the most pressing question on his mind: why did the Lord specifically choose them for this impossible mission? Gallius calmly adjusts his glasses and notes a poetic parallel. Just as the demons impatiently await the Demon Lord's return, all of humanity is desperately and impatiently waiting for the one hero who can finally defeat him. The wise Lord references an ancient legend to make his point, specifically quoting the prophetic arrival of a savior from the tale of the hero unsuited for magic. Gallius closes his eyes for a brief moment and reveals to the young leader that he recently heard a very specific, intriguing rumor regarding this exact prophecy. He explicitly states the rumor claims that a boy named Jin Flitz was personally trained in the deep forest by a certain, legendary elf. Pausing slightly, the Lord chuckles and admits that it sounds so absurd he doubts anyone would normally believe such a wild story. However, Gallius flashes a knowing smile and confidently drops the names Reese Kleinsama and Minorisama, casually confirming that both of them are terrifyingly strong individuals. Utterly shocked by the impossible revelation, a wide-eyed Jin frantically demands to know how on earth the Lord of Fort Kukure knows the exact names of his master and his senior disciple. A touching flashback briefly shows a younger Gallius in the presence of the Elven Master, as the Lord emotionally explains that just like his mother, his father, and Jin, he too is deeply indebted to Risama's kindness. Gallius explains that the moment he heard the relayed stories of Jin and Minori fighting to keep their promise to his father, he immediately understood the profound truth behind the rumors. He proudly declares that if the great Risama has placed such incredibly high expectations on Jin's shoulders, then Gallius unequivocally shares that exact same unwavering faith. With profound sincerity, the Lord leans forward and earnestly begs Jin to accept this grand role, wishing to bet the entire future of humanity on the young boy's potential. Specifically, Gallius formally asks Jin to boldly step up and act as the absolute vanguard for humanity's desperate counterattack against the encroaching demon forces. Jin remains stoically silent as Gallius points out that Ragridge has an impeccable track record, having reliably accepted and completed every single request they've received, no matter how trivial. Looking back at his supportive, trusting party members, Jin turns to the Lord with fierce determination and firmly promises that they will successfully complete this job to their client's absolute satisfaction. A massive wave of relief washes over Gallius as he tightly grasps Jin's hand, offering his profound and sincere gratitude for accepting the terrifying burden. Moving on to logistical support, Gallius hands over a folded piece of paper to the young leader, prompting an incredibly curious Jin to ask what exactly he is receiving. The Lord reveals that the intricate drawing is a priceless long-distance teleportation magic circle, specifically created and left behind by Reincarnated before the elf departed on his own journey. The entire party erupts in awe at the incredible gift. Gallius notes that this magical trump card will allow Jin to instantly summon the fort soldiers to his location absolutely wherever he is. With the preparation set, Gallius admits he ideally would have liked to ask Jin's party to march straight to Vastira immediately to halt the demon threat. However, the Lord's expression turns deadly serious as he informs Jin that there is actually someplace else he urgently needs the party to go first. As the group leaves the meeting, a brief moment captures the emotional weight of their task, noting that a grandfather's dying will has successfully been inherited by the next generation. Walking through the crowded, sunny streets of the fort, an amazed Raiden admits he never would have thought that Lord Gallius actually knew the master race Jin is always talking about, a sentiment Jin completely shares. Reflecting on the unbelievable chain of events, Raiden confidently deduces that Reincarnated must have specifically chosen to train Jin because the wise elf saw his undeniable potential to become the true hero. While Raiden marvels at the legendary destiny unfolding before them, Jin quietly looks ahead and silently thinks to himself that his master's reasoning goes far beyond just that simple explanation. Lord Gallius instructs Jin to go retrieve the holy sword before heading to Vastira, expressing surprise that the hero's legendary weapon has suddenly shown up. Jin and Anastasia react with absolute shock, their eyes widening as they loudly question if the mythical holy sword actually exists in reality. Maintaining a deadly serious expression, Gallius brings up the ominous name of the cunning demon, known as Wava-Kama. The Lord grimly explains that Wava-Kama is the exact same demon who forced his father, Grillet Garalanda, into retirement 10 years ago. Jin recalls that Lord Garalanda was famously called the War God, while Gallius notes that Wava is currently leading the demon army in place of the absent demon lord. Gallius warns that the imminent danger to Fort Kukure and the paralyzing fear of the demon lord's return won't cease until Wava is finally defeated. Speaking bluntly, the Lord admits that it would be incredibly hard for Jin to defeat a monster like Wava as he currently is. Gallius reveals he has already notified the nation of Jin's arrival, prompting Anastasia to clarify if they are retrieving the safely guarded holy sword to gain every possible advantage. The Lord smiles slightly, noting that a man who cannot use mana perfectly lines up with the legendary hero from the old stories. Turning to his leader, Raiden asks Jin what he thinks about taking on such a monumental and dangerous task. Staring at his gloved hand, Jin solemnly points out that unlike the hero who eventually awakened wondrous mana, he still cannot use his own mana yet. Anastasia looks on with deep concern as Jin reflects on the wooden sword his master infused with magic, noting it is his only source of magical power. Jin expresses his underlying anxiety, admitting that he has absolutely no idea how long the stored mana inside his wooden sword will actually last. Gripping his weapon tightly, the young warrior firmly resolves that if he had the actual holy sword, he just might stand a real chance. Sometime later, the party arrives at a massive, breathtakingly grand cathedral with highly intricate architecture towering into the sky. A guide welcomes them while Vritra complains about humans making things unnecessarily gaudy. Meanwhile, an amazed Raiden and Anastasia marvel at the incredible temple. The guide leads them to a secure door, noting that regular people are strictly forbidden from entering the room of the holy sword, and invites them inside. Inside the chamber, the group finds an awe-inspiring, beautifully carved stone altar adorned with candles and statues. Anastasia marvels at the luxurious interior, while Jin respectfully agrees that such a grand resting place is perfectly befitting for a hero who saved so many lives. However, as Jin's gaze shifts toward the center of the altar, his expression drops into utter confusion as he lets out a baffled noise. Staring blankly at the empty pedestal, a stunned Jin realizes that the legendary holy sword is completely missing from its designated spot. Raiden immediately freaks out, aggressively questioning if the guide made a mistake, while Jin and Anastasia sweat nervously at the bizarre situation. Pondering the strange disappearance, Jin thoughtfully wonders if the empty room is actually a test designed to make them prove their worth. Noticing his companion closely inspecting the wall, Jin approaches Anastasia and asks her what she has found. Anastasia gently places her hand near a circular, engraved mechanism on the wall and curiously asks if it is some sort of magic tool. Jin speculates that they might need to channel mana through it, but Raiden quickly points out that Jin cannot use mana at all. Anastasia advised that there might already be mana stored inside the device, comparing its potential mechanics to Jin's enchanted wooden sword. Deciding to test her theory, a silent and focused Jin reaches his hand out toward the intricate circular mechanism. Jin presses his hand against the tool, but absolutely nothing happens, leaving the group kneeling in disappointed silence. Raiden scoffs with a smug grin, teasing Anastasia that her grand theory was completely wrong after all. Taking a closer look at the surrounding area, Jin suddenly notices that there are actually 4 more identical mechanisms hidden nearby. Anastasia gasps in realization, recalling that in the legendary tale, the hero specifically travels with 4 companions who each wield a different attribute of magic. Understanding the puzzle's true requirement, Jin, Raiden, Anastasia, and Ryab simultaneously press their hands against the mechanisms, triggering a brilliant flash of light. The activated mechanisms cause a hidden passage to slide open. An amazed Anastasia points it out while Raiden stammers in sheer disbelief that it worked. The group cautiously descends into the dark passage, but a panicked Raiden completely loses his cool after walking into a spider web, prompting Anastasia to try and calm him down. Walking slightly ahead, Jin reflects on the clever security measure, noting that the door was specifically designed not to activate unless exactly 5 people channeled it together. The quiet exploration is violently interrupted when Raiden and Anastasia trigger a hidden trapdoor, crashing down into a cloud of dust as Jin frantically asks if they are all right. At the bottom of the dusty fall, a brilliant, singular beam of light perfectly illuminates a solemn cluster of weathered gravestones in the darkness. Jin and Anastasia stare at the illuminated grave site in pure bewilderment, quietly wondering whose final resting place they have just stumbled upon. Standing calmly beside the ruins with Vritra on her head, Ryab solemnly observes the stones and notes that this must be the secret grave of the legendary hero's party. Confirming the true nature of the hidden mechanisms, Jin points out to his companions that each circular device is specifically engraved with a unique magic attribute emblem. Staring solemnly into the newly illuminated cavern, a wide-eyed Anastasia trails off as she slowly pieces together the grim reality of their current location. She softly finishes her thought, officially revealing to the rest of the shocked party that they are standing directly in front of the legendary hero's grave. Recovering from their rough fall, Raiden questions why such an incredibly important historical monument was hidden away in such an isolated, hard-to-reach place. Gazing warmly at the quiet cluster of gravestones, Jin finds comfort in the arrangement, noting that the hero is peacefully surrounded by his loyal friends. Snapping the group back to their actual mission, an anxious Raiden demands to know if there are any signs of the holy sword they came to retrieve. Staring at the empty space where the weapon should be, Jin firmly confirms their worst fears by stating that the sword is definitely not there. A frantic Raiden completely panics, desperately hoping there is just another hidden gimmick blocking their path because the alternative is too terrible to consider. Focusing her keen magical senses, Anastasia detects the lingering traces of a powerful barrier that used to protect the sacred area from outsiders. With a terrified realization, Anastasia deduces that if the barrier is broken and the sword is missing, it means somebody else has already breached the tomb. A sweating Raiden loudly questions if the hero actually came here before them to claim the sword, frantically asking Jin what they should do next. Instead of panicking, Jin softly reflects on the fact that the legendary hero was also deeply helped and supported by his devoted companions. A heartwarming flashback shows Master Reese smiling brightly as he proudly promises that the wooden sword he filled with his best mana will surely protect Jin on his journey. Closing his eyes and drawing strength from his master's unwavering trust, Jin grips his wooden sword and silently vows to go as absolutely far as he can. Flashing a confident, fearless smile, the brave leader assures his worried party that as long as they all stay together, he feels like they can accomplish anything. An enthusiastic Anastasia promises to do her absolute best with her water magic, prompting Raiden to sarcastically beg her not to accidentally drown in her own spells first. As Anastasia pouts at the teasing, Ryab suggests they use a mistletoe bird to inform Lord Gallius about the missing sword and their immediate departure to Vastira. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, a dark, ominous figure stares out into the distance and notes that it has been a while since they visited the Great Circle Forest Vastira. The shadowy figure continues their menacing train of thought, implying a highly dangerous and dark purpose for their sudden return to the area. Stepping forward with sinister intent, the figure formally declares that they will be going back to the lush forest once again. A violently swirling, pitch-black magical portal suddenly tears open the peaceful fabric of the forest, allowing a terrifying, clawed demonic hand to reach through. A close-up shot reveals a horrifying, slit-pupiled eye glaring out from the darkness, radiating an aura of absolute malice and ancient demonic power. Sensing the massive magical defense surrounding the area, the demon notes the presence of an ultimate barrier, scoffing at the hero's appearance and mocking humanity's futile struggles. An announcement of a high-rank Earth attribute magic being cast. Raiden powerfully leaps into action, launching a devastating attack called Glast, or Great Earth Spear, as a monster lets out a yelp of defeat. Jin observes the grim environment, noting that demonic beasts are lurking everywhere and the miasma is thicker than anything he has ever seen, causing the forest plants to wilt and the earth to rot. Suddenly, someone from the party spots something in the distance and excitedly calls out to draw everyone's attention. Jin looks on with wide-eyed amazement as he spots a massive, glowing, pristine tree standing tall amidst the rotting forest. He is shocked to realize that around this magnificent tree, there isn't a single speck of the dark miasma's corrupting influence. Jin deduces that there must be an invisible barrier protecting the sacred place, comparing it to something incredibly familiar he desperately wants to see. Stepping out from beneath her hood, Ryab looks up with genuine surprise and officially identifies the massive plant as the legendary Yggdrasil. Ryab explains that it serves as a sanctuary exclusively for elves, a home that neither miasma nor humans can enter, prompting an amazed inquiry about her knowledge of it. She continues to explain the profound reason behind the grand tree's solitary existence in the world. Anastasia and Raiden listen closely as Ryab reveals that the ancient tree, Yggdrasil, acts as the ultimate guardian deity for all elves. Ryab softly muses to herself, expressing pure astonishment that someone would actually manage to plant a branch of it right in the middle of human territory. Flashing a gentle, knowing smile, the legendary elf praises Rhys, noting that the young elven master is truly full of wonderful surprises. Gripping the hilt of his wooden sword, Jin realizes the profound truth that this sacred ground is the exact place where Rhys-sama originally trained him. Putting the pieces together, the party realizes that the elves' guardian deity is the source of the protection, making them confident they will find something useful there. The peaceful moment is violently shattered when a swirling, explosive dark portal suddenly tears open, prompting a shocked Jin and Raiden to demand the intruder's identity. An ominous voice echoes from the darkness, admitting they had a feeling this place was related to the hero and had been keeping a close eye on it. The mysterious enemy gloats, expressing their sheer amusement that the legendary hero himself would actually walk right into their trap. The voice menacingly concludes that the hero's sudden arrival is a highly welcome miscalculation for their dark plans. A terrified Vritra suddenly jumps into Jin's cloak. Jin wonders where the dragon went as a massive, slit-pupiled eye glares at them, making Vritra shriek in fear. The sinister voice cruelly mocks Vritra, calling it unfortunate that the once great dragon would end up reduced to nothing more than the hero's pathetic pet. The enemy maliciously threatens to create a permanent, eternal seal on the tiny dragon so that it can never awaken its true power again. Jin tries to gently reassure his trembling companion that everything will be okay, but a terrified Vritra stammers that things are absolutely not okay. Clinging desperately to Jin, Vritra cries out that taking care of this enemy is impossible, recalling the sheer terror they felt when Lord Gallius first mentioned his name. The panicked dragon screams that the entity standing before them is a genuine, unstoppable monster. Connecting the dots from Gallius's warning, Jin grimly realizes the true identity of the terrifying foe standing in their way. A dark, imposing figure fully materializes from the portal, formally and politely greeting the hero and his entire party. Introducing himself as Wava Kama, the acting supervisor of the Demon Lord's army, he fiercely vows to erase the hero from the earth before his true power can awaken. Jin grunts in pain, sweating heavily as he struggles to stand against the absolutely suffocating, overwhelming magical pressure radiating from Wava. Demonstrating his immense magical prowess, Wava instantly deploys a teleportation magic circle and invokes a terrifying spell known as Layfist, or the Parade of Malevolent Spirits. A massive, chaotic horde of grotesque and ferocious demons begins to violently pour out from the dark portal. Raiden and Anastasia stare in absolute horror as they realize an entire army of demons is flooding out of the magical gateway. Taking his assault even further, Wava channels transference magic and unleashes Levatory Gallery, a devastating, rampaging magic circuit. The party watches in terror as dark red magic power violently spreads out from Wava, realizing he is using a dangerous technique known as berserk demonization. Pointing a commanding finger toward the adventurers, the ruthless demon supervisor orders all his corrupted forces to attack and crush the hero's party. A massive, muscular demon roars furiously, charging forward with glowing eyes and murderous intent to execute the commander's orders. The ferocious beast violently swings its massive weapon down, creating a terrifying impact on the battlefield. A hysterical Vritra desperately asks Jin what they are going to do now, while Jin remains completely calm and reassures his panicked dragon that everything will be fine. Raiden and Anastasia exchange a knowing, confident look, entirely unbothered by the overwhelming demon army standing before them. Flashing a fearless smirk, Raiden proudly declares that up until this very moment, absolutely everything has happened exactly as Gallia-sama predicted it would. A close-up of a slit-pupiled eye glares out as a determined Jin activates a brilliant magic circle, loudly declaring that he will be counting on the forces from Fort Kukure. Multiple blurry silhouettes and speed lines depict a massive wave of figures rushing forward into the fray. Heavily armored soldiers wielding long spears charge fearlessly out of the teleportation portal to join the battle. The soldiers successfully materialize on the battlefield, standing in formation and readying their weapons against the demonic threat. Leading the charge, a fierce veteran soldier proudly announces that he has been a gatekeeper for 30 years, and the head gatekeeper for the past 3. The head gatekeeper emotionally explains that he owes a great debt to both Ri-sama and Gallia-sama, noting that they are the ones who bet on this exact moment. Stealing his resolve, the veteran fiercely vows that his troops are going to stop the surrounding enemies no matter the cost. Raising his voice over the chaos, he passionately commands the soldiers of Fort Kukure to follow his lead into the clash. Meanwhile, Anastasia promises to protect Ryab, who casually muses about getting more fruits from the Lord later, while Raiden urges both of them that they should go too. Preparing to split their forces, Raiden confidently points at Jin and tells him to deal with the main guy. Jin firmly accepts his role, telling Raiden to leave it to him as he prepares to face the terrifying demon commander. Raiden turns to the tiny dragon and aggressively yells that Vritra should just roast the guy to a crisp. A sweating Vritra watches Raiden run off, nervously muttering that Raiden is talking about things he clearly doesn't get. Unfazed by the sudden reinforcements, Wavakama calmly observes that the humans are countering his instantaneous teleportation magic circle deployment by intercepting the forces. The demon commander softly hums to himself, noting that it appears the strategist on humanity's side is quite meticulous. Raising a hand engulfed in dark, swirling energy, Wavakama coldly declares the activation of his summoning magic. A terrifying, skeletal weapon materializes from the dark magic, ominously revealed to be the cursed sword, Barmank. A shocked Jin and a panicked Vritra stare at the weapon, realizing it is rumored to have been used by the demon lord himself. Wavakama tells Vritra that he doesn't need to fret, confidently declaring that it is the end. The arrogant demon supervisor clarifies that his deadly business is exclusively with the so-called heroes standing before him. Realizing the immense danger of the upcoming duel, Jin softly asks Vritra to please go and help the others. Drawing his sword, a highly determined Jin bravely vows that he will be the one to personally take the demon down. Reluctantly flying away from his partner, a tearful Vritra agrees but frantically screams at Jin not to dare die. Glaring at Jin's redded stance, Wavakama scoffs and asks if that is all the power the young hero has. The confident demon states that it is only a matter of time until the demon lord's complete revival. Jin desperately blocks a massive, crushing downward strike from the cursed sword, fiercely declaring that it isn't over yet. Grunting in pure agony under the immense weight of the attack, Jin struggles while a disappointed Wava remarks he didn't think the hero would only be at this pathetic level. Jin is violently blasted backward with a painful cry as Wava cruelly boasts there isn't even a need for the demon lord to make a move. Tumbling helplessly through the air, Jin realizes in pure shock that the incredibly heavy miasma completely overwhelmed him with just one attack. Watching their leader get brutally launched, a frantic Raiden screams Jin's name while Anastasia begs him not to go. Ryab stops them, sternly warning that the miasma will directly affect them if they even try to get near that intense fight in their current state. When Raiden anxiously asks if Jin will be alright, Ryab explains that the wisest decision is to stay put to avoid being infected by the berserk demonization. Anastasia protests this harsh logic, pointing out that it is only thanks to Yggdrasil's divine protection that they are even able to resist the corruption. Ryab bluntly states that there is absolutely nobody else out there who can defeat the demon lord, noting that aside from Jin Flitz, no one holds the true hero's power. The wise elf delivers a grim ultimatum, declaring that if Jin doesn't fully awaken the hero's power right here and now, they will all perish. Processing the heavy truth, Raiden realizes that trusting their party leader is the only viable option they have left. A determined Anastasia turns her back to the duel and bravely faces the demon horde, modestly claiming she is just a healer. Raiden releases a frustrated sigh and curses, while Ryab casually threatens to charge him even more fruits if he becomes a burden to her. Flashing a confident, adrenaline-fueled smile, Raiden yells at the ancient elf to stop trying to take advantage of the deadly situation. Throwing a devastating punch at an incoming demon, an enraged Raiden screams out to his best friend, warning Jin about the dire consequences if he dies there. Violently blasted backward through the trees by the overwhelming attack, Jin screams in pure frustration that he is going to live the rest of his life resenting his opponent. Tumbling to a halt, a heavily battered Jin struggles to recover, panting and huffing loudly as he tries to catch his breath. Staring down at the struggling boy, an arrogant Wawa Kama mockingly wonders if Jin still has the power left to fulfill his grand boast of taking him down. The demon commander issues a dry cough before condescendingly addressing the battered boy as Mr. Hero. Jin agonizes over the suffocating environment, noting his body feels so hot it is on fire, and realizes Wawa is freely controlling the concentrated miasma without losing any magic power. Despair begins to set in as Jin notices that, in stark contrast to the demon's endless energy, the magic power he received from Risama feels like it is about to completely disappear. Gripping his weapon tightly, the young hero realizes his dire situation is worsened by the fact that his wooden sword is also getting pretty beat up. Refusing to give up, Jin bravely stands tall against Wawa, declaring that compared to this miasma, his dream of becoming an adventurer and creating a world where everyone can be happy will not falter. Channeling his unwavering resolve, a blooded Jin fiercely shouts that Master Reese's magic power is far stronger than anything the demon can throw at him. Annoyed by the boy's persistence, Wawa notes that the existence called a hero truly is a hindrance, since Jin manages to retain his reason despite being exposed to so much miasma. The demon commander narrows his eyes and asks Jin a probing question, wondering if the boy hasn't ever thought about his own unnatural resilience before. Pressing his psychological attack, Wawa directly questions exactly why Jin's willpower is so incredibly strong in the face of absolute despair. Wawa tries to plant seeds of doubt, asking if there is really any need for Jin to go through so much danger, and questions if the boy genuinely believes that incredible willpower is actually his own. Looming over the battered boy, the demon commander suggests Jin is merely acting out a role, claiming that this twisted world has simply granted him a factor to force him to stand against the demon lord's revival. The psychological warfare hits its mark, leaving a completely stunned and sweating Jin to stammer in confusion over the concept of merely playing a role, while Wawa flashes a highly sinister smile. Seizing the moment of doubt, Wawa offers Jin a dark proposition, though the young hero instantly begins to reject the impossible offer. Wawa solemnly promises that if Jin agrees to leave the battlefield right now, the Demon Lord's army will not lay a single hand on the hero, Jin Flitz. Continuing his shocking offer, the demon commander adds that they will also completely spare the lives of Jin's beloved companions, leaving the boy utterly bewildered. Jin fiercely refuses to believe the enemy, but Wawa insists that all the demons want is to expand their livable land to equal the humans' land, simply hoping for the resurrection of the Demon Lord. Wawa attempts to completely disarm the situation by claiming his people actually don't want to fight with humanity. Pointing toward his side, the demon commander reveals he already knows the exact reason Jin came to fight them in the first place. Standing beside the massive, glowing blade he summoned, Wawa confirms that this weapon is the exact holy sword of the hero that Jin's party has been desperately seeking. A terrified Jin stares in sheer disbelief as Wawa recounts how their lord was defeated by this single sword exactly 700 years ago, revealing its true name as the Holy Sword, Ascalon. Wawa acknowledges that Ascalon possesses sacred power, but notes its brilliance no longer shines as much as it did in the past, right before casually invoking destruction magic, Galdaros, the Shattering Hammer. Before Jin can react, a devastating magical explosion violently shatters the wooden sword he was holding, causing the horrified boy to scream for it to stop. Reaching out desperately for the shattered remnants of his master's precious gift, a traumatized Jin realizes his only weapon is gone as Wawa coldly states that his odds of winning have all but disappeared. Having completely broken the young hero's only means of fighting back, Wawa flashes a terrifying, fanged smile and asks once again why they don't just settle down and make peace. A sinister horned figure smirks from the shadows, beckoning his victim to come forward. A battered, terrified youth trembles as the dark entity offers to tie the bond of their peace, staring in disbelief that the holy sword was lost so easily. Drowning in despair, the young warrior questions if his past actions and choices were truly of his own free will. The towering horned general brandishes a colossal blade, leaving the paralyzed boy wondering what he should do next. Sneering down at his broken opponent, the dark commander brands him a fool who still cannot grasp the harsh reality of their world. Snapping his fingers, the villain declares that crushing physical pain may be the only way to make the stubborn boy finally understand his place. With a deafening boom, the demonic warlord unleashes a massive, swirling beam of destructive dark energy from his towering sword. Lowering his weapon, the Horned commander casually raises an open hand as the residual dark magic hisses into the air. The immense pressure of the blast forces the defeated hero to slump helplessly against the shattered wall. Surveying his complete victory, the Dark Leader coldly notes the current status of the boy's absent masters. Flashing back to some time ago, human soldiers clash violently with monstrous pigmen deep within the dense forest. Panting from exhaustion, the elf girl Anastasia gently assures a wounded soldier that her healing magic will make the pain fade away soon. Frantic voices suddenly echo through the trees, desperately calling out for Master Ryab and Anastasia. Turning sharply, Anastasia listens as a scout frantically reports that enemy soldiers from the warp portal are gradually pushing in their direction. Maintaining her absolute composure, the elf girl narrows her eyes and confidently reveals she actually has a plan. Meanwhile, cackling goblins mock the fleeing humans, arrogantly daring them to run away as fast as they can. Bloodthirsty monsters scream for no survivors, celebrating that the main human force is already ripped to pieces. The monstrous horde laughs triumphantly, completely unaware of the deadly ambush waiting for them. A heavy thud suddenly shakes the clearing, causing the goblin and pigmen forces to flinch in total confusion. The confused beasts realize they chased the humans straight into the miasma, completely losing their trail. Panic ripples through the monstrous ranks as they finally realize the fleeing humans intentionally lured them into a trap. Screaming in terror, the monsters realize they are caught in a devastating pincer attack from behind. Stepping boldly into the fray, the young mage Ryab enthusiastically awards his enemies full points for figuring out the trap. Flashing a wild grin, Ryab mocks the panicked horde, noting they only get credit if they guess the incoming threat from above too. The terrified monsters snap their heads upward, screaming in sheer horror as a dragon flaps its wings against the sky. Channeling massive power, Ryab demands the beasts taste his ultimate move as he triggers upper-rank earth magic. A violent chain of explosions rips through the battlefield as he unleashes the thunder-rending cauldron of earth. With a deafening kaboom, the earth violently fractures and swallows the entire monster horde into a massive crater. Trapped at the bottom, the bewildered pigmen and goblins stare at the towering dirt walls completely boxing them in. Seizing the perfect moment, Ryab fiercely commands his allies to blow the trapped monsters away. A determined human commander quickly relays the order, shouting for Anastasia to finish them off. Leaping into the air, Anastasia declares she is ready to fire while conjuring an incredibly complex, multi-layered magic circle. Tapping into terrifying power, she casts ultimate rank water magic to summon the prison of rushing rapids. A colossal deluge of roaring water violently erupts from the magic circle, instantly flooding the entire battlefield. The trapped monsters scream in agony as the crushing torrent violently sweeps them away to a watery grave. Miles away, Lys pauses his own journey as he feels the heavy rumble of the devastating magical bombardment echoing through the earth. Sensing the massive disruption, the horned demon from earlier turns his head in shock, realizing the enemy forces are headed this way. The Dark Commander grips his weapon tightly, utterly bewildered that his frontline troops have been completely cut off. Furious, he screams for his subordinate Gulja, who instantly appears with a swift salute. Standing at attention, the fierce officer vigorously assures his master that their dark orders are still being executed exactly as planned. Holding his battered sword, the terrified young hero stares forward in total confusion as the anticipated attack suddenly ceases. Swishing his dark cape with chilling elegance, the horned demonic commander named Lord Wava regains his deadly composure. A heavy thud echoes through the ruins as Wava drops an invisible pressure, darkly warning his unseen subordinate not to mess with him. Lowering his guard slightly, the demonic leader casually wonders what his next move should be until a sudden, blinding gleam catches his attention. Trembling from exhaustion, the young human warrior realizes with absolute shock that an unknown force just completely repelled the enemy's magic. Groaning in sheer agony, the Beastman officer Gulja slumps helplessly as his master mercilessly grips his skull with invisible telekinetic power. Violent crackles of dark energy surge around the paralyzed officer as the suffocating magical pressure threatens to crush his very bones. Gasping desperately for air, the terrified Beastman contorts his face in suffocating pain while entirely at the mercy of his ruthless commander. Clutching his throbbing head, Gulja whimpers in pain as his master coldly summons him, drawing absolute bewilderment from the watching young hero. Glaring down with a terrifying, hollow-eyed stare, Wava viciously demands to know exactly who is pulling his subordinate's strings. Sweating profusely under the lethal gaze, the panicked officer frantically addresses his master to deliver an urgent battlefield report. With a heavy thump of his fist, Gulja screams that their critical mana collection mission at the border village has run into a catastrophic issue. He hurriedly explains that they successfully disguised themselves in the form of elves, but an unexpected and deadly difficulty suddenly completely shattered their plans. Bowing in deep shame, the officer reveals that their long-rallied compatriots were absolutely slaughtered by the hands of the very targets they sought to ambush. Hearing this battlefield report, the young hero breaks into a wide, tearful smile of immense relief as he realizes that Master Lise has finally entered the fray. Shocked by the utter failure of his troops, Wava furiously wonders out loud what the dark magic crystals he distributed were even meant for. Gritting his fangs in raw disgust, the demonic commander harshly brands his fallen soldiers as completely useless imbeciles. In a blinding flash of ruthless violence, Wava brutally strikes the stunned Gulger across the face for daring to deliver such pathetic news. Turning his chilling gaze back to the bewildered human, the Dark Lord dismisses the battlefield failure and coldly declares that the setback does not matter. Clenching his sword with renewed, burning resolve, the hero prepares to fight as Wava vows that absolutely nothing else matters as long as the boy disappears right here. Staring down the battered hero, Wava coldly declares that the boy is absolutely no match for him even in a one-on-one duel. The demonic commander mocks his opponent, insisting that if the boy stops to think for just a second, the smart choice becomes glaringly clear. Taunting the young warrior's ideals, Wava asks if the peaceful world he so desperately wishes for is truly attainable. Flashing a sinister grin, the Dark Lord sneers at the naive dream of a utopia where elves and humans live together regardless of race. Trembling under the oppressive aura, Jin tightly clenches his fractured sword as he struggles to voice his true desires. Shattering the tension, the boy violently screams that his only real goal is to become a cool adventurer. Wava's imposing demeanor completely breaks, his face dropping into a mask of pure, stunned bewilderment at the childish declaration. Refusing to back down, the blooded hero forces out a breathless, defiant laugh in the face of absolute despair. Processing the boy's unbreakable perseverance, Wava realizes this foolish dream is unmistakably the very essence of a true hero. Covering his face with a dark chuckle, the demonic commander admits he is genuinely glad a human like Jin possesses the elusive hero factor. The echoes of Jin's childish scream to become a cool adventurer ring powerfully through the ruined battlefield as his resolve hardens. Wava remains momentarily frozen by the sheer absurdity of the boy's unwavering conviction. A quiet, confident smirk cuts through the heavy silence as Jin fully embraces his own ridiculous truth. The demonic lord silently acknowledges that this raw, unyielding perseverance defines the very core of the boy's strength. Peering through his clawed fingers, Wava reaffirms his twisted joy at finding such a pure, naive human to crush. Brushing off the grand destiny forced upon him, Jin boldly declares that even if someone else could have held the hero's torch, it wouldn't matter one bit. Stepping firmly forward, he accepts that his role might just be the whims of the world, but he has fought this far purely as himself for his own goals. Igniting with righteous fury, Jin screams that his own wants, needs, and the people who helped him are the real reasons he stands against the darkness. Channeling a fiery surge of aura, the hero roars that he could never trust a monster who violently hurts their own allies over absolutely nothing. His eye twitching with lethal annoyance, Wava coldly concludes that their brief negotiations have officially fallen apart. Adopting a formal, chilling tone, the Dark Lord declares that the provision guaranteeing the safety of the hero Jinflitz is henceforth null and void. Raising his hand to the sky with terrifying casualness, Wava prepares to unleash his wrath while Jin watches in sudden dread. Gasping as the pieces click together, Jin realizes the massive rumble from earlier was likely the result of unexpectedly powerful magic. Hearing the sickening buzz of dark energy, the panicked boy frantically warns Wava that his own demonic allies are directly in the line of fire. Ignoring the plea entirely, Wava simply flashes a sickening, sadistic grin as his lethal spell reaches critical mass. Relishing the impending slaughter, the demonic commander orders the foolish boy to prepare to lament his naive ideals. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Wava mercilessly triggers the apocalyptic spell Nox Decilium to bring ruin as darkness falls. Multiple massive, swirling black vortexes violently tear through the atmosphere with a series of deafening explosions. A suffocating void expands across the sky, casting a terrifying shadow directly over the distant battlefield where Ryab and Anastasia stand. Staring up at the catastrophic magical anomaly ripping the heavens apart, the terrified human allies gasp in absolute, paralyzing disbelief. The apocalyptic spell Nox Decilium completely obliterates the sky as wails of ruin echo through the falling darkness. Staring into the abyss, the young hero frantically screams that absolutely everyone is in mortal danger. Watching the boy desperately sprint toward his allies, Wava coldly whispers that it is already far too late. An ear-splitting crack tears through the earth near the trapped humans, leaving them screaming that this must be a sick joke. Sweating profusely, Ryab curses his empty mana reserves after pouring everything into his ultimate move. With the black vortexes descending, Anastasia bravely steps to the front and commands everyone to get behind her immediately. A monstrous cyclone of dark energy violently erupts around the group, threatening to erase them entirely. The devastating shockwave shatters the surrounding earth, but the terrified soldiers realize they are miraculously unharmed inside a protective barrier. The soldiers cry out in sheer relief as the terrifying barrage violently crashes against an invisible shield just inches away from their faces. Holding her cracking staff, Anastasia stands her ground as the soldiers cheer for Master Ryab, completely misunderstanding who actually saved them. Startled by her sudden appearance, Ryab yells at Anastasia before a soldier joyfully notes that even though 3 valuable magic gems broke, they survived. Ryab quickly corrects them, stating that without her precious gems, Anastasia can only cast simple healing magic. Flashing a confident smirk, the elf girl reveals a hidden crystal and coolly states she had a little extra stock hidden away. The soldiers scream in renewed panic as another massive vortex plunges directly toward their fragile position. High above, the massive dragon Vritra frantically begs someone not to pull on him while screaming that he is already turning back. Unfazed by the chaos, Ryab continues his lecture, asking if Anastasia hasn't already exhausted her magic with that ultimate spell. The human mage gravely warns the elf girl that it will take quite some time before she is fully recovered from this insane exertion. Gritting her teeth under the crushing pressure, Anastasia forces her staff higher to maintain the desperate barrier against the dark magic. Moving with blinding speed, she dashes forward, screaming for the next target as she flawlessly intercepts the deadly barrage. Raising her staff against a fresh wave of destruction, the fierce elf girl demands the Dark Lord send the next attack. Channeling raw power, Anastasia triggers upper-rank earth magic to unleash Terra Veil, a screen capable of splitting the very earth. The humans stare in absolute shock, with Ryab wondering if she just executed a high-level Raiden technique. Clenching his fists in shame, Ryab yells that staying hidden behind others completely goes against what it means to be a man. Laughing off his insecurities, Ryab vows to protect everyone from now on so they can fight this battle together, thanking her for lending him the time to recover. Panting heavily, Anastasia admits that at this rapid rate, her little magical tricks will run out in no time. Gritting his teeth, Ryab admits that normally he could easily withstand the barrage or flee entirely by relying solely on his own strength. The fierce elf girl smiles, realizing her reckless courage to shield the humans is surely a direct result of meeting Reese. With a swift motion, Anastasia shatters another magic crystal, unleashing a desperate wave of power to deflect the incoming destruction. A terrified goblin screams as a stray blast of dark magic narrowly misses it, slamming into the earth right behind Ryab. The panicked goblins frantically point out the elf, completely blowing Anastasia's cover amidst the chaotic battlefield. Recognizing the familiar energy, the dragon Vritra calls out for Anastasia, confirming the source of the chaotic fire. Down below, Jin recognizes the roaring flames and immediately realizes it must be Vritra joining the fray. Sprinting toward the massive shadow, the young hero desperately calls out the dragon's name. High in the sky, Vritra panics as he realizes they have completely overshot their target and flown right over them. The mysterious rider on Vritra's back calmly ignores the panic, firmly stating they must settle the matter of Wava first. Sweating nervously, Vritra admits Wava is the fearsome commander who originally sealed him inside the pathetic flesh of a magic boar. The dragon confesses that the deep-rooted fear still frightens him, but he knows he must fight. With a sudden burst of courage, Vritra wildly unleashes a massive barrage of fireballs, declaring he will just shoot at Wava from a safe distance. Caught directly in the chaotic crossfire, Ryab screams in absolute terror as massive fireballs explode violently around him. Scooping up the exhausted Anastasia to dodge the friendly fire, Ryab furiously yells at the dragon to get a little closer before spitting fireballs all willy-nilly. Choking on the overwhelming pressure, the terrified boy gasps as Wava sinisterly asks if he truly wishes for it. The Dark Lord leans in with a terrifying aura, asking if he should fully reveal his true, monstrous form. Glaring upward at the churning sky, Wava notes with chilling calmness that the dragon Vritra is foolishly baring his fangs at him. His eyes narrowing with lethal intent, the demonic commander declares that challenging his supremacy was a hopelessly foolish idea. A colossal vortex of dark lightning violently churns above the battlefield as Wava prepares to unleash absolute destruction. Staring in sheer disbelief, the human forces gasp as they realize the terrifying scale of the dark gate opening above them. Panic grips the frontline soldiers as they realize the swirling abyss of magic is expanding even bigger than before. Recognizing the apocalyptic threat, someone frantically screams that the enemy is deploying devastating upper-rank magic. Collapsing in pure despair, a soldier cries out that it is all over as the suffocating pressure crushes their spirits. The entire defensive line erupts into terrified screams as the apocalyptic magic threatens to obliterate them completely. Gritting his teeth in absolute frustration, Ryab curses his own helplessness against the overwhelming demonic power. Caught in the catastrophic shockwave, Anastasia watches in horror as the defensive lines are violently ripped apart. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of radiant magic erupts from the earth to violently pierce the encroaching darkness. Stunned by the miraculous intervention, Ryab and Anastasia call out Jin's name as the young hero stands defiantly amidst the blast. Groaning through the agonizing strain, Jin desperately holds his ground while wielding nothing but his simple wooden sword against the apocalypse. Watching the frail weapon crack, Ryab frantically screams that the wooden sword will absolutely not hold against such power. As his life flashes before him, Jin nostalgically wonders if his admiration for cool adventurers began with his mother's fairy tales or his endless chores in Krosnar. Recalling his past, he remembers the sheer awe of watching elves conquer their enemies with absolute, overwhelming power. A familiar voice suddenly echoes through his mind, commanding Jin to listen closely in his darkest hour. The memory reveals his mentor urging Jin to pour every last drop of his mana into the wooden blade to overcome his greatest battle. Gripping his wooden sword, Jin remembers Master Reese assuring him that the blade would surely serve him well. Screaming with fiery determination, Jin tells his absent master that this is finally the greatest battle he has ever faced. Pouring every ounce of his soul into the cracking wood, Jin unleashes heroic magic to cast a desperate mana infusion. Wava stares in absolute bewilderment as the blinding light erupts, realizing his apocalyptic magic is actually being swallowed. The wooden blade groans under the immense pressure, leaving Jin terrified that his weapon cannot take any more of the strain. Refusing to surrender to the darkness, the young hero roars and violently pushes his magic to maximum output. A blinding shockwave violently erupts across the battlefield as the overloaded wooden sword finally shatters into countless glowing fragments. Staring into the radiant explosion, the demonic commander freezes in utter shock at the impossible sight unfolding before him. Wava trembles as the glowing fragments suddenly coalesce into a dazzling, ethereal imitation of the legendary sacred sword. The battered human soldiers gaze up at the miraculous light, weeping tears of hope as they realize the true hero has finally arrived. Gripping the radiant hilt, Jin confidently declares that he can crush the darkness with the power of this miraculous sword. Panicking uncontrollably, Wava screams that creating an impression of the sacred sword is a ridiculously impossible feat for any mortal being. The demonic lord's mind races as he realizes the boy's unbreakable spirit has always mirrored the divine strength of a true champion. Locking eyes with his enemy, Jin vows to fight head-to-head right here and now, completely ignoring the agonizing strain tearing apart his body. Staring down the towering demon, the young hero shouts to the heavens that he will be borrowing Master Reese's supreme power. Roaring with explosive fury, Jin aggressively charges forward and swears to push himself far past his mortal limits. Infuriated by the blinding light, Wava furiously brands the boy a false hero and curses his absolute audacity. Swirling with lethal intent, the Dark Commander frantically concentrates an apocalyptic mass of destructive energy into his razor-sharp claws. Unleashing his ultimate wrath, Wava violently summons the demonic flames of Levitine and commands them to roar. A cataclysmic explosion rocks the heavens as the hero's blinding light violently collides with the demon's roaring darkness. Screaming in unforgivable agony, the demonic commander curses his own weakness for burdening the true demon lord. The unstoppable shockwave of holy magic completely overwhelms the demon, violently erasing his dark form in a tempest of radiant light. A colossal pillar of pure, divine energy completely annihilates the battlefield, purging the demonic presence from the earth. Following through with his ultimate strike, Jin stands victorious as the shattered remnants of the Dark Lord fade into the wind. Dropping to his bruised knees, the exhausted hero coughs violently and wonders if he has finally made his master proud. Flashing a bloody but triumphant smile, Jin whispers to the wind, asking if he has finally gotten closer to becoming a cool adventurer. Realizing he has finally grasped the true power of a hero, Jin minutely notes that the brave soldiers of Ragridge are still fighting their own battles. Struggling desperately against his broken body, the young warrior tries to force himself upward so he can repay everyone's faith. Suddenly freezing in place, Jin stares blankly at the dirt and confusedly wonders what is happening to his limbs. Collapsing violently face-first onto the ground, the horrified boy realizes he cannot move a single finger. A sinister, chilling shadow begins to creep silently across the ruined earth directly behind the paralyzed hero. Panic floods Jin's mind as he realizes the demonic miasma should have completely faded by now, yet a horrifying aura remains. Two massive, glowing eyes violently tear open the creeping darkness, leaving the helpless boy terrified that something far worse is manifesting. A terrifying pillar of dark miasma violently swirls into a massive tornado right before the paralyzed hero's eyes. Staring at the churning darkness, Jin realizes with chilling dread that the toxic miasma should have completely dispersed by now. A skeletal figure emerges from the shadows, casually noting that the newly cleared air makes it difficult for its dark brethren to survive. Trembling on the ground, the young warrior stares in absolute terror and realizes the towering entity before him is definitely not Wava. A suffocating dread crushes Jin's lungs as he realizes Wava's mana was absolutely nothing compared to the ominous power radiating from this beast. The skeletal monstrosity chuckles darkly, remarking that a 7th-century slumber doesn't feel all that long now that it is finally over. Sweating profusely, Jin curses his paralyzed body and realizes this nightmare is unfolding with the absolute worst possible timing. The horrifying truth crashes down on the battered boy as he recognizes the ancient demon lord has fully returned to their world. Locking its massive, glowing eye onto the helpless hero, the skeletal demon stares down with an aura of absolute, crushing death. Glancing sideways at the shattered remains on the battlefield, the demon lord coldly notes that his servant Wava is dead. The dark entity praises Wava for equally matching the hero and securing enough mana to summon him back, even if the revival remains incomplete. Wrapping his dark cloak around his skeletal frame, the demon lord casually honors his fallen servant for serving him so well for so long. Drowning in despair, Jin claws helplessly at the dirt and wonders if all their sacrifices were simply too late to stop the apocalypse. Turning his lethal gaze back to the boy, the demon lord quickly corrects him, insisting it is quite the contrary for the hero of this age. As Jin demands an explanation, the skeletal beast reveals that the boy's heroic awakening happened at the exact perfect time for his revival. The demon lord explains the cruel cosmic law binding their existence, stating that the birth of a hero absolutely guarantees the revival of the demon lord and vice versa. He sneers down at the horrified boy, promising that this bloody cycle is destined to continue no matter how many times it repeats. Delighting in the boy's utter despair, the Dark Lord chuckles and cruelly admits how much he loves seeing that shattered expression. Channeling a terrifying surge of destruction magic, the skeletal beast declares he has a special, lethal gift for the hero of this age. With a flick of his wrist, the demon lord unleashes Virun, summoning the apocalyptic death wind of the underworld to annihilate his foe. The catastrophic blast of dark wind violently tears across the ruined earth, hurtling straight toward the completely paralyzed young hero. Bracing for absolute destruction, Jin is suddenly engulfed by an enormous, warm surge of mana that perfectly intercepts the fatal blow. A localized black hole violently erupts in front of the boy, flawlessly swallowing the demon lord's catastrophic spell into the void. Staring in sheer disbelief, Jin realizes someone just completely erased the demon lord's ultimate attack with overwhelming, protective magic. Looking up with a brilliant, tearful smile, the young hero shouts his master's name as Reese finally steps onto the battlefield. Glancing back at his battered pupil, the legendary elf notes with mild amusement that a human actually managed to become the hero. Stepping boldly between the boy and the apocalypse, Master Reese calmly instructs Jin to leave the rest of the battle to him. Reaching out a supportive hand, the ancient elf asks if his brave disciple can push through the pain and stand for just a little longer. Overwhelmed by the radiant presence, Jin remembers how completely powerless he was before meeting the master who changed his entire life. Burning with renewed, unbreakable resolve, the young hero stares at his mentor's back and violently forces his exhausted muscles to move. Grasping his master's hand with absolute certainty, Jin shouts a resounding yes and firmly pulls himself up from the blood-stained dirt. Standing proudly beside the person he respects most in the universe, the young hero declares there is absolutely nothing left in this world to fear. Casually stepping toward the ultimate darkness, Reese cheerfully introduces himself to the towering demon lord as just an ordinary elf. Finishing his casual introduction, the ancient elf smoothly explains that he only came out here to rescue his precious disciple. The colossal skeletal beast holds up a clawed hand, utterly bewildered by the sudden interference of a seemingly insignificant elf. Glaring down with absolute contempt, the demon lord viciously brands Reese as a lowly intruder completely unworthy of this grand stage. The Dark Lord furiously demands to know who dares interrupt the sacred, fated reunion between the Demon Lord and the hero after 7 centuries. Roaring with explosive, apocalyptic fury, the skeletal monstrosity violently commands the lowly elf not to ruin his triumphant mood. Meanwhile, miles away, Ryab violently smashes his fists into the earth to maintain a defensive barrier, screaming through the agonizing strain. Panting heavily behind their battered commander, the terrified human soldiers call out to Ryab as they realize something is horribly wrong with the surrounding atmosphere. Despite hoping Jin had defeated the bastard Wava, the desperate soldiers realize the monster horde is only growing stronger. Anastasia murmurs Jin's name in deep concern as she stares at the terrifying whirlwind of miasma tearing through the battlefield. Frantic shouts for Raiden and Master Ryab suddenly echo across the chaotic frontlines. Someone quickly reports that Vritra is on standby in the sky just as Ryab desperately screams Anastasia's name. Ryab frantically yells for his allies to watch out as a monstrous pigman violently lunges toward them. A red-haired warrior suddenly dashes in with blinding speed to flawlessly slice the massive pig monster in half. Ryab and Anastasia watch the beast collapse in pure awe, completely stunned by her incredible speed. Recovering from the shock, Ryab hesitatingly asks the mysterious savior to identify herself. Glancing back over her shoulder, the fierce warrior calmly assures them that Jin is completely safe. She further relieves their crushing anxiety by revealing that Master Reese is with the boy right now. Anastasia gasps in sheer disbelief and joyous shock upon hearing that Reese has actually entered the fray. Suddenly recognizing the fierce warrior, a soldier frantically points out that she must be the first disciple of Jin's master. Overflowing with sudden hope, Anastasia confidently declares that there is absolutely no reason to worry with Reese on the battlefield. Ignited by this massive morale boost, Anastasia vigorously rallies the troops to use every last bit of strength they have left. The red-haired disciple fearlessly charges straight into the encroaching monstrous horde with her weapon drawn. The soldiers watch in breathless admiration as the red-haired lady unleashes a devastating whirlwind of slashes. Seizing the tactical momentum, the human commander fiercely orders everyone to form a shield wall to make it easier for her to fight. Slamming their heavy shields into the dirt, the armored soldiers roar that their strength has always protected this fort. Bracing against the monstrous impact, the unified front line violently holds its ground and screams to stand strong. Startled by the impenetrable human wall, a massive minotaur completely halts its charge with a confused moo as the red-haired warrior prepares to strike. Emboldened by her unstoppable advance, the human commander screams for the lady to go get them as the red-haired warrior charges forward. Without breaking her stride, the fierce warrior coldly responds that she absolutely only takes orders directly from Risama. Leaping gracefully through the air, she mentally reaffirms that Risama personally entrusted this chaotic battlefield into her capable hands. Declaring her true identity, Minori vows she shall violently give her absolute everything to live up to her master's grand expectations. A fleeting memory flashes through Minori's mind, recalling Reese gently noting that her magic was incredibly crude. However, Reese immediately praised her physical talents, confirming that she was the only one he could truly trust to watch his back. Driven by that sacred trust, Minori resolves that as a fellow disciple, she absolutely cannot come up short compared to Jin just yet. Channeling her fierce aura, Minori prepares the ultimate combination of her martial prowess and the fiery magic Risama taught her. Her eyes burning with absolute conviction, Minori triggers the complete form of her personal magic sword technique. Whispering the spell name Viola, Minori unleashes a blinding, cataclysmic slash that effortlessly annihilates the surrounding monster horde. A massive pigman screams in sheer agony as her blazing blade violently slices through its monstrous flesh. The surviving human soldiers stare in absolute, paralyzing silence at the devastating aftermath of her singular, apocalyptic strike. Completely shattering the silence, the human commander furiously grabs his head and demands the lady tell him her name. Startled by the sudden shouting, Minori blinks in confusion while the soldiers wildly praise her incomprehensible, awesome swordsmanship. One astounded soldier suddenly connects the dots, asking if she is perhaps the fabled anonymous woman who was the talk of the town years ago. The soldier gasps in realization, pointing out the unmistakable cross scar etched deeply across Minori's chest as absolute proof. Recovering his composure, the commander respectfully asks the incredible lady to officially share her true name. Standing proudly with her weapon drawn, she smiles warmly and clearly declares that her name is Minori. Closing her eyes, Minori softly explains that it is her one and only irreplaceable name in this world, gifted by her treasured master. The commander respectfully accepts her declaration, firmly addressing her as Lady Minori. Flashing a brilliant, joyful smile, Minori wholeheartedly agrees that it is an incredibly nice name. Raising his weapon high, the human commander triumphantly roars for his men to follow Lady Minori straight into the fray. The narrator calmly notes that the fierce little girl was once pitifully called anonymous by the world. However, as she fearlessly leads the charge, the narrator promises that absolutely nobody will ever call her that again. As the dark whirlwind churns, Reese recognizes the spell as annihilation magic, the most taxing and exclusive power of the Demon Lord. Unlike standard destruction magic that merely breaks things apart, this terrifying spell completely erases matter from within. Jin and Reese watch in awe as the terrifying black vortex silently devours the very earth before them. Reese admits with a nervous sweat that this is his very first time facing such an intimidating aura from a single creature. Analyzing the impossible threat, the ancient elf realizes he must rely entirely on his centuries of accumulated combat data. Flashing a thrilled grin, Reese completely ignores Jin's worried calls and eagerly vows to learn from this unprecedented encounter. Snapping back to reality, Reese apologizes to his confused student for losing himself in the heat of the moment. Springing into action, the master immediately casts the ultimate rank spell Ikori to rapidly restore Jin's depleted stamina. He seamlessly follows up with Elgatai to restore mana and last Alicia to completely nullify any lingering status conditions. As Jin stammers over where to even begin explaining the chaos, Reese gently assures the boy that he already grasps the situation. Flashing a proud smile, the elven master praises Jin for breaking his shell and perfectly exceeding all expectations. Reese playfully scolds Jin for leaving out the incredible part where his training sword transformed into a shadow of the legendary sacred sword. The master realizes with awe that his disciple successfully executed ancient sword-forming magic in the heat of battle. While the pseudo-blade wasn't the real thing, Reese notes that channeling the power of historic heroes completely evened the odds. Watching the humble boy, Reese silently reflects that Jin still has no idea just how incredibly special he truly is. Suddenly, the massive black hole expands violently behind them as the Demon Lord's destructive magic continues to churn. The terrifying vortex rips the very earth apart, threatening to consume everything in its apocalyptic path. Jin and Reese quickly turn their heads as the horrifying reality of the Demon Lord's immense power crashes down around them. Staring at the massive crater, Reese grimly observes that the spell completely annihilated everything in its radius just as its name implies. As Reese deduces the unique nature of this magic, the Demon Lord angrily demands they stop messing around and ignoring him. The skeletal monstrosity glares down from the sky, spitting venomous insults at the puny elf who dared to intervene. Baffled by Reese's survival in the toxic miasma, the Dark Lord demands to know how a weak elf penetrated the center of his consciousness. Staring at the unbothered master, the skeletal beast actually begins to question if this intruder is truly just a simple elf. Stepping forward to shield his student, Reese flashes a confident smile and playfully wonders aloud what he truly is. Emboldened by his master's presence, Jin enthusiastically taunts the Demon Lord to step up and find out for himself. Channeling his restored mana, the young hero confidently executes sword creation magic to summon the pseudo-holy sword Gramps. With his radiant blade ignited, Jin fearlessly charges straight toward the towering Demon Lord with explosive speed. The Dark Commander furiously retaliates by launching a violent barrage of black lightning to completely eradicate the charging boy. Jin seamlessly activates a heroic magic enchantment to amplify his blade, catching the demonic beast completely off guard. Slashing through the darkness, the young hero unleashes the devastating Levitine Chronicle directly at his towering foe. Watching the spectacular clash from behind, Reese admires the incredibly elegant dance between the vortex of miasma and holy power. The ancient master excitedly notes that witnessing such an extravagant magical clash is a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle even for an elf. The Demon Lord reels from the explosive impact, completely overwhelmed by the young human's terrifying relentlessness. Refusing to be pushed back, the skeletal monstrosity roars in defiance and asks if they truly believed two mortals could defeat him. Standing side by side with his brave disciple, Reese confidently summons his own defensive magic to deflect the incoming dark spheres. Pouring his absolute everything into the blade, Jin screams with unwavering fury as he violently pushes his holy sword deeper into the darkness. Watching the boy's honest blade carve through the miasma, Reese proudly reflects on Jin's pure longing to become an adventurer who protects everyone. Remembering his own empty past life, Reese marvels at how Jin kept believing in himself no matter how cruelly the world treated him. The Elven Master humbly admits that Jin's relentless belief pushed the boy to reach heights in 20 years that took Reese over a century to attain. Staring warmly at his incredible disciple, Reese softly whispers that Jin has truly grown remarkably strong. Grunting in pain, the skeletal demon lord reels as Reese observes that Jin's power is a reflection of his own relentless effort rather than just fate. The ancient monstrosity snarls with rage, refusing to let a mere boy and a meddling elf disturb his dark reign. Locking his lethal gaze on his opponents, the demon lord declares that their interference is something he shall never allow. Channeling a terrifying surge of energy, the beast commands his unique magic of annihilation and realization to manifest. With a soul-chilling roar, the skeletal lord triggers his ultimate technique and screams the word Decis. He vows to violently reap their souls from their bodies until they disappear from his sight forever. A catastrophic ring of dark energy erupts across the battlefield, threatening to erase the young hero in a single, silent blast. Watching the apocalyptic strike descend, Reese frantically screams Jin's name as the hero is engulfed by the darkness. Pivoting his cold, empty stare, the demon lord tells the elven master that he is the next one destined for oblivion. The Dark Lord mocks Reese's bond with his student, promising that he will soon be greeting the ruler of hell alongside his fallen disciple. Looking down with an unshakable calmness, Reese sighs and whispers that the demon's arrogance is truly a shame. Facing the monster directly, the master reveals a shocking truth by stating he won't be the one to actually defeat him. Blinding threads of holy light suddenly weave through the air, causing the demon lord to gasp in total confusion. Reese reveals his master plan, explaining that he utilized ultimate rank mana transfer magic to empower his student. The master confirms that Jin now wields his own legendary mana reserves on top of the boy's heroic potential. Entrusting the fate of the world to his pupil, Reese bids the demon farewell and leaves the final strike to Jin. Standing amidst the radiant storm, the hero Jinflitz prepares to unleash a power beyond demonic comprehension. Jin ignites his soul and channels his ultimate technique, violently detonating a wave of pure heroic magic. The demon lord trembles as the holy aura begins to exceed his own magic, leaving him frantic to understand the source of such power. Screaming in absolute, primitive terror, the skeletal beast demands to know what kind of entity Jin has truly become. A colossal, divine pillar of light violently erupts from the earth to consume the demon lord in a blinding purge. The apocalyptic shockwave completely shatters the demonic reality, cleansing the battlefield of all miasma and corruption. As the light fades into the clouds, the elven master stands alone and watches the sky where his disciple finally fulfilled his destiny. The demon lord screams in absolute agony as the divine light pierces his skeletal frame. Jin pants amidst the smoldering debris, desperately wondering if the ultimate evil is finally defeated. Reese flashes a proud grin and confirms their monumental victory to his exhilarated student. Trembling from the aftershocks, the young hero wipes sweat from his brow in the sudden silence. Jin resolves to rejoin the remaining soldiers to finish the battle against the demon lord's army. Master Reese issues a final warning for the boy to keep himself safe in the ongoing fray. The ancient elf stays behind, claiming he has more critical business to conclude on this battlefield. Watching his disciple depart, Reese turns back toward the smoldering remains of his foe. Channeling Necrosome spirit magic, the master prepares to interact with the lingering demonic essence. Reese observes the glowing remnants and quietly notes that the final moment has arrived. The demon lord's spirit reflects on his failed conquest, noting this cycle ended far too quickly. The skeletal entity glares at the master, realizing the human hero wasn't the only threat. Frustration boils over as the Dark Lord recognizes that Reese's presence was his undoing. Bitterly admitting defeat, the demon laments that meeting this specific elf was his greatest misfortune. Reese mocks the demon's calm demeanor even as the monster walks the road to permanent death. Arrogantly dismissive, the demon lord vows to rise again through the world's natural principles. The Dark Lord blames his early awakening by Wava for the failure of this invasion cycle. Looking toward the future, the demon hopes his next subordinate will be far more competent. Smirking at the monster's ignorance, Reese prepares a move the demon never anticipated. Panic strikes the demon lord's soul as he realizes Reese is about to sever his cycle. Reese coldly promises that the demon will never be able to experience revival ever again. Activating forbidden absorption magic, the elf master begins tearing into the demon's core. Blinding light erupts as Reese triggers factor absorption to steal the demon's very essence. The skeletal lord gasps in shock as glowing orbs of power are forcibly ripped away. Master Reese initiates Gronesis appraisal magic to analyze the stolen demonic components. The magical scan confirms the successful extraction of the elusive samsara factor. Relief washes over the ancient elf as he thanks the heavens for his correct deduction. Reese celebrates finally securing the specific power he has been hunting for centuries. The master offers the truth as a final gift before sending the demon into the void. Reese explains that the demon's immortality relies on a skill beyond the world's standard rules. He identifies the core of the demon's eternal return as the specialized revival factor. Utterly broken, the demon lord finds the theft of his sacred factor completely absurd. Reese apologizes for the theft but insists his own circumstances make the factor necessary. The elf points out that the demon's scheduled return in 7 centuries would be too inconvenient. Delivering the final sentence, Reese declares the Dark Lord shall never wake from this sleep. Having said his piece, the master reaches out to dissipate the demon's lingering consciousness. Terror consumes the demon as he feels his soul breaking from the eternal cycle of samsara. The fading monstrosity realizes a lone elf has seized the very principles of existence. Reaffirming his identity, the ancient master declares his current name is Reese Klein. Reese reveals his true origin as Kido Minoru, the human soul reborn from another world. The dying demon lord chuckles while addressing Reese as a fellow factor holder. Laughing maniacally as his body fades, the skeletal lord asks if something is wrong when he notices the master's pensive look. The dark entity cryptically mentions the maker and the order of a new world before his final breath. Reese stands frozen in the fading miasma, repeating the name of the maker with deep suspicion. Accepting his defeat, the demon brands them both puppets dancing in the palm of a greater creator. Issuing a final promise, the monster vows to watch Reese's journey from the other side. The master contemplates the mysterious connection between the maker and the stolen factors. Staring at the empty sky, Reese wonders if his reincarnation into this world was an intentional act by a higher power. Walking away from the battle's epicenter, Reese approaches the defensive wall where his allies are gathering. Spotting his return, Minori breaks into a radiant smile and joyfully calls out her master's name. The weary soldiers and companions cheer as Reese finally rejoins the group after his legendary battle. Ryab vigorously scolds Jin for his recklessness while praising his spectacular achievement in the fight. Exchanging relieved glances, Reese admits he is genuinely glad that his allies survived the ordeal. Anastasia fretfully offers her healing services, only to realize that Reese has already erased every scratch from Jin's body. Turning to greet her master, the mischievous Ryab casually acknowledges Reese's presence with a wave. Minori demands to know how the elf girl got here, only for Ryab to admit she simply joined the party to kill some time. Despite Ryab's cheeky teasing, Reese finds his disciples' dynamic to be incredibly entertaining. The human soldiers stand in shock as they realize the legendary elven masters are not just familiar with each other. Ryab flashes peace signs with a smug grin, clearly enjoying the attention and chaos she has caused. Laughing at Ryab's broken sense of time, Reese decides that seeing his disciples' expressive face made the last 2 years worth it. Moving through the crowd, Minori addresses Reese with profound respect and a hint of something deeper in her eyes. Recalling his ancient bond with the merchant Grillet, Reese realizes he has successfully honored his long-standing promise. Contrasting his current success with his useless past life, the master celebrates fulfilling a dear friend's final wishes. Reese gazes at Minori and decides her human lifespan isn't a problem now that he possesses the samsara factor. Firmly grasping Minori's hand, Reese vows to use his new power to live alongside her for centuries to come. News of the Demon Lord's permanent defeat spreads like wildfire across the kingdom as the name Ragnarok becomes legend. Fast-forwarding through the piece, Jin Flitz reaches the age of 20 just 3 years after his fateful meeting with the elves. Standing tall in his ceremonial armor, Jin officially becomes the hero the world so desperately needed. Leaving the celebration behind, Reese and Minori walk toward the horizon to begin their next grand adventure. The pages turn rapidly until a caption reveals that 52 years have vanished into the history books. Standing at a doorway, Reese looks into the distance with a steady, unchanged gaze that has watched the world evolve.
A swift carrier pigeon flies toward a large wooden building carrying a heavily bound newspaper. The tiny bird lands upon the wooden windowsill, loudly cooing to announce its special delivery. Stretching his arms happily, Lise grabs the freshly delivered newspaper from the sunny wooden windowsill. Seeking a comfortable reading spot, Lise settles down peacefully against a massive ancient tree trunk. Smiling brightly at the front page, he eagerly begins reading the exciting special news section. The article excitedly details hero Party League conquering the first SS-rank dungeon in the Empire. Lise chuckles warmly, noting today's paper publishes the 8th thrilling episode regarding Jin Flitz's awakening. Reading about Jin's exploits, Lise realizes exactly 111 years have passed since reincarnation. Deep within the vast Vastira forest, Lise and Minori peacefully continue their quiet, isolated lives. He recalls learning that magical beast numbers approaching the human fortress have decreased significantly recently. Older elves happily share peaceful meals with their kind grandchildren returning safely to Quoter village. Receiving Quoter specialty products annually reminds them of the enduring peace spreading across the lands. Lise considers teaching miasma removal magic to Gallius to bridge the human and demon realms. Analyzing the positive news, Lise happily concludes that demon realm reconstruction appears incredibly close today. Hearing a sudden sharp swoosh nearby, he completely shifts his attention away from the newspaper. Minori elegantly executes a highly advanced fire attribute magic attack called the Heat Haze Sword. Gripping her blazing weapon fiercely, she perfectly channels explosive fiery energy through her powerful stance. Observing her flawless swinging technique, Lise warmly admits having absolutely no complaints regarding her form. Blushing brightly with sheer joy, Minori happily thanks Lise for his incredibly rare verbal praise. Lise internally admires her incredibly cute reaction alongside her undeniably beautiful and precise sword lines. Basking in his warm praise, Minori fondly recalls refusing to join Jin's departing hero party. She clearly remembers Jin earnestly asking her to reconsider joining their heroic adventuring party beforehand. Lise remembers Jin enthusiastically inviting Minori immediately after the brutal battle with the Demon King. Stubbornly rejecting their kind offer, she firmly claimed she still had important personal business remaining. Watching her resolute back quietly, Lise secretly pondered whether he should gently stop her decision. He internally debated whether letting her remain hidden away truly benefited Minori's overall personal growth. Smiling with absolute radiance, Minori passionately declared she decided to spend her entire life alongside him. Accepting her unwavering resolve, Lise gently promised to cheer for his junior disciple's ultimate success. Waving cheerfully, Jin loudly announced finding something completely new he passionately wanted to accomplish next. Waving warmly at their departing friends, Minori and Lise offered their typical cheerful daily farewells. Lise warmly acknowledges that Minori has faithfully stayed by his side every day ever since. Peeking curiously over his shoulder, Minori cheerfully asks if he is reading today's evening paper. Stammering slightly with a nervous drop of sweat, Lise hesitates to reveal the main feature. Minori closely inspects the paper while Lise visibly sweats knowing it features Jin's heroic party. They gratefully appreciate Gallius thoughtfully sending carrier pigeons over the dangerous mountains just for them. Lise thoughtfully watches Minori diligently executing her intense daily training routine with her heavy sword. Spending comfortable domestic time together, they happily collaborate on cooking delicious warm meals every day. Sharing warm joyful smiles, they peacefully enjoy eating together while engaging in constant silly chats. Enjoying quiet peaceful afternoons, the comfortable pair spends hours silently reading ancient magical grimoires together. Concluding their wonderfully peaceful days, they comfortably share quiet restorative slumber sleeping safely beside each other. Minori approaches Rise's quiet house under the starry night to urgently discuss a very important matter. Staring intently into her eyes, he seriously questions if she can truly accomplish her hidden desires. He presses further to discover exactly what secret ambition she passionately wants to pursue right now. Minori passionately declares her dream to open a swordsmanship dojo to preserve Rise's precious combat techniques. Standing nervously before her master, she humbly requests formal permission to spread his powerful fighting techniques. Smiling warmly at her earnest request, Rise gently assures her she requires absolutely no formal permission. Granting his full approval, he cheerfully asks the ecstatic girl if she has a location prepared. Radiating pure joy, Minori explains that Gallius previously introduced her to a perfect vacant fortress plot. She vividly recalls a kind woman offering the remains of an old diner for her use. Rise softly agrees that the deceased owner would be immensely happy seeing Minori utilize the space. Clutching her chest with burning determination, Minori vows to build a respectable dojo honoring Silfer's legacy. As peaceful days seamlessly blend together, relentless time marches forward without stopping for the quiet couple. Rise solemnly realizes the agonizing speed of passing time feels entirely different for him and Minori. He grimly reflects upon the tragic reality that the fragile human race ages much faster natively. Compared to the incredibly long-lived elven race, a human lifetime passes by in a mere blink. While Rise possesses nearly 900 remaining years, Minori painfully lacks that vast amount of time. Staring thoughtfully into the quiet distance, Rise desperately searches his mind for any impossible saving method. A daring and dangerous theoretical concept suddenly crosses his brilliant mind regarding a mysterious reincarnation factor. He intently considers analyzing the terrifying magical power he previously stole directly from the defeated Demon King. His eyes widen as he contemplates miraculously transplanting that stolen demonic reincarnation factor directly into Minori. Watching her wash dishes, Reese softly asks Minori about potentially reviving in this world's distant future. He carefully questions exactly what she would do if given the miraculous chance to live again. Pausing her simple chores, Minori thoughtfully considers the strange hypothetical scenario of being born again someday. Smiling brightly, she cheerfully imagines traveling together and happily reuniting with Reese in that future world. Her joyful expression slightly fades as she considers making Reese endure agonizing centuries waiting for her. Deep in thought, a profound and tender silence heavily settles between the two close companions momentarily. Turning back with a radiant smile, she firmly declares she wants to fiercely cherish their present. Reese's eyes widen in sheer surprise as a deeply warm emotional feeling completely overwhelms his heart. Over 3 long years, Reese perfectly understood the mystical factor only manifests through incredibly strong desire. He realizes all successful factor holders have manifested their incredible power using extraordinary determination and resolve. Staring out the dark window, Reese admits he remained completely speechless after hearing her beautiful resolution. 3 happy years later, the smiling trio proudly stands together with Gallius providing his valuable cooperation. Fulfilling her grand dream, Minori successfully built a splendid swordsmanship dojo inside the bustling Kukure fortress. Thanks entirely to enthusiastic soldier recommendations, her newly established training dojo prospered incredibly fast without issues. While Minori vigorously trained eager students, Reese spent his quiet time dutifully treating minor physical injuries. Between his daily healing duties, the dedicated elf aggressively devoted countless nights strictly to magical research. 25 years after the glorious subjugation, the legendary hero party disbanded as the world grew peaceful. Just before formally disbanding, nearly everyone visited their quiet forest home for one final joyful reunion. During that wonderful gathering, a beaming Jin proudly introduced the young boy born to Anastasia. 38 years post-subjugation, the deeply respected Lord Gallius Garlander tragically passed away, leaving his loved ones. A grand and honorable funeral was held to celebrate his valiant protection of the sprawling empire. Taking up his father's noble mantle, Weiss succeeded him while continuing to treat them with great understanding. It quietly became an annual custom to share warm sake before the graves while sharing nostalgic stories. Despite accumulating physical hardships, Master Minori faithfully commuted to her bustling swordsmanship dojo for 30 long years. Her unique hybrid fighting style seamlessly blending magic and swordsmanship perfectly withstood the grueling test of time. This devastatingly effective combat technique eventually birthed a completely new legendary adventurer profession called the Magic Swordsman. Reese gently channels his glowing restorative magic while carefully supporting his aging disciple through her fading years. They continued living their incredibly calm and peaceful daily lives, safely sheltered beneath the massive ancient Yggdrasil. Exactly 52 long years ultimately passed away since the glorious subjugation of the terrifying demonic king. Opening the heavy wooden door with a heavy heart, Reese realizes the inevitable tragic day finally arrived. Approaching her quiet bedside with immense sorrow, the immortal elf gently grasps Minori's frail and aged hand. Looking up into his sorrowful immortal eyes, the elderly woman weakly whispers her beloved master's name aloud. Smiling warmly through her fading strength, she softly asks if he remembers the very first time they met. Minori warmly notes that her master's hand remains completely unchanged since their first fateful encounter. She gently admires his immortal elven skin, noting it remains perfectly white and beautifully smooth. Reese silently reflects that Minori was the absolute first real friend he made in this world. He vividly recalls the devastating wrinkled texture of Grillet's dying hand during his final moments. Staring at his own trembling hand, Reese realizes that tragic human memory still lingers painfully. Struck by profound horror, Reese realizes Minori's fragile human hand will soon go completely limp. Wide-eyed with sudden panic, Reese gasps loudly as the elderly woman weakly calls his name. Smiling warmly through her fading strength, Minori asks if he remembers their very first meeting. Staring deeply into her aged eyes, Reese flashes back to that beautifully chaotic and fateful day. Reese explains he was simply practicing his experimental teleportation magic to prank his elven parents. He admits he absolutely never expected to magically encounter a human during his innocent woodland prank. Rhys confidently declares he remembers the encounter vividly like it happened just yesterday afternoon. Minori giggles softly, realizing their beautiful fateful encounter was completely coincidental after all these years. Touching her chest gently, Minori solemnly notes her tragic life should have ended at age 10. She recounts suffering in total darkness under an unbreakable slave crest before finding true salvation. Minori gratefully declares that Rhys was the brilliant savior who rescued her from that terrible darkness. Looking out the bright window, she cherishes the 6 to 7 perfectly happy years they spent together. Minori gently caresses Rhys's smooth immortal hand with her own terribly wrinkled and aged fingers. Smiling peacefully, she sincerely thanks him for loving her wrinkled form until her very last moments. Rhys abruptly stands up in total shock, frantically rejecting her incredibly tragic final farewell words. Shouting in desperate emotional denial, Rhys utterly refuses to accept this beautiful moment as their end. Rhys remembers the terrifying day his powerful recovery magic suddenly stopped working on Minori's aging body. Minori, who religiously trained every single morning at 5, suddenly stopped waking up early for practice. Rhys anxiously noticed her failing to wake up even after 9 in the bright early morning. A profound sense of suffocating panic crushed him as he witnessed her slow but undeniable decline. Desperate for a miracle, he threw himself entirely into researching the incredibly dangerous reincarnation factor. Staring out the quiet window, Rhys admits he felt incredibly terrified about losing his precious companion. He constantly feared their beautifully mundane daily life would suddenly vanish completely without any warning. Rhys gazes closely at Minori's wrinkled face, realizing he recently avoided looking directly at her. Gripping her clothes tightly, Rhys urgently begs her to reconsider his incredibly dangerous magical proposition. He passionately asks if she has any real interest in attempting the miraculous reincarnation process. Minori calmly asks if he means resurrecting using the mysterious factor stolen from the Demon King. Rhys explains transplanting the magical factor will let her safely reincarnate and reunite with him someday. Clutching her frail hands desperately, Rhys promises they can happily reunite in the distant future together. Smiling brightly through his desperate tears, Rhys promises they will spend eternity together once again. Minori slowly closes her eyes peacefully, silently processing his incredibly desperate and emotional magical proposal. Minori gently reminds him she already waited 7 agonizing years before originally meeting him again. She recalls wandering the dangerous wilderness alone, constantly wondering exactly when she would meet him next. Driven by that pure hope, she relentlessly swung her heavy sword through all those lonely years. Chuckling warmly, Minori playfully teases her flustered master that waiting so long was actually quite difficult. Minori warmly declares that those 7 agonizing years apart felt like a completely endless eternity. She solemnly admits that waiting so incredibly long for her beloved felt like profound torture. Minori explains she absolutely refuses to make her beloved master wait centuries for her reincarnation. She tearfully claims enduring such an incredibly long wait would completely shatter her fragile heart. Minori firmly declares she could absolutely never forgive herself for causing him such terrible pain. Leaning forward earnestly, Rhys desperately promises he will happily wait however long it actually takes. He passionately insists that his incredibly long elven lifespan makes waiting absolutely effortless for him. Shaking her head gently, Minori closes her tired eyes with a beautifully peaceful and warm smile. She gratefully declares her master helped her accomplish absolutely everything she ever desired in life. Minori cheerfully imagines peacefully waiting in the afterlife while chatting with all their departed friends. She eagerly anticipates eventually hearing all about Rhys's magnificent future adventures upon his final arrival. Rhys listens quietly as she vividly describes their wonderfully beautiful eventual reunion in the afterlife. She warmly promises to find excellent local sake while waiting patiently for his eventual arrival. Rhys solemnly reflects how he never found true satisfaction during his tragic original human life. He respectfully admires how Minori lived her beautiful current life absolutely completely without any regrets. Staring down quietly, Rhys desperately asks if there remains absolutely anything else he can do. He urgently begs the dying woman to request one final favor before she completely departs. Smiling softly at her master, Minori playfully announces she actually has one final precious request. Gazing lovingly into his eyes, she gently asks him to remain here throughout the day. She weakly begs him to stay firmly by her side until she finally falls asleep. Gripping her frail hands tightly, Reese tearfully promises to grant her beautiful final request immediately. Minori slowly closes her tired eyes as immense peacefulness completely washes over her fragile body. Holding her incredibly close, Reese fiercely promises he will absolutely remain by her side forever. Later that dark midnight, Minori quietly passes away peacefully while resting gently within his arms. The beloved swordsman tragically breathes her final breath at exactly 77 years of age. Staring at his own empty hand, Reese mournfully notices how terrifyingly pale her skin became. Smiling warmly through heavy tears, he sincerely thanks Minori for sharing her beautiful life together. Reaching out with trembling fingers, he gently strokes her cold face while softly sobbing alone. Reese collapses completely, crying that losing precious companions remains incredibly agonizing despite his vast experience. Relentless time marches forward rapidly as seasons seamlessly change around the quiet ancient elven forest. 56 long years after defeating the terrifying Demon King, legendary hero Jin suddenly passes. The legendary heroic warrior's sudden passing deeply shocks the sprawling empire and entire world completely. Foolish young aspiring heroes begin recklessly invading the dangerous forest seeking sudden glory and fame. 58 long years post-subjugation, the highly respected strategist Weiss Galander sadly passes away. Inheriting his brave predecessor's fiery will, Weiss successfully raised brilliant talents throughout his glorious life. During this mournful changing era, Reese completely stops receiving incoming messenger pigeons from Kukure Fortress. The ancient forest silently endures countless passing years while heavy snow violently blankets the landscape. Radiant glowing lights magically flutter around the massive ancient Yggdrasil tree during the quiet night. Sitting lonely against the ancient bark, Reese sadly whispers that absolutely everyone leaves him behind. A mysterious shadowy figure wielding a dark blade suddenly asks why Reese forgot his teachings. A young elf girl looks down at Reese declaring humans are ferocious and cowardly creatures. She coldly states that fragile humans die quickly without ever considering those they leave behind. As she calls them selfish creatures, Reese recognizes Ryab and questions her sudden unexpected arrival. Ryab aggressively scolds him for hiding and cowardly skipping his own beloved disciple's funeral. She notes everyone knew Reese completely lost his vital emotional support when Minori tragically passed. Ryab explains Sylphieter sent her, revealing the girl is actually Weiss's brand new young successor. She sighs in heavy exasperation, realizing Reese completely failed to grasp the current political situation. Tossing him a fruit, Ryab claims it represents his specific share of the Lord's reward. Biting the sour apple, Reese grimaces while Ryab warmly admits she previously hated humans too. She casually mentions that her beloved late husband actually adored eating this incredibly sour fruit. Reese spits out the apple in profound shock, realizing she loved a human centuries ago. Ryab fondly remembers a protective man who constantly treated her like a fragile little child. Smiling softly, she painfully recalls how her beloved human selfishly grew old and suddenly died. Reese gently asks what she actually did after suffering such a devastatingly tragic personal loss. Ryab explains she traveled the entire world desperately searching for a way to revive him. She searched relentlessly, hoping some hidden magical method existed to bring her precious husband back. Her desperate global journey spawned countless legendary tales that still heavily linger across the world. During those incredibly long travels, she ultimately realized the tragic futility of her impossible quest. Ryab sadly concludes that immortal elves and fragile humans can absolutely never truly understand each other. Reese sadly agrees, noting they cannot bear children together, nor are they allowed dying together. Despite their tragically short lives, humans remarkably discover the absolute maximum efficiency in daily living. She calls humans fascinating creatures, leaving Reese to deeply realize she shares his profound grief. Reese wonders aloud why she went completely out of her way to check his condition. He shamefully admits spending 15 years aimlessly shutting himself away after tragically losing precious Minori. Ryab warmly admits that observing Reese's journey actually managed to deeply save her broken heart. She fondly recalls how purely and hopefully young Reese desperately wanted to experience the world. Ryab explains his bright optimism deeply moved her while she dragged her dead husband's shadow. Staring at the starry sky, she admits his radiant spirit felt incredibly dazzling to her. Waving her hand dismissively, she quickly changes the emotional subject to hide her sudden vulnerability. Patting his head gently, Ryab fiercely insists he can enjoy the human world much better. Smiling brightly, she greatly encourages him to experience this incredibly fascinating world to the fullest. Rhys smiles softly, being deeply moved by her surprisingly warm and encouraging ancient elven wisdom. Turning to leave, Ryab strongly declares his future path remains entirely up to his choices. She playfully requests he moderate the exit exam if another elf wishes to explore humanity. Watching her vanish into the dark night, Rhys realizes she departed as swiftly as arriving. He fondly acknowledges her as an incredibly impatient and absolutely spectacular legendary ancient elven master. Closing his eyes, Rhys firmly resolves to passionately explore and enjoy the human world completely. He slowly turns back toward his quiet house, possessing a completely renewed sense of purpose. Gripping the legendary sword tightly, he gratefully acknowledges Minori helped him achieve absolutely every dream. Staring at the shining blade, he eagerly anticipates eventually hearing about her final grand adventures. A beautifully woven flower wreath rests gently upon the legendary sword embedded in the ground. He passionately vows to live earnestly and leave behind undeniable proof of his earthly existence. Rhys strongly promises to walk forward proudly to eventually meet her without any lingering regrets. Smiling with absolute determination, Rhys bids Minori a final warm farewell before immediately setting off. Donning his heavy cloak, Rhys Klein boldly steps forward to embrace his remaining 8 centuries. He enthusiastically vows to live out his remaining centuries until finding absolute and perfect satisfaction. A beautifully grand and incredibly expansive mansion stands quietly beneath the dramatically darkened evening sky. Inside a dimly lit room, concerned family members gather closely around an intricately decorated bed. The gathered crowd loudly exclaims in profound awe while staring at the miraculously recovering patient. A highly grateful nun desperately wonders exactly how she can properly thank their miraculous savior. Humbly refusing direct gratitude, they completely attribute this miraculous recovery to the glorious savior's power. Bringing her hands together, the highly devout nun gently invites everyone present to pray immediately. The deeply devoted sisters close their eyes peacefully while earnestly praying for divine holy protection. Utterly devastated ancient woodlands reveal violently shattered trees and deeply scorched earth stretching completely forever. Wiping heavy sweat from his brow, Rhys completely exhausts himself, defeating the 4th terrifying monster. He heavily notes these abnormally strong individuals appear too frequently near the dangerous demonic border. Over 10 incredibly long years have passed since Rhys formally left his beloved forest home. Seeking dangerous miasma mastery, he relentlessly travels using a dark grimoire obtained from demonic territories. Living completely isolated, he desperately struggles to remember his last actual conversation with another person. Tossing the dead beast into subspace, he realizes his current lonely life mirrors his early reincarnation. He intently studies the dangerous slain monster, noticing it possesses an incredibly dense demonic miasma. Despite successfully defeating the Demon King, he heavily notices the terrifying miasma constantly increasing everywhere. Staring thoughtfully upward, he deeply wonders what exactly currently unfolds within the distant human realm. Suddenly freezing in sheer panic, his elven eyes widen drastically at a terrifying personal realization. Opening his magical storage, he aggressively panics, discovering his precious food supply completely and severely depleted. He tragically realizes he survived his 15-year emotional depression purely upon his father's provisions. Recalling his previous human life, he vividly remembers miserably eating nothing but cheap cup noodles. He fondly admits his only truly healthy dietary period occurred while living alongside precious Minori. A deeply profound melancholy heavily washes over him while intensely missing her wonderful warm cooking. A sudden violent crash instantly shatters his peaceful nostalgia as countless terrifying enemies brutally approach. A fiercely armed warrior woman bursts through the dense brush, staring at Rhys in complete disbelief. She aggressively screams, demanding to know exactly why he foolishly wanders this highly restricted area. Blinking in total confusion, the bewildered elf completely admits possessing absolutely no geographical restricted knowledge. She frantically explains normal human people absolutely cannot enter this terrifying and deadly monster nest. Grabbing his arm tightly, she violently drags him away, fiercely warning that hesitation guarantees death. A terrifying bestial roar suddenly violently rips through the incredibly tense and highly dangerous forest. Urging him rapidly forward, the desperate warrior woman aggressively commands him to sprint for his life. 2 massive demonic hunting hounds aggressively charge forward, violently crushing absolutely everything within their brutal path. She terrifiedly identifies the rapid pursuing beasts as highly dangerous A-rank Yugas Hound magic dogs. These highly intelligent canine monsters deeply specialize in violently swarming prey with perfect tactical pack coordination. Prolonged intense miasma exposure has completely mutated the vicious beasts into incredibly unstoppable berserk killers. She bravely promises to aggressively face the deadly monsters alone once he reaches absolute safety. Rhys calmly halts their frantic retreat, logically suggesting they simply stand their ground and fight. She angrily mocks his seemingly fragile elven physique, heavily doubting his combat usefulness against such beasts. Preparing a devastating counterattack, she highly confidently commands the fragile elf to carefully observe her. Rhys gasps in pure profound shock, recognizing her incredibly familiar and absolutely devastating combat aura. Raising her weapon fiercely, she proudly announces the legendary Minori-style magic sword of wind. Swinging her heavy blade downward, she aggressively unleashes the devastatingly powerful and blinding sandstorm sword technique. Rhys watches in absolute awe as raging magical winds violently tear across the chaotic battlefield. Rhys's eyes sparkle with profound amazement, recognizing the beautifully familiar fighting stance displayed before him. Barely containing his overwhelming excitement, Rhys desperately asks exactly where the skilled swordswoman learned those techniques. Completely baffled by his sudden enthusiasm, she loudly questions if he ever saw a magic swordsman. Snapping back to reality, she frantically realizes her powerful attack completely failed to stop the charging beasts. Stepping confidently forward, Rhys gently tells the stunned magic swordswoman to carefully watch his upcoming counterattack. The terrified warrior violently screams at him, completely unable to comprehend his sudden suicidal bravado. Smiling brightly beneath his hood, Rhys confidently promises to demonstrate the hidden power within his slender frame. Unleashing volatile dark magic, Rhys violently binds the aggressive hounds using massive crushing tendrils of shadowy energy. The bewildered swordswoman gasps in sheer disbelief, watching the supposedly fragile stranger completely overpower the deadly monsters. Channeling raw arcane energy deeply into his very muscles, Rhys aggressively activates a powerful physical hardening magic. Lunging forward with explosive speed, he ruthlessly crushes the terrifying hounds using the devastating beast bone fist. Inspecting his trembling fist critically, Rhys completely ignores the utterly speechless warrior while analyzing his decaying muscle strength. Trembling with profound shock, the baffled swordswoman desperately demands to know the mysterious and overpowered stranger's true identity. Pulling back his dusty hood, he calmly introduces himself as the wandering elven traveler named Rhys Klein. Flashing a wonderfully radiant smile, Rhys sincerely thanks the brave swordswoman for attempting to save his life. The terrified swordswoman aggressively stumbles backward while loudly screaming in absolute disbelief at encountering a legendary elf. Laughing nervously through her intense shock, she admits this marks her very first encounter with the mythical species. Frantically rummaging through his pockets, Rhys internally curses his elven master while awkwardly searching for traditional woodland nuts. Apologizing sincerely, she awkwardly offers to guide him toward a highly reputable local tavern as a fitting reward. Rhys enthusiastically accepts her generous tavern invitation while anticipating devouring some incredibly delicious and badly needed human cuisine. Smiling confidently, she proudly introduces herself as Louise Vart, a dedicated practitioner of the legendary Minori style. She proudly mentions training directly under Kyle Osman, a highly respected master operating within their rapidly growing faction. Rhys instantly recalls her specific master, accurately describing Kyle as a massive imposing warrior possessing a thick dark beard. Surprised by his highly accurate description, Louise wonders how he recognizes her specific master but ignores modern magic swordsman. Shrugging off the strange magical inconsistency, Louise cheerfully motions for the immortal elf to closely follow her lead. Walking quietly behind his new companion, a profound sense of beautiful nostalgia heavily washes over the immortal traveler. Rhys smiles warmly, realizing Minori's incredible legacy and fighting spirit perfectly survived the relentless passage of passing centuries. Beautiful glowing memories gracefully flood his peaceful mind as Minori's sweet voice warmly echoes across his eternal soul. He fondly remembers Minori excitedly reporting about aggressively sparring against a highly energetic and incredibly passionate young challenger. Touched by her eternal dedication, Rhys humbly acknowledges that his precious disciple successfully forged a legacy before him. Gazing proudly across the sprawling medieval cityscape, Rhys heavily praises his legendary departed disciple for her incredible achievements. Approaching the massive towering stone gates, Louise cheerfully announces their long-awaited arrival at her primary bustling operational base. They finally step confidently into the incredibly vibrant and heavily populated commercial hub proudly known as Belmina City. Peeking curiously beneath his heavy travel hood, Reese openly marvels at the incredibly dense and highly active human population. Happily devouring hot local street food, Reese completely melts into sheer bliss while savoring the incredibly delicious culinary masterpiece. Blinking in absolute profound astonishment, Reese completely freezes while aggressively processing the unbelievable and highly diverse bustling crowd. He stares completely flabbergasted as countless diverse demi-humans peacefully walk alongside normal humans through the incredibly busy streets. Reese stares completely flabbergasted as heavily armored dragon knights casually walk through the incredibly busy streets. Louise proudly explains this bustling commercial city serves as a massive central hub for diverse demi-human interaction. Gesturing toward a grand building, she explains this specific location holds an incredibly unique geographical political position. She casually mentions powerful elites utilize this massive commercial hub as a bizarre social experimental special zone. Grabbing his shoulder affectionately, she assures him that rare elves easily blend into this chaotic melting pot. Reese internally marvels at how drastically the entire human world changed during his 25-year isolation. Staring up at the towering architecture, he peacefully contemplates this beautiful newly forged world of demi-human coexistence. Suddenly turning around with a bright smile, the energetic swordswoman cheerfully attempts to grab his divided attention. Reese quickly interrupts her sentence by nervously requesting she strictly address him using his human surname Klein. She declares their destination is the Adventurer Guild while assuring him using his first name remains fine. Laughing heartily at his sudden paranoia, she loudly declares elven names carry an entirely different modern weight. Staring intensely with narrowed eyes, she gravely warns that specific name dangerously attracts heavily unwanted violent attention. Gesturing toward the shadowy alleyways, she strictly advises extreme caution whenever mentioning that heavily loaded ancient name. Standing cautiously near the stone archway, a deeply confused Reese desperately demands immediate clarification regarding his name. She shockingly reveals his personal name perfectly matches the universally worshipped legendary savior of the Reese religion. Reese wildly widens his eyes in absolute profound horror upon discovering his own accidental massive religious cult. Walking through the bustling environment, a companion notes that this place is always incredibly noisy. Brushing off the concern, the hooded figure remarks that despite the crowd being full of rough idiots, they aren't inherently bad people, assuring that he isn't intimidated. Pulling back his hood slightly, he smiles and reflects on how long it has been since he experienced such lively hustle and bustle. He turns his back to step fully into the crowded room, drawing immediate attention from the onlookers. A ripple of shock courses through the crowd as they spot his pointed ears, whispering in disbelief that a real elf is standing right in front of them. One of the patrons breaks the tension, changing the subject to praise Klein for being incredibly strong. Laughing nervously, another man points out the contradiction, wondering why an elf, typically known for healing magic in hero tales, was just using attack magic. The focus shifts to a steaming bowl of stew as a local excitedly declares that anyone visiting Belmina simply must try this dish. Louise smiles warmly, raising her tankard to thank Mia for the drinks. Mia, the demon maid, shoots a deadpan glare over her shoulder and sharply tells Louise not to act drunk before she has even taken a sip. Staring in pure shock at the maid's horns, Klein realizes with a jolt that he is looking at a demon. Noticing his surprise, Mia casually asks why he is there and wonders if this is his first time seeing a demon in person. Klein stammers that it isn't his first time, though Louise quickly interjects to mock his shock, pointing out the hypocrisy of an elf intruding on human and demon territory. Poking his cheek playfully, Louise warns Klein not to get any weird or hostile ideas while they are here. She then points across the room, directing his attention to a formal notice pinned to the wall. The document outlines the Interspecies Co-Prosperity Order Ordinance, explicitly prohibiting discrimination, insults, or attacks against elves, demons, and demi-humans under penalty of law. The text officially mandates that this law, enacted by the ruling lord to ensure order, applies equally to all residents and visitors in the territory. Klein quietly wonders when such a law was established, prompting Louise to admit she also finds it strange that elves were specifically named. She notes the irony that elves, a race almost no one has ever actually seen, are listed at the very top of the protection order. Throwing her head back, Louise aggressively chugs her drink and lets out a loud, satisfied gasp. Klein's eyes widen as he reads the signature on the mandate, identifying the ruler as Gerald Garlander, the governor of the Owl Empire's Belminer Special Commercial Zone. Recognizing the Garlander family name, a wave of profound realization washes over his face. Clutching his cloak, he smiles softly to himself, finally understanding the true intent behind the city's welcoming laws. He marvels at how the ideals left behind by his old friends, Grillet, Garius, and Weiss, have been continuously and faithfully passed down through the long years. Looking incredibly at peace, Klein accepts that this harmonious city might just be the ultimate legacy the humans left behind for the world. The quiet moment is broken as Luai slams another massive tankard of ale onto the table. She tips the barrel-sized mug back, gulping the liquor down with terrifying speed while Klein watches in mild concern. Wiping her mouth, Luai pivots the conversation, recording that Klein had mentioned his name is shared by a divine messenger. Klein looks visibly confused as she clarifies that she was referring to the revered savior Reese. Shrugging off the theology, Luai proudly declares that since they are fighters, they only care about reaping the practical benefits of the faith. Before she can finish her thought, battered men burst through the tavern doors, screaming that a monster stampede has broken out in the Verald Great Forest. They haul in a severely wounded comrade infected by dense miasma, desperately begging for a priest from the order to heal him. Spotting a creeping black bruise on the victim's arm, Klein freezes in terror, instantly recognizing it as the exact same affliction that once cursed Grillet. MIA rushes forward, grimly informing the men that the Reese priests are currently praying at the main temple and are unavailable. Her expression tightens with genuine distress as she warns them that waiting for the priests might mean they won't make it in time to save the man. Snapping into action, she orders someone to alert the main temple while instructing others to carry the dying man to the back treatment room. MIA then commands the entire guild, declaring this a state-sponsored emergency request and ordering all capable adventurers to prepare for immediate deployment. The tavern erupts into fierce, greedy cheers as the mercenaries realize a state-funded mission means a massive payout. Watching the rowdy crowd gear up, Luai looks back with a sigh, muttering about the recent spike in beast disasters and wondering what their next move should be. She turns to ask her companion for a plan, only to jump in shock when she realizes Klein has already vanished from his seat. Klein steps forward, earnestly asking MIA to let him assist in treating the sick and wounded. Sweating slightly, MIA looks at him in confusion and asks if he is an elf customer. She questions his ability to help, noting that he doesn't appear to possess a miasma crystal. Klein repeats the term, miasma crystal, with visible confusion. Turning his attention back to the patient, Klein notes with alarm that the miasma pollution is spreading far too quickly. He recalls that Grillet's infection took 10 years to circulate, whereas this man will die in less than an hour at this rate. Stepping up with a serious expression, he announces that he has previously cured miasma using extreme-level recovery magic. Admitting he isn't sure if it will work on this new strain, he pleads for them to let him try since they are out of time. He barks at Luai to help carry the man to the treatment room, prompting her to immediately comply despite her lack of understanding. MIA stares in absolute shock, stating she has never heard of anyone capable of extreme-level recovery magic and demanding to know who he really is. Looking back with fierce determination, he boldly declares himself to be Reese Klein of the Elf tribe. MIA stares blankly for a second before muttering that she thought the name, Reese, was forbidden to use. Snapping out of her daze, MIA scolds him, yelling that if he is with the Reese order he should have said so from the very beginning. She firmly entrusts the patient to his care, completely ignoring his awkward attempt to correct her misconception. Luai calls out that the patient is in the treatment room, leaving Klein to quietly hope that this misunderstanding might actually work in their favor. The patient rides on the bed, panting heavily as bystanders panic over his rapidly deteriorating state. Luai watches with bated breath, trusting Klein to do whatever it takes to save the man. Channeling his energy, Klein confidently states that he trained continuously in the forest for 100 years. The onlookers gasp in sheer disbelief at the mention of a century of training. Assessing the critical situation, Klein realizes he has no time to heal physical injuries and must prioritize neutralizing the miasma. Throwing his arms wide, he unleashes his extreme-level recovery magic, summoning the light of rebirth. A massive, blinding column of magical light erupts from his body and engulfs the entire room. The blinding radiance washes over the onlookers, drawing awestruck gasps from the crowd. Luai shields her eyes from the brilliant glow, utterly stunned that this is what extreme-level recovery magic looks like. Despite the spectacular display, Klein narrows his eyes in dread and mutters that something is wrong. The light fades to reveal the patient still gasping for air, the cursed black bruise entirely unfazed by the spell. Klein grimly notes that while the miasma's progression has halted, it shows absolutely no sign of shrinking. He breaks into a cold sweat, horrified that even extreme-level recovery magic cannot counter this miasma. Grabbing his shoulder, Blue-Eyes urgently shouts his name to snap him out of his shocked trance. The doors burst open as a panicked maid rushes in, screaming that more emergency patients have arrived. Several heavily injured adventurers are hauled into the clinic, slumping against the stone archway. Despair spreads through the room as someone curses that even the grimoires retrieved from both human and demon territories are useless against this threat. They grimly confirm that they possess no magic specifically effective against miasma other than the light of rebirth. Klein calculates the grim reality, realizing that if he stops casting, this patient's entire body will be consumed by the curse. He grits his teeth in frustration, knowing that draining his mana on one person means abandoning the new arrivals. A serene voice suddenly breaks the tension, gently apologizing for the delay as a robed figure steps into the room. A young woman introduces herself as Alicia Raziel, a priestess of the Reese Order, announcing that she came as soon as she heard about the miasma. Klein stares at the holy women in absolute disbelief, echoing the words, Reese Order, as his mind reels. Taking immediate command, Alicia briefs her subordinate nuns that they have 27 patients and must prepare for the number to rise. She formally authorizes the use of the miasma crystals entrusted by their patriarch, invoking the savior Reese's protection as her nuns leap into action. A bystander stares in disbelief, questioning how a mere child is dealing with such a deadly miasma infection. Addressing the newly arrived Reese Order priests, a local admits he honestly didn't think they would make it in time. Alicia smiles warmly, explaining that they received a divine revelation urging them to seek those needing healing at the guild. She finishes her thought, officially stating that the holy message guided their path here today. Calling it the will of God, she expresses profound relief that they arrived before the patients perished. Alicia graciously thanks Klein for keeping the man alive before firmly declaring that the order will take over the treatment. Springing into action, she rapidly orders MIA to fetch lukewarm water, clean gauze, a towel, and hemp thread for suturing. Klein's eyes widen in alarm as he demands to know exactly what the priestess is planning to do. Alicia calmly explains that she has some medical knowledge and intends to wash the wound, stop the bleeding, and sew the flesh back together. Horrified by the barbaric concept, Klein yells in sheer panic, asking if she seriously plans to sew a wound shut without anesthesia. Unfamiliar with the word anesthesia, Alicia states she will use a beginner healing potion, prompting Klein to mentally scream that such a thing is barely a placebo. Her expression hardens with desperation as she argues that even if the miasma is cured, the patient will bleed to death without physical intervention. Watching her resolve, Klein falls silent, realizing this is the first time he has ever witnessed primitive medical practices in this world. He quickly deduces the reason for this backwardness, realizing that the existence of recovery magic entirely stunted the growth of normal medicine. Staring at the determined priestess, he wonders why a spellcaster like her cannot simply use recovery magic herself. Stepping forward, Klein announces that he understands the situation and will heal the physical wounds using his magic. Alicia's eye widens in absolute shock as the words, recovery magic, register in her mind. Noticing his pointed ears for the first time, she stammers out a question asking if he is an elf, to which he casually agrees. Her mouth drops open in pure awe, completely stunned by the presence of a mythical being. Leaning in with urgent hope, she asks if his recovery magic can truly heal the grievous wounds immediately. Flashing a confident smile, Klein boasts that it is a piece of cake before turning the question back to her. He stares intently at the priestess, asking if she and her order can truly cure the deadly miasma affliction. Alicia returns his gaze with fierce, unwavering determination, her silence serving as a resolute confirmation. Grinning at her resolve, Klein suggests they divide the labor and declares that he will go first. Raising his hands, he explains that the true principle of recovery magic is not to force healing but to enhance the patient's own self-healing abilities. He clarifies that it is for more than just a crude power meant to reattach broken flesh. It is a delicate technique that gently supports the innate will of life trying to return to its proper, healthy form. He finishes his philosophical lecture, declaring that this understanding is the true essence of recovery magic. Unleashing his power, he chants the invocation for super-tier recovery magic, Twilight Heal. A massive, blinding flash of divine energy bursts from his hands and envelops the dying adventurer. The radiant light washes over the horrific torso wound, knitting the torn flesh together in an instant. Alicia watches the miraculous display in stunned silence, whispering that the wounds are closing with effortless grace. Clasping her hands over her chest, she blushes and murmurs in total amazement at the incredible power. She wistfully notes that if her order could use such magic, their treatment options would expand exponentially. Klein cheerfully replies that if she trains hard enough, there is a distinct possibility she could learn to use it too. He casually adds that it only took him 20 years to master the spell, causing the human priestess to freeze in horror. Sweating nervously, Klein realizes he just made a massive blunder by speaking with an elf's warped sense of time. Instantly recovering her composure, Alicia flashes a fiercely competitive smile and vows that she will not lose to him. Klein blinks in mild surprise, taken aback by the human girl's intense and fiery spirit. Channeling her own power, Alicia holds up a miasma crystal as it begins to glow brightly, ready to perform her part of the miracle. The miasma crystal begins to hum with energy as the young priestess prepares her spell. Clasping her hands tightly, Alicia prays for the Savior Reese's protection, offering herself as a vessel to absorb the corruption and become a bridge of healing. Kneeling before the dying adventurer, she vows to use her own body to purge the deadly poison from his life. Throwing her head back, she unleashes her divine art, chanting the invocation for the purification of prayer. A profound, heavy tension fills the air as the holy spell begins to take effect. Klein's eye widens in pure shock as he senses the massive, unnatural shift in magical energy. The cursed black miasma violently erupts from the patient's body, swirling into the air like a cloud of toxic smoke. The dense, swirling darkness forcefully coalesces into a concentrated mass above the bed. With a sharp gasp, Alicia draws the horrific miasma directly into the holy ring resting against her chest. Watching in absolute horror, Klein screams out as he realizes the young girl is physically absorbing the deadly curse into herself. The dark corruption flows seamlessly into the artifact on her hand, trapping the malevolent energy within. The tortured adventurer finally slumps back against the mattress, his breathing peaceful as the dark bruise vanishes completely. Lowering her hands, Alicia pants heavily from the sheer physical toll of the ritual while Klein watches in stunned silence. Staring at the now cured patient, Klein mutters in disbelief that the dying man is actually safe. Wiping sweat from her brow, Alicia flashes a weak but triumphant smile and announces that the treatment is complete. Klein simply stares back at her, utterly speechless at the extreme sacrifice required by her human faith. He silently reflects that while the divine display was undeniably beautiful, there was a deeply unsettling undertone to it. He admits to himself that there was something profoundly painful and tragic about watching her bear such a toxic burden. Gazing around the clinic as the nuns continue their grueling work, Klein realizes this is the very first form of recovery art he has witnessed in this world outside of his own magic.
Stepping out into the hallway, the demon maid quietly closes the heavy wooden door behind her. Watching her leave, Klein turns back and expresses genuine amazement at the capabilities of the Reese Order. He admits he was completely unaware that the deadly miasma could be cured without relying on traditional recovery magic. Mia attributes their success directly to the divine protection of Savior Reese, noting that the Adventurers Guild heavily depends on them to handle beast disasters. Klein mentally notes that his own extreme-level magic cannot be spammed, recalling how he had to give Jean a pseudo-holy sword instead of just healing him during the Demon King battle. He reflects on the horrifying nature of the dark miasma that continuously plagues this era. Resting his chin on his hand, he quietly mutters about this so-called divine protection. His expression turns serious as he ponders the true nature and origins of the Reese Order. Mia interrupts his thoughts to ask if he is actually a member, prompting him to laugh nervously and brush it off as a coincidence. She smirks at his reaction, deducing that he genuinely knows nothing about the religious faction. She concludes that he must simply be a rogue healer who happens to share the revered Savior's name. Even so, Mia sincerely compliments his spellcraft, noting that his magic felt distinctly different from the Order's techniques. Louise excitedly agrees, recalling how incredible it was to watch his warm, floating light mend the gruesome wounds so effortlessly. Intrigued by their high praise, Klein leans in and asks them to explain exactly what the Reese Order is. Instead of answering directly, Louise gestures toward the nearby window and tells him to look outside. Towering over the town square stands a massive, imposing stone statue of the Savior Reese holding a giant sword. Staring at the monument, Louise explains that the town is filled with various legends about the holy figure. She states that Reese was a true savior sent by the heavens specifically to rescue humanity from the encroaching miasma. The Order was built to worship her, and only their chosen priests possessed the divine authority to repel the dark corruption. Smiling fondly, Louise declares that the religious faction has become the ultimate beacon of hope for everyone in the city. Mia solemnly agrees, adding that what used to be a terrifying, incurable disease is now swiftly purged by the dedicated priests. Observing their deep faith, Klein realizes just how implicitly the locals trust these miracle workers. Despite their praise, a profound sense of dread washes over him as he recalls the horrific, self-sacrificing nature of the nuns' ritual. Louise shifts the conversation, loudly complaining that the real issue is the relentless beast stampedes. She throws her hands up in exasperation, frustrated that the monsters attack every 2 weeks without a single warning sign. Mia scolds her for expecting nature to hold back, though she begrudgingly admits that the frequency is absurd. Klein's eyes narrow in deep suspicion, absolutely certain that the Demon King was permanently eradicated from this world. He knows the tyrant lost his reincarnation factor, making any dark resurrection completely impossible. His mind races with dark implications, realizing it makes zero sense for so many miasma victims to be appearing in an era of peace. Staring out at the towering statue, he grimly wonders what could possibly be causing the relentless beast disasters. Meanwhile, a group of young acolytes excitedly volunteer to run errands and buy various supplies for the clinic. Flailing her arms, a frantic nun chases after them and loudly orders the children not to waste their funds. Noticing a quiet boy lagging behind, Alicia gently asks Cecil what is bothering him. She smiles warmly, telling him he can use his special reward from the recent treatment to buy whatever he likes. Cecil freezes in panic, staring up at her as he asks if the gruesome healing procedure somehow failed. He quickly waves his hands to cover his slip, insisting that nothing is wrong and praising the treatment as perfect. Desperately making excuses, he stammers that another infected adventurer might come rushing through the doors at any second. He adds that he would feel terrible leaving his older sister to handle another emergency all by herself. Alicia chuckles softly, genuinely surprised and touched by the young boy's sudden display of consideration. She reassures him that he doesn't need to worry, explaining that the guild confirmed all deployed adventurers have already safely returned. Alicia calmly announces that the team is currently formulating a strategy and preparing to deploy in order to suppress the recent beast stampede. Turning to Cecil, she gently assures the young boy that he can take the entire day to rest and recover. Leaning over the railing, Blue-Eyes flashes a friendly grin and asks the boy if it has been a while since he visited the lower town. She playfully reminds him that since he just helped save a life, he shouldn't feel guilty about enjoying a little well-deserved fun. Alicia chimes in with a warm smile, reassuring him that the divine heavens will happily watch over his day of rest. Clenching his pendant, Cecil looks down with a hesitant but determined expression and quietly agrees. Flinging the heavy door open, the boy excitedly thanks them and announces he is heading out. He sprints across the cobblestone courtyard, eager to enjoy his rare day off. Watching him leave, Alicia's expression suddenly shifts to deep concern as she wonders if he experienced any physical anomalies during the treatment. Recalling his cheerful face, she remembers how he confidently declared that he was feeling perfectly fine. A hesitant voice suddenly breaks her train of thought. She turns to see Klein standing there, awkwardly trying to recall her name while she addresses him with deep reverence as the Lord Elf. Klein earnestly praises the Reese Order, noting how incredibly proficient they are at handling miasma if even their children can perform treatments. Alicia shakes her head in awe, pointing out that Mia told her how he managed to halt the miasma's progression entirely without using a miasma crystal. Gazing at him with genuine respect, she admits that such a miraculous feat is completely impossible for her order to replicate. Klein stares at the priestess in mild surprise as a sudden presence makes itself known in the courtyard. Realizing who has arrived, Alicia instantly panics and bows deeply, frantically apologizing for rushing out of the main hall during an important prayer session. A distinguished man named Gamras approaches with a serene smile, calmly raising his hand to dismiss her panicked apology. He gently comforts the young priestess, stating that they should instead rejoice that the divine oracle's prediction came true. Turning his perceptive gaze toward Klein, the man smoothly identifies him as a member of the elusive elf tribe. Alicia quickly introduces Klein, explaining that his emergency intervention saved the patient's lives before the order could arrive with their crystals. Gamras clasps his hands together and formally introduces himself as the leader of the Reese Order, bowing his head in profound gratitude for the elf's help. Maintaining his cover, Klein casually introduces himself as nothing more than a simple, wandering elf. Gamras insists that the Order owes him a massive debt, confessing that without his intervention, they would have been forced to abandon several dying patients. The leader marvels at the concept of healing without a miasma crystal, declaring that the legendary recovery magic of the elves truly lives up to its mythical reputation. Narrowing his eyes with polite curiosity, Gamras asks the wandering elf if he has ever personally witnessed true elven recovery magic. He shockingly reveals that, for a brief period in the past, an actual elf was registered as a member of the Reese order. Gamera's fondly recalls the individual as a profoundly quiet, diligent, and masterful recovery healer. Klein's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as the pieces suddenly click together in his mind. He internally screams at the realization that Rahab Rowley had somehow left her footprints here of all places. Laughing heartily, Gamera admits that the female elf's techniques were far too refined and complex for any human believer to replicate or use as a reference. Because of that limitation, he explains that the order has shifted its focus to aggressively teaching its priests practical medical arts. Klein mentally connects the dots, realizing that since true recovery magic is impossibly rare, the humans naturally evolved and advanced their own medical science to compensate. Returning to the pressing mystery, Klein directly asks the leader how they cure the miasma, questioning if it relies on a specific magic tool. Gamera gently corrects him, stating that their method is far more sublime than a mere magical trinket. He cryptically describes the miasma crystal as a sacred stone forged when God chipped away his own physical body to seal the dark corruption. Klein stares in horrified confusion, repeating the phrase as he tries to comprehend the gruesome theology. The leader clarifies that the crystals cannot be artificially manufactured, but are rather miraculous byproducts born from overlapping coincidences in areas dense with miasma. Holding up a glowing fragment, Gamera philosophically declares that life only truly shines when it is chipped away and sacrificed. Smiling peacefully at the stunned elf, the cult leader concludes that this sacrificial principle is the true essence of healing. Gazing up at the imposing statue of the Savior Reese, Gamera softly declares that true miracles only manifest at the end of profound suffering. The cult leader's smile fades as he casts a serious glance at the disguised elf, explicitly warning him that his kind should never touch the sacred stones. He notes that even the revered Rahab actively avoided the crystals, refusing to ever get close to them during her time with the order. Klein silently agrees, recalling the ominous black crystals the children carried and recognizing that they radiate a dense miasma that acts as a lethal poison to elves. Despite the danger, an intense wave of scholarly curiosity washes over him, leaving him secretly eager to thoroughly research the corrupted artifacts. Changing the subject with a dismissive wave, Gamera pivots the conversation by bringing up the divine oracle, admitting it has been a long time since he last heard it himself. Gesturing toward the flustered young priestess, Gamera proudly reveals that Alicia frequently hears the divine voice during her deep prayers. He explains that those who possess true faith and offer devoted prayers are occasionally granted the rare opportunity to hear the sacred whispers. Klein narrows his eyes in sharp suspicion, bluntly asking if this mysterious voice actually identified itself as a god. Pressing the issue, the ancient elf glares intensely and demands to know exactly what the supposed deity said to earn their unwavering worship. Alicia confidently replies that the voice does not need to name itself, insisting that their devout prayers could only ever reach the true Savior. She tilts her head in genuine confusion, wondering aloud who else besides a divine being could possibly answer their holy summons. A dark memory suddenly surfaces in Klein's mind, echoing the dying demon king's bitter revelation that they were all merely puppets dancing in the palm of a cruel creator. His blood runs completely cold as he realizes the tyrant's final, cryptic warning also explicitly centered around the terrifying concept of a meddling god. Unaware of the elf's internal panic, Gamera gently suggests that since Klein is a master of recovery magic, he too might one day hear the divine voice. Extending an open hand, the cult leader warmly offers the order's full support should the heavens ever decide to speak directly to the wandering healer. Masking his deep suspicion with a polite smile, Klein reaches out and casually remarks that he would love to ask this god why he was reincarnated into this world. Their hands clasp tightly together as the ancient elf secretly wonders if this mysterious entity truly holds the absolute answers to his existence. The very second their skin makes contact, a horrifically violent sensation rips through Klein's entire nervous system. Searing dark energy pulses from the cult leader's grip, making Klein mentally scream as he tries to determine if he is feeling pure miasma or Gamera's own twisted mana. Staring wide-eyed in sheer terror, the seasoned mage realizes this grotesque, heavy aura completely defies every established law of magic he has ever known. An overwhelming, suffocating dread paralyzes his mind as he stares at the smiling human, absolutely certain that there is something fundamentally terrifying and unnatural about the man standing before him.